Warning, the following program contains sensitive material that may be unsettling to some audiences. The Pedantic Pedestrians are not responsible for any injuries or paranormal activity that may occur during the viewing of this program, including, and not limited to, whiplash, bipolar disorder, a sprained ankle, or demonic possession. Viewer discretion is advised.
Two guns. Do you want to, encourage people to respect the host? So funny, Shad.
When you see people laughing. Nah, like, pause it. What did he say? Whatever. It sounds like he said.
To the west, and you and everyone you know are dead. All of you. Because you can't survive it. It's not possible unless you're very, very lucky. And your kids die too.
We're live?
We're live.
Okay, finally. Sorry, everybody. I missed last night. I was on a flight back from Florida. My cousin was having a wedding in Disney World. 52K Disney World wedding in Epcot.
I could use 52K. What the hell?
You ever gone to Disney World, Shad?
No, I told you the other day.
Oh,
I only been to Disneyland, okay? Which is obviously better.
Disneyland fits in the parking lot of Disney World.
Shut up. Okay.
Have you ever gone to Disney World, Crow? Thanks for your feedback. What about you, Taylor and Timmy?
I'm not white trash, so no.
Wait, Disney World's associated with white trash because it's pretty costly.
Well, yeah, but you think about it, and people save up. White trash people save up to be like, I'm
white
going
trash
on
don't
vacation.
save their money. They waste their money.
Yeah,
spend money they don't have
fucking...
on Disney World. Oh, okay, good point. Classist bigot. What about you, Taylor and Timmy? Ever done some Disney World?
I have been to Disney World, I think.
I have.
You think?
Well, I was a kid, and it was either Disney World or Disneyland. I don't know which one it was. It was in Florida.
Disneyland's in Disney World's in Florida. Disneyland's in California.
Yeah.
And it was kind of it was kind of fun.
This was like long ago.
Yeah. But I'd say it was kind of fun. Like Epcot, it's not something that's very enjoyable if you're a kid, but do you know what Epcot is, Shabisky?
Sounds familiar.
So they have this kind of around the world sort of dynamic where they'll have a section for Germany, a section for Japan, and they have all these like shops, restaurants and stuff that, or sometimes rides or some kind of like thematic sort of show or something that's associated with that country. And they get people who actually are from those countries to work in those different like parts of the park. And then every night they have like a firework light show. And right near like the coastal like area, like where the park kind of encapsulates, there's this little island that the wedding took place on. That's where like they had all the like the meals and everything, and they had a DJ, and we were able to see for first row seats to all the fireworks and everything. So it's kind of fun wedding. And I saw some relatives that didn't see in a while. So like my one, I guess she would be like my first cousin once removed, or no, she would be, I guess, my second cousin. Yeah, because if your first cousin once removed has a kid and you only share related by a great grandparent, not a grandparent, they become your second cousin. If your first cousin once removed has a kid and you're related by grandparent, then
have you ever made out with your cousin?
That's where Shab's mind goes. Everyone take note. No, but she
So,
was
yeah?
a baby, and she was crying a lot during the entire thing. And
Babies
it was
are
kinda funny
dumb.
because when we were on the bus to she wasn't the cousin getting married. It was my other. I don't want to give his name, but he was getting married to his wife. But she was on the bus with her kid, who just all day she was upset. She's almost 2 and everything, but then her dad my great uncle was asking her something at the back of the bus, and she just turns around and she was very calm and everything and chill the entire day. But then you could tell she was done, and she's just like, "What?" So seems like having kids aren't really that enjoyable.
We should outlaw kids.
Yeah.
Kids
And
are dumb.
I noticed so many fucking people at the park, they had like toddlers with them. Now it makes sense, like she brought her kid because it was a wedding. But it's like there are these people where it's just they're there with like 2 fucking like babies, like a 1 and 2-year-old and stuff. And it's like, why would you bring a kid that young? They're not gonna, like, they don't really understand what's going on or the significance and stuff. They're not really going to be able to get much out of like any of the shows or the attractions, and it's just they're not going to remember it. So why are all these people bringing? I kind of agree with Crow a little bit. There is some like stupidity and like some element of stupid people that are drawn towards the fucking park, and then there's also a lot of really obese people, like my 600-pound life people, in mobility scooters, like everywhere. I've never seen so many fucking people of that kind, that variety in one place. And it's just like, I don't know, if you're that big, don't go to places where there's crowds, lots of people. You kind of, you owe people that.
What was my joke about that, Gene, that I made?
What, that something sexual about how Shad wants to...
No, I said Gene walked into one of those mirror rooms where it shows him a shit ton of his own reflection. He's like, damn, this place is full of fat fucks, damn.
Yeah, Shab's got his... I gotta post that photo again that shows Shab's chin fat.
I've never had a chin. Okay?
You're tinier than me, or you're smaller than me, and you got like a larger belly.
I could eat out your mom right in front of you, okay? And you wouldn't do shit, okay?
I'm in better shape than Shab. Shab's one of those people where he's like skinny fat. He's got his bulgy belly and his little chin fat that he uses his facial hair to stencil in.
I am a porn star now, Gene. I posted on Twitter and showed everybody, okay? I am way greater than you in every way, okay, physically.
Rich Nerd Island. Oh, I've also been to Euro Disney in France. I've been to Disney World, but not Land.
Timmy saw that I'm a porn star now, right, Timmy?
But after the wedding in Epcot, I had an additional day to myself. So me and my other relatives, we went to Animal Kingdom. Took a bunch of photos of all the animals and stuff. So I'll share that on Discord later. But anyway, Shab, I wanted to get back at Shab over some dispute. Shab loves mocking my like ataxia of speech, my dysphoria and everything. So I'm going to show that Shab's got inferior memory.
No. What the fuck? Oh, it's Executor. What the fuck is that Pokemon?
Executor. God, Shab.
No, that's how it's pronounced. Executor.
Nope, it's not.
You don't know that. It's Executor.
In the cartoon, they would call it Executor.
What the fuck? Oh, it's Executor.
Okay, so you said how you pronounced it was right. Wait, look at Chad. He's walking away. He knows he's about to be vested. Dude, fuck.
Executor.
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 Executor has been registered.
Oh, what's that?
Oh.
What did it just say?
Yeah, but that's how the robot says it. How does it say it in the anime?
In the anime, that's how it says. This is the anime. It's the Pokedex entry.
Executor has been registered.
Yeah, that's how he says it. Executor.
Or Pokedex.
I like how Shad walks away right when I reveal the evidence, the bombshell. that he doesn't know he's the Pokemon nerd. I haven't played a Pokemon game since I was in elementary school and haven't seen the anime since I was in elementary school, but I'm able to recall the names of the Pokemon more accurately than he is because Shad has impaired memory and recall. He is an inferior specimen. And I like how Shad just ruins this sort of Shad just ruins this skit by walking away because he's a piece of shit and he needs to learn to not just abruptly walk away. I'm gonna have to deduct his pay and everything. And the last time he did this,
how many dollars this is?
No.
Haha.
They're euros, aren't they? Or they're pounds?
No, it's dollars. Canadian dollars.
Oh, it's Canadian money. Canadian money doesn't count because it's not American money. It's inferior. It's worth less.
Sure, okay.
Oh my god,
Guess
Shad.
how much this is worth. I'm gonna cover up the...
How much is what worth?
How much is this worth?
Is that Vladimir Putin?
It could be. I don't know.
That's
No,
like
it's one of the prime ministers of Canada.
I don't know, 10 Canadian dollars.
Hold on, his name is Sir Wilfrid Laurier, Prime Minister.
Everyone
18.
Start adding Shabisky in the Discord and in the YouTube chat, telling Shab that he fucking sucks. He needs to learn to stop just abruptly getting up and leaving in the middle of the streams. He should at least tell people that he's leaving, so if we're in the middle of some skit that involves him, he doesn't just fucking derail it and ruin it. Bad Shabisky. But I guess I'm not waiting for him to get back, so maybe we could just cover this now. Copy image address. So I wanted to call out this person because they've been causing a lot of problems recently. So I decided that I just want to make this known to everyone. So more and more people can call them out and see just how unhinged and how sort of distasteful they are. So I've recently been getting magazines delivered at my house. So I wonder who could be sending this stuff to my house. So what's this? Do you see me sharing my stream or my screen, Timmy?
Yeah.
What is who's this person?
Where?
On my screen. Are you watching my screen?
Hold on, it's not showing anything on your screen. It's showing a browser.
Oh my God.
Oh, let's see. Who's this? Raisin Girl.
Oh, and what did she post right there? Like on November 12th?
I suggest you leave me the fuck alone and keep my name out your mouth, Jack. And it says there's a dox threat. Do you know who what Pokemon this is, Dean?
That's Slowpoke. But anyway,
dang.
Yeah,
it's a Galarian Slowpoke.
Timmy, stay on topic. But she posted a link, a Google Maps link to my personal address, and she was mad that after she had her meltdown on a Shab stream, that I posted a Shab and I were okay. Where are you, Shab? Mm-hmm. Okay, Shab. What were you doing?
I was peeing stuff.
So before you get up and pee, can you at least?
I told you I didn't want to cover this. Like,
Well, I mean,
yeah,
you
Raisin's
just-
been a psycho fucking bitch. She's doing all sorts of crazy shit.
Okay,
I
wait one sec.
didn't want to do a show
Wait one
covering
sec.
it.
Chad, if you walk away from the stream, it would be nice if you actually told us that you're doing it. So if we're like in the middle of a skit or whatever, you don't derail it. So like we're doing something that involves you, and then you walk away, and that kind of interferes with the flow of the stream. I talked about how maybe like if you need to get up to pee, so just do it before or after we cover something, and then tell us.
Didn't
what
I
you're
tell
doing.
you that I wasn't interested in covering this?
Well, we're not talking about like Raisin. We covered that after you were gone because we were covering something else. But in the end, when you don't tell us what we were doing, we don't know if something happened. You got a phone, somebody's at your door, how long you're going to be gone. So it'd be nice if you actually like communicate it if you're stepping away.
Okay, well, I'm back. So,
but when it comes to communicating this, she's sending stuff to my house, so I just want as many people to know about this as possible. So you acting like, oh, we get it, whatever. It's like, you know what? If somebody was doing the same thing to you, you don't want to call them out.
I'm annoyed by
there in the open.
She's being a fucking crazy psycho
it's annoying,
bitch. Doing
and
dox
I want
threats
as many
is something
people to know. So as many people can. So we have as many people spreading the word as possible, so it gets around. You don't see the logic there? And you know what? It's getting fucking annoying, and I'm getting stuff sent to my house by her. So you know what?
and that's a form of fucking harassment, Raisin.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
So I want as many people to know about it as possible, so people can share this, and I want people to share this with as many others as possible to let people know what is going on. So...
Okay. So, she's being crazy. She's sending stuff to his house. She's being a psycho. Alright.
But anyway, Shab. Looky here.
Executor has been registered to...
Oh, what did they say?
That bitch didn't pronounce it right.
Oh, so the writers of the anime are wrong?
But it's stupid. It should be an Executor. It doesn't make any sense. It's eggs.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter, Gene. I won this debate. Once again, another debate I've won. Right, Timmy?
Shab just makes up his own facts.
It's Executor.
It should be eggs.
Yeah. It's what is its evolution before that? Is it
I
eggs?
believe they're not actual eggs. I think they're seeds, and they're...
Yeah, but how is it pronounced, the evolution before?
Executor.
Yeah, I think it's...
Execute.
Execute and Executor. Executor.
I don't know. I won.
Okay. Wonderful discourse, Shab.
I won! Right,
But
Timmy?
Anyway, I went over this in Shab's channel, but now it's one of the things I want to discuss is later this week, to compensate for not being around much because I've been busy. Tomorrow, we're going to do a commentary on the Boogie documentary, and Dirt's going to be there for that. And then the day after, we're going to try to grow the Pedantic Pedestrian Rumble. So we're going to do a marathon stream that's all Ben Shapiro and going over all of Ben Shapiro's bullshit. So it's going to be a Ben Shapiro commentary-a-thon. And then also later in the week, we're going to force Dirt and Danny to commit to the Pirate Deep Dive stream. So I'm going to try to get people more of a buffet of content to make up for my absence.
Gene, what does it mean for a pirate to keel haul you?
Isn't it when they tie you to like the ship?
To like the bottom of the ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
it's kind of like the version of like rigging somebody to the back of a truck, and
it's not supposed to be that all the whatever they're called that stick to it like will scratch up your back.
Coral.
Yeah, they'll fuck up your back. Stuff.
Yeah, it's not a nice thing to do. A lot of pirates are not the most ethical blokes out there. But here's a segment, a little cutout from the documentary.
No work history and no education. And when you Google my name, you might see rumors that I beat my ex-wife and I'm also a pedophile. Should mention I'm also...
Ah! Well, what the fuck? What was that? That was really quick.
I mean, I've only seen a little bit of the documentary, but the thing is, one of the things that they kind of show is that he's sort of a covert narcissist. He has this kind of like victim complex. And one of the things he loves to do is manipulate people by like being like, hey, feel sorry for me, and this kind of learned helplessness. So he keeps acting like he doesn't have any money, where he lives in this big house that's worth a lot. He's got so many valuables. He just recently signed on to a thing with Keemstar where like the base pay is like $10,000, but then he wants to act like somehow he's just dirt poor. He's not going to be able to like pay his mortgage at all, and it shows that there's a great level of dishonesty. And then when he's told like, okay, if the channel isn't working, you need to get a job. And then he goes to, and at first I thought this was a joke, but then in the documentary, when he's talking to the woman, she's supposed to be some kind of like advisor, and he brings all this up to her. And it's like, why would you bring this stuff up right away? Would you really tell an employer that you're like, if they look you up, they'd see that you're a PDF file or something? Like, why would you tell people that like you're a convicted felon? It's just, be honest. If you're just going to say that you can't, then you can't. So why bother? And yeah, and at first, it's like I didn't know much about Boogie. I thought maybe a lot of the hate is just like exaggerated and a bit excessive, but I kind of get the sense that he's a much more nefarious and kind of a deplorable person than I initially thought. So it seems like everyone else is jumping on the bandwagon and doing a commentary on this, so we might as well do one as well. So I'll get around to doing it tomorrow with this Shadisky asshole. What do you think, Cameron? Thanks for the feedback. Next video.
We are extremely
Cameron's the greatest.
organized. We're a nation which is an optimistic nation. We're a peace-loving nation, and we strive for the inclusion of our nation in the region as such. And we have a nation that have contributed and will always contribute to the well-being of humanity. And all of a sudden, our world was shattered because many of our beliefs in the fact that we can live side by side with Palestinian neighbors.
I don't know exactly who sent me this.
Were shattered. In that morning, the most horrific atrocities since World War II took place. And many of the casualties were the biggest proponents and supporters of peace ever in the history of Israel. And they were all butchered and chopped and killed and abducted and raped. And the amount of pain and suffering and the horrific information that flows ever since, because Hamas had filmed it all and broadcasted it all live and also afterwards on their cameras, on their bodies, is unending. You have tens of...
What's the premise here? So we're halfway through the video now, and it says Hitler's Mein Kampf in Children's Center in Gaza. Hasn't gone over that yet.
Thousands or hundreds of thousands of people supporting, by their demonstrations, supporting Hamas. I want to show you something exclusive, Laura.
That's kind of like Ida Amin Dada, where there were a group of terrorists that, I forget what country they're from. I think it was like Somalia, Syria. They captured an entire commercial airliner of Israeli citizens. And then Ida Amin Dada offered them to land in like their airport and gave the terrorists asylum. And then the IDF went about an operation to rescue like all the hostages. And they rescued all but three. Three didn't make it. But then Ida Amin Dada, out of vindictiveness, erected like a Hitler statue outside the Capitol building. And it's just do you not know that Hitler didn't exclusively target Jews? They were the biggest victims in the Holocaust, but he kind of went after anybody that wasn't a white Christian male.
Well, he also went after disabled people, gays, and
the master race, eugenics. Yeah. He wanted people to you had to fit this very specific paradigm. You couldn't be homosexual. You couldn't be Muslim or Jewish. Yeah, you couldn't be of a other race outside of being like a conventional like Caucasian, blonde hair, blue eyed male. And I don't think if you were the main two minority demographics in Europe at the time were people who were either Jewish or Gypsy, but outside of that, there weren't really that many groups of minorities. But if you were like Black living in Europe in a part of Nazi Germany, chances are you would be either dead or in a camp if you didn't find a way to escape. So I don't think Hitler would be supporting like a group like Hamas. I don't think he would be supporting somebody like Ida Amin Dada. Maybe for more Machiavellian reasons, get what he wants, the same way he allied with Japan. But if he had the option, he would prefer that they'd be executed to fit his agenda of like eugenics and the master race.
So this is Adolf Hitler's book, translated to Arabic, Mein Kampf. It's the book that led to the Holocaust and the book that led to World War II. This is the book that led to his victory in elections in Germany.
Do you know what Mein Kampf is?
He just said what it is. Hitler's book.
Yeah, but do you know what kind of book it is?
It's his struggle. My struggle.
It's his memoir, his autobiography.
Oh.
Germany, which led to the worst atrocity of humankind, which the British fought against. Well, this book was found just a few days ago in northern Gaza in a children's living room.
Now, I purchased the book and read it because it's a part of history to see kind of, and lots of people buy it for that reason. If you're into history, it's like, what exactly was going on in Hitler's head? What was the psychology behind this man that went about like executing such like atrocities and so forth? And what kind of experiences he claims to have gone through that may have pushed him down that route. So they're saying they found it, but there's millions of people living in Gaza. So it's like, hey, we found one like example of somewhat of a divisive book being found somewhere. I don't think that proves that they were kind of indoctrinating kids or using it to brainwash kids. I mean, the person who had it could have been like somewhat of a fan of Hitler and supported their agenda to some extent, but there's no way to really verify that.
Gene!
Which was turned into a military operation.
Gene!
What?
Look, it's Cameron.
Hi, Cameron. Cameron, you said you got into an accident and somebody ran over your torso and you lost both of your legs. Is that true? Okay. You gone through physical therapy and everything?
That's hilarious.
Okay, so you're better now? You're going to be around more? Yes, okay.
Yay!
Good.
Yay!
Cameron's back.
Cameron's only half a person now. Yay!
He's a little person now.
He's looking good for someone with no legs.
Yeah.
He's doing good.
He's now like 2.5 feet shorter, but
he doesn't let that bring him down. He's like, whatever, man. Yeah. I'm still gonna play soccer. Fuck them. Fuck those people that ran me over.
He's gonna learn to just like walk on his like arms and stuff, and he's gonna
yeah.
There's nothing in the rules.
It's gonna be like Geodude. Use your head. It's gonna be like Geodude, the Pokemon.
Well, he does eventually evolve into like what is it, Golem? Or
you'll end up getting your legs back, bitch. That'll be awesome.
I heard Cameron got cast as the half in 2.5 Men.
It's true.
Isn't that show canceled?
Let's all order Mein Kampf, guys. I want to buy this book now.
Yeah. Well, the point is, there's no way to like know what the actual, I guess, like motivation was, or like why the person actually had the book and was reading it. They could have been just reading it for like educational purposes, or like a more innocent realm of curiosity, or they could have been reading it because because of anti-Semitism, but there's no way to verify that.
Operation base of Hamas on the body of one of the terrorists and murderers of Hamas, and he even marked. He wrote notes. He marked and learned.
Okay, well there you go. I guess that's legit. But the thing is, I don't think anyone's arguing that Hamas are good guys. Like people who are against what Israel is doing, at least in the West, they agree that what Hamas did was terrible. Two wrongs don't make a right, though. So yeah, most of the people who are like enlisted in Hamas are evil human beings. A lot of them have very flawed fucking morals and ethics, but it doesn't change the fact that treating all of the people living in Gaza like a Borg because they're governed by Hamas and committing airstrikes and killing thousands of innocent people, especially children, that doesn't justify that. So this like, hey, look at how evil Hamas is. No one's denying that they're evil. But again, they're like, not everyone living in Gaza is a Borg, and two wrongs don't make a right.
And again, Adolf Hitler's ideology of hating the Jews, of killing the Jews, of burning the Jews, of slaughtering the Jews.
So Russia has been accused of killing 2 surrendering Ukrainian soldiers in an apparent war crime. Is this, oh. Yeah, a bunch of people are recommending me things that should probably be more in the Kittens and Carnage section.
The fuck is happening? Is this...
Who's worse, Russia or Hamas, Shad?
I don't know. They're both pee-pee heads. They're both poo-poo pee-pee heads for sure, Jane.
Now we're gonna get into more updates on like the Ukraine-Russian war, but apparently the United Congress is deliberating on whether or not they should continue to fund Ukraine. And apparently Ukraine's dealing with a troop kind of shortage crisis. So they're having a difficult time finding additional recruits. So unfortunately, it looks like things are the tides of the war are starting to like turn and become a war of attrition. And it seems like victories are being measured in just inches. And there's a stalemate.
What?
So it's kind of become another, like, I guess, a miniature variation of the Great War. What?
Is Cameron gonna come to the meetup?
Maybe. What did I tell you about how in the middle of like discussing important stuff like this? Yeah,
sorry.
Interrupting.
I'm sorry.
And derailing it.
Sorry. I just want Cameron to come to the meetup, Jane. Is that bad of me?
Are you gonna come to the DC Baltimore meetup in March?
I can try.
Okay. Because Jimmy's coming.
Gene's gonna help.
Crow's coming. Skeppy's coming. Dirt and Danny are coming. Two Guns says he might come, but Shab is coming. He doesn't have a choice.
Gene's gonna pay me $1 trillion to go.
No.
$1 trillion. He's a trillionaire, so he's just gonna give me one of his trillions.
Actually, I think all of us are coming because we found out where John lives, and we're having a house party.
Yeah, I'm sending him sexy magazines.
They're gonna raid my place.
Do. Yeah.
Israel is fast-tracking its latest defense system in its war against Hamas. Called the Iron Beam, it's a laser meant to be a companion to the country's Iron Dome, enhancing Israel's anti-missile defense system.
In a world of sophisticated weapon.
But yeah, oh, this is a pretty long video.
It's a laser, Gene. Oh my gosh.
But I have gone over this before. Like, this is a newer thing they're trying, where it's going to be used in conjunction with the like the missile system that they use, and apparently it's got a poor rate of accuracy, but if it does manage to hit it, there's less collateral, there's less debris, and apparently it's something like the Iron Dome has like a 90-something% rate of success, but it's really expensive. So the lasers can cut down on the costs, and they can also apparently take down a lot of the missiles that the Iron Dome's, I guess, missile defenses might miss.
Israel has shown us yet again that they didn't come into play. While it is no news that Israel is one of the best armed nations in the Middle East, with a highly technologically advanced military, the recent discovery of her secret laser system has not only shocked the world. Still, it has sent cold shivers down the
a lot of our naval ships have like these like laser cannons.
Spines of her neighboring countries, some of which are considered adversaries. But what's the implication of this secret laser system? What's about to happen? Keep watching to find out. Israel is testing a new laser-based missile defense system called Iron Beam to address concerns about missile.
So instead of Iron Dome, it's Iron Beam.
Stockpiles and the costs associated with the Iron Dome system. Israel calls it its defensive trump card. It was first unveiled at a Singapore air show in 2014, and after 7 years, it seems to be ready for business. The Iron Beam offers advantages such as lower costs per shot.
Israel and Singapore get along pretty well. You know why, Shad?
Because they're both gay.
So Singapore is a pretty small city-state, and they're Christian, and they're surrounded by like Indonesia and like Malaysia, a bunch of Far East, predominantly Islamic states. Similar to Israel being surrounded by a bunch of Islamic states. So they're in a pretty similar kind of scenario. And Singapore's got a pretty impressive military for its size. So they've kind of developed a decent relationship over, I guess, being able to empathize and relate with the other side.
Gene.
Unlimited firings, reduced.
Yes.
What country do you want to visit the most out of every country you've never been to?
That I've never been to?
Yeah.
Hard. Kind of want to go to a country in southern Africa, like Namibia, because
Namibia?
Yeah, where they have some of like the animal safaris and stuff.
What the fuck?
I've never done that. What do you mean, what the fuck? Well,
I
I've
don't
gone
know.
to Europe quite a bit, so I've gone to Mexico.
Been to Germany?
No.
Japan is the obvious answer.
Japan? Ooh.
I think like with Japan, it's like I've already visited other countries that have a foreign language. They're already like I don't know, it's heavily urbanized and everything. So visiting foreign cities, it's an experience I've already had. So I'd rather do something that's different. So I guess doing some of those like safaris and stuff is something that I haven't really experienced before. So if I was going to do a trip that kind of openness to new experience, Shad.
You're dumb. Shut up.
Operational costs and less manpower. It uses a fiber laser to.
Ooh, and I see somebody in the live chat that we haven't seen before. Skilled Being Wizard. Is that one of your viewers, Shad?
That is my baby right there. I love them so much.
Well, welcome to the Pedantic Pedestrian Podcast, the most pedantic podcast out there.
Yeah.
Shad contributes to the pedestrian side of things. I contribute to the pedantic side of things.
Yeah. He's a dork.
Yes, the PP podcast.
Generate a laser beam that can destroy airborne targets.
Whoa!
It is no longer news that Israel has been facing continued rocket attacks from Hamas and Lebanon-based Hezbollah.
Oh, and I think that's another thing. So, like, some of the attacks are from, like, conventional artillery. So, land-to-land sort of ground artillery. But a lot of it has been from drones. So, the thing is with drones, it's expensive to shoot them down with like conventional like surface-to-air missiles or projectiles. So using the laser system, because the drones are a lot smaller, they can shoot them down and so forth, and it cuts back on a lot of the costs and maintenance.
Since the attack by Hamas on October 7th, Israel has heavily relied on its Iron Dome defense system to protect its cities from rocket attacks. However, the Iron Dome system requires expensive interceptor missiles, raising concerns about the potential depletion of missile stockpiles. Israel is testing the Iron Beam, a directed energy weapon air defense system, to address this issue. Each Iron Beam battery comprises an air defense radar, a command and control.
See the aircraft carrier that we're going to create a GoFundMe that our fans are going to support. We need to install a lot of those on it, the Iron Beam. Yeah. We're going to make our own country.
Yes.
Unit and 2 high-energy fiber optic laser systems. These laser guns can generate.
I wonder why Elon Musk or some like billionaire doesn't do that. They need to just make their own like aircraft carrier, the biggest aircraft carrier on the planet, and they need to make it their own like city, their own city state on the sea.
That'd be cray, yo.
And all the aircraft and missile defense systems and stuff that's their that's their military.
That's crazy.
100 to 150 kilowatts of power, equivalent to powering 8 households daily within seconds. The system has a range of up to 7 kilometers, 4.3 miles, and is specifically designed to neutralize short-range rockets, artillery, mortar bombs, and UAVs, drones, within 4 seconds of contact. The Iron Beam is the 6th element of Israel's integrated missile defense system, complementing Arrow 2, Arrow 3, David's Sling, and Iron Dome.
Just start making
Unlike expensive missile
videos like this where we use the AI voice, because this is an AI voice, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I am thinking of doing a bunch of video essays and stuff. So
you just need to make stuff like this.
Yeah, I mean,
with AI voice.
Well, I do write all the time, so I do have a bunch of essays and stuff that I can just easily convert into videos using like more sophisticated text-to-speech programs.
Yeah.
And I want to do one on like Fight Club, so some like analysis on all the themes of Fight Club, and do more like movie reviews and top 10 videos. But anyway, I think I've discussed everything important that's discussed in this video.
Where'd Cameron go? Now the viewership is going down.
Scared them away.
Yeah. Our viewership is dropping now. What the fuck? All the bitches were here.
Yeah, our viewers recommended a lot of like videos that we typically cover in like Kittens and Carnage.
What a bunch of dorks. Could you drive a helicopter, Gene?
Nope.
I could. I could
what
do it.
Heck, like if you had training?
Heck yeah, I could be the best helicopter.
If we put you in a helicopter right now, you'd know what to do.
Either way, bitch.
Oh yeah, you do.
John, could you build a bridge to the helicopter to the ship?
Could I what?
Could you build a bridge to the ship?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's gonna build a bridge from Hawaii to America or something like that, Gene, right?
No, that was a joke. I told that to Scotty. Scotty was on stream, and Cameron was there, and I was just asking him stupid questions, and he was answering them, giving serious answers. And I'm like, Scotty, can you like see Hawaii off the coast of California? Because he was at the beach. He's like, no, I don't think you can. I'm like, do you think they could build like a bridge from like California to Hawaii? Like, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, I'm a dick.
What do you think about this, Scotty?
What do you think, Skilled Bean Wizard Scotty?
I wouldn't doubt it, or Scotty's here.
Don't, I don't know. Stop falsely accusing innocents.
It was an accident.
Well,
we should get a boat like that for the Shab fam, Gene. We could just live on that.
Well, this is something that's been happening recently where they've been, like, a lot of U.S. military ships have been getting attacked, like in the Red Sea and
Why can't
I guess
the world
near the
just
Suez
be
Canal.
safe, Gene? Why?
Because human beings suck and humans don't like getting along, and humans
That's
like
messed up.
doing this thing known as the in-group out-group bias, where they put people in groups and treat those in another group like they're a Borg, and people like throwing tantrums when others disagree with them and engaging in self-justification and all that stuff.
Silly-minded fucks. But it is.
So next bid.
What'd you say, Timmy? Oh, whoa! Yeah!
What happened?
I didn't know I could do that.
Timmy's thinking about people giving a like. See? Look at Timmy.
Oh. Yeah, do what Timmy says.
Do what
We need
Timmy
more
thinks.
activity in the live chat.
He's thinking of it. Do what Timmy thinks, guys. Hit the like button. Let's get the 10 likes.
Okay. So let's do a tier list before we get into the nitty-gritty. And we're not doing a trivia segment this week, or because we did it the last few weeks, and the last few streams we did, we weren't even able to get to all the news stories. So we're going to do that PPP stream this weekend. So those might be things where segments that we do more periodically. But here we go. Nintendo franchises. And currently we've been playing, Shad set up his Switch and everything. I set up my capture card. We've been playing lots of Smash Bros. And we're going to play more Mario Kart and everything. So, and I also downloaded a bunch of games Negan wants me to play GTA 5 and Saints Row with him on the Xbox. So I'm going to try to do that as well. And I've been playing Baldur's Gate and 5, or what is it, Baldur's Gate 3. We're doing that with Dirt. And then I've been playing Elder Scrolls Online with Timmy. And then JLV wants me to play through the Halo games with him, the Halo trilogy.
I don't know that. So
Yeah,
what are we rating here?
These are Nintendo franchises, and I figured since we've been playing Super Smash Bros, maybe this would be appropriate. So, Golden Sun. I've never played Golden Sun. It was like they're for the Game Boy Advance. They were like Japanese RPGs. Let me see. Yeah. So they're kind of like Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest.
Yeah, I never.
Only for GBA, and I think the Game Boy here it is for the DS. So it seems to be very like anime themed, and I don't really like anime, so I'm just going to give it a D, even though I've never played them. Pokemon.
S. It needs to be S.
I like how it gives D, but it doesn't give like an F. I guess because none of these are F worthy. I do really.
Pokemon is an S.
Well, I did really enjoy the Pokemon games. I am thinking of like because you can play them on like the Switch. Getting around to playing them again, but Shab really likes Pokemon, so I'm going to give it a D.
No, either A or S.
It's
D. S.
Okay, Luigi's Mansion. This was a very repetitive game. Even when I was like 6 and I played it, I thought it was I don't know, pretty mundane, pretty rudimentary. It was just go into this one room. There are no branching paths or anything. You could only really like it was very linear. You go into this room, do this, you get the key to the very next room. It tells you exactly which room to go to. The puzzles were very, very, very simple. And it has like no replay value. D.
Damn, you're such a dick.
Donkey Kong.
You're a dick, Gene.
No. I like the Donkey Kong Country games. For the classics, kind of okay. I liked Mario vs. Donkey Kong for the GBA, which is like a remake of like some Donkey Kong sequel for the Game Boy. And then what are some of the other? Donkey Kong 64. I would give it an A, but I'm giving it a B because Donkey Kong 64 was a lot like Banjo-Kazooie. And
but I
John, the Banjo... What?
For Pokemon, there's fucking several generations.
But Shad really likes it.
Oh,
so I gotta give it a D.
Okay, yeah. That's the problem.
If that wasn't a thing, I'd easily give it an A or an S or a B, but Shab likes it, so...
Should this do you like the rest of this?
I hate everything about everything.
Yeah,
right
everything's now. D. Everything's D now.
No, but
we can finish it.
Donkey Kong, I'd say Shab really likes Banjo-Kazooie. I hate Banjo-Kazooie. Too much collecting. The collectibles don't do anything. And the platform isn't really that challenging. It's just about going in the map, getting all these like sort of items that are just scattered everywhere, and isn't really much of a challenge. And Donkey Kong kind of has the same collectathon or Donkey Kong 64 has the same kind of collectathon theme. So Donkey Kong Country 1 and 2, play them for the GBA. Those games are awesome, but I'm going to give it a C. I would give it an A, give it a C just because of Donkey Kong 64 and how similar it is to Banjo-Kazooie. Splatoon, never played it, but I know it's like what is it? It's kind of like Fortnite or Call of Duty, but it's like they have the squirt guns that shoot like Nickelodeon goo. And I think that's stupid, so D. Kid Icarus. Isn't there just like Kid Icarus isn't really a franchise, it's like Ice Climbers. It's only for like the NES. It's only one game. So because there's no franchise for Kid Icarus and they put it in a franchise list, I'm going to give it a D because the person who made this was being stupid. Smash Bros, I'll give an S. ARMS, I don't know what ARMS is. D. Rhythm Heaven, I don't like those rhythm games. D. Never played it, but still. WarioWare, what do you think?
I don't know what the fuck a WarioWare is.
It's like a compilation of mini games, and you're given a time limit, and you gotta like
lies.
I don't know. And the mini games are pretty like mundane. It's just kind of like, hey, tilt your screen, connect the dots here, and they're usually mini games that you're expected to finish in like the span of a few seconds. So,
Timmy told me you're mundane.
The only one I played was the one for the DS.
Mundane.
You're mundane,
So
Gene.
it was like WarioWare DS, WarioWare Touch, and the mini games, very simple. Thought it was boring as a kid.
Drunken Crow is Gene mundane.
It's Monday. What?
Yeah, he's mundane.
It's Monday.
Fuck. So they had two mothers. I know that's like Earthbound.
Oh,
or
no.
not Earthbound. Earthbound. It's yeah, that's what they call it in Japan. It's called Earthbound in the West. I think Earthbound, the first one, was the only one in the US, and that's one that Ness is in. So that's another character that I think most people know of them through Smash Bros. As opposed to the franchise that they're originally in. I thought it was annoying how Shad really liked Ness in Smash Bros. And I don't get why there's two of them. I think that's another example of the person making this list being stupid. So because of that, D.
John doesn't like someone that has two mothers.
Exactly.
That pisses him off.
The legendary Starfy. Starfy. Okay, I don't like the cover art. I'm giving it a D.
No, yeah.
Where is
give
it?
a D. I don't know. I didn't even know what the fuck that was.
Okay, Dr. Mario, that's like it's like Tetris, but it's like with the pills. You rotate the pills, and there's two colors on each side. Boring. I don't really like those kind of puzzle games, and it's not fun like Tetris or a lot of the other ones. More of like one of the lesser sort of like puzzle games. So D. Yoshi. Wait, is Yoshi? It's I guess what was it? Well, the
Yoshi's
Yoshi
Island.
Yeah, but those are like part of Mario. You got Baby Mario in it and stuff. Are those like would those be Yoshi games? I'd consider them to be more like the Wario Land games. A lot of those don't even have Mario in them or whatever. But Yoshi, I'd say what? Oh, for the Nintendo 64, there was Yoshi's Story, and that it wasn't very well received. I didn't like the visuals. It was really short. So there was like branching paths, but it only took like a few minutes to really like less than an hour to complete the game. And it was super easy. And the theme like song like in the title screen and everything was really annoying. So because of Yoshi's Story, I'm going to give it a D. Star Fox. So
S.
The first Star Fox game
SNES?
Yeah. I played it, but only played like the first couple levels, so I didn't complete a playthrough. So I kind of sampled it. Like I can understand why it's a groundbreaking title, but it hasn't really aged that well because it was one of the first 3D games on a home console. Have you ever seen the original Star Fox, Shad?
On Nintendo 64?
No, on the first one that was on the like the SNES.
I only saw it on Nintendo 64. Dork.
I had it on Super Nintendo.
Yeah, here it is. This is what it looked like. God, why isn't it showing the gameplay? Yeah, and then that's the last boss in the game. So it's one of those games where, like, the SNES, most games are like 2D side scrollers. So if you came across this, like, this would have been mind blowing, but it definitely hasn't aged that well. But Star Fox 64 was I played that game all the time. That's one of the best, like besides Rogue Squadron, one of the best like aerial sort of like flight sim kind of games, combat flight sims. And I don't know, it had some pretty awesome level design and on-rail segments, but then there was Star Fox Adventures. And do you know anything about that one?
I only played a little bit of the one on that one. That
It's
that it just showed on the screen at the top.
Yeah,
That's
Star
all I've
Fox.
ever played.
It was like they took a game made by Rare, so again, the same company that did like Donkey Kong 64 and Banjo-Kazooie, and it was originally supposed to be called Dinosaur Planet, and it kind of has a like I don't know what other sort of fictional franchise to compare it to. I guess like Thundercats or something, like He-Man, or like maybe like the Ewok series. It's like it's somewhat sci-fi, but it's a planet where it's mostly people that live this kind of like primitive sort of lifestyle with like medieval technology. And the game, you got a staff, and the move sets, the combat was terrible. You didn't really do much. But the staff, like you could shoot like fire beams or whatever, or like you could freeze enemies with it, but it was very limited, and it was kind of like Zelda in a way, the gameplay. But unlike Zelda, like the dungeons and stuff were much more linear, a lot more simple, and it was supposed to be an open world game, but there wasn't really much to do outside the main campaign. I don't think it had any side quests, so it's kind of like I think like you'd go to an area, there was only one way to clear the area until you got to like the dungeon. So it was also very linear. So I'd say pretty piss poor game. And I remember when I was a kid, there was this one segment called Test of Strength where you had to rapidly press A, and the game was fucking broken. I went online to try to see like, how do you fucking beat this part? And there are all these like hacks where you're supposed to like rub a pencil against the A button and stuff. And apparently that was something like nobody could get past that part. And it just there are a lot of like game breaking sort of stuff in it. What?
Dude, I
right
had
back.
this one.
Oh, whoa.
I rented this one from Blockbuster.
What did you think?
I don't know. I remember there was a dopey dinosaur.
Oh, you had a dinosaur side fic. Tricky.
Yeah, that's the one. Yep. Yeah, I remember that.
The dubbing, the voice acting was like really fucking cheesy. It was cheesy in the first one, but in more of like an enjoyable way. This was cheesy just in a cringy kind of way.
Yeah, I mean, looking back, like this was a game for kids. At least that's what it felt like when I was a kid playing it. I don't know. It's been.
I guess. But
is this real Star Fox Assault?
What is that? I played Star Fox Assault. The like ground missions when you're on foot were kind of terrible.
Dude, how did Shad let you put Pokemon in D?
Oh, I put it in D because Shad likes it. But yeah, like Star Fox, the other one for the GameCube, Assault. I liked all the missions where you're in like the R-Wing, the aircraft. So all the aircraft missions I thought were awesome. But those were only half of the missions, and the game was really short. So the Star Fox 64 had like I guess 20 different planets or satellites you could go to. It was like 15 or 20, and there were branching paths. So depending on what path you took to get to the planet, it would have a completely different sort of layout or design. So a lot of them had 2 or 3 different, I guess, like layouts or whatever that, or levels within that one planet or something. And then there were like dozens of different sorts of paths you could take at the levels. And depending on how you completed the level, it would affect how different missions later on played out and stuff. So there's a lot of replayability. Star Fox Assault was, again, very linear. It was just 10 missions. There's only one way to complete the missions and stuff. So it didn't have that kind of, I guess, variation that the other ones had. And it was like the other half where you're on foot was like fucking terrible. But did you play Star Fox Assault, Dirt?
Nope.
What about you, Timmy?
No, but it looks good from the graphics.
Don't judge a book by its cover, Timmy.
YouTube. Oh, okay.
Pro's not here because we all. I gotta
game through.
I gotta explain the game or the joke to Dirt. We put a few in the B tier because of the cover, but the ground missions on Assault where you're on foot, it's like a 3D sort of shooter or a third-person shooter, but most third-person shooters have a cover system, and it didn't have like a cover system, and it had like weird, I guess, somewhat Resident Evil controls, where you're kind of on a 2D grid, and then the same, like the right analog stick where you would aim and stuff, you'd also use that to turn around. So it had these like awkward sort of controls, and the AI really sucked. So I'd say mediocre. The only one I really liked is 64. And the only two I would argue are good are the first one, 64, and the first one is an H12. So I'll give it a C with Donkey Kong. Kirby.
Super.
Timmy, what are all the different Kirby games? We've gone over this before. Because we were playing Smash. We were playing Smash Bros. And he went through, we were talking about Dorkmaster, and he went through and read through all the different Kirby games. And how many were there? There's like 100 Kirby games.
Dude, there's that racing one on the GameCube. I had that.
Yeah, there's the racing one. There's a shit ton of like puzzle and ping pong Kirby games. But a lot of the adventure ones, there weren't really they were kind of like the exception to the rule. I did like the Kirby 64. That was the one where it was the first 3D Kirby, not in terms of the gameplay. You were still on a side scroller, a 2D grid, but it had the 3D graphics, and that was fun. You could take certain enemies and combine certain abilities. So if you captured a sword enemy and combined it with fire enemy, you'd have a fire sword as opposed to a regular sword. And then like an ice enemy with a sword, you'd have like an ice sword. And the pattern repeats. And then I played Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland for the Game Boy Advance, and that I didn't know at the time, but it was a remake of Kirby's Adventure for the NES, and that was a fun game. But Dark Master likes it, so even though the two games I played I enjoyed, D. Mario Kart. I'd say Mario Kart games are awesome. I liked every one I played, and they're very fun multiplayer games. I want to get the next Mario Kart game, play it, and kick Shad's ass in the game the same way I kicked his ass in Smash Bros. So S. Super Mario. So it's kind of stupid. They have like Paper Mario is its own franchise. Mario and Luigi, Mario Party. Oh, Shad likes Mario Party D. Super Mario. I'd say I like Sunshine. I like 64. I had like all the GBA Mario games and a lot of the Game Boy games. So I played Mario Brothers Deluxe for the Game Boy Color, Mario Land 2. I played all the Mario Advance games. And that was also like when I had Donkey Kong Country and all the Mario Advance games, I thought that they were exclusive to the Game Boy Advance when I was a kid. And then the first time I went into like a used game store and I saw that they had like Donkey Kong Country and all the different Mario Brothers games for the NES and SNES, I'm like, whoa. It blew my mind. But yeah, Mario.
Did you play All-Stars?
Which one's
Mario All-Stars?
No. I don't believe so.
That was like a collection of a bunch of games.
Wait, which console was it on?
Super Nintendo.
Yeah, like the SNES. I own it, haven't played it. Forgot about that one. And then there's one with Super Mario World, but the first Mario Advance was like a remake of Mario Brothers 2, where he goes into like Dreamland, Birdo, and Ward and everything. The second Advance game was a remake of Super Mario World. The third one was a remake of Yoshi's Island. The fourth one was Mario Brothers 3. And had the e-reader thing where you could scan in extra levels and stuff to it. But I liked all of those. And then the last Mario game I played through was Mario Sunshine. And that was in like elementary school. But Mario 64, Mario Sunshine probably were some of the games I spent most hours on when I was in like elementary school. So I'm going to give Mario, I don't know, S or A. I don't know. There's a lot of Mario games that are kind of stupid. So I'll just give it an A. Paper Mario, played Paper Mario 1 and 2. Pretty decent RPGs. I should go back and play them again. A. F-Zero, the only F-Zero game I played was GX for the GameCube. And it's probably one of the best racing games out there. That's the one with Captain Falcon. Remember, Shad? Falcon.
God damn, it's on the GameCube, and it's a recent game.
It's a recent game?
Oh, I thought you said racing. Okay, I thought you said one of the best recent games.
Oh, yeah. I'm wearing my retainer.
Wow, what a retard.
Oh, Sunfire's here. She's talking about Brimstone and everything. Are you glad that we're not talking about, or I guess maybe she's disappointed that we're not talking about war and genocide. So don't worry, we'll get around to it later.
Yeah.
F-Zero 99 is free on the Nintendo Switch.
Is that's one for the SNES? That's another one that's kind of like, what is it? The first Star Fox game, where it was kind of like groundbreaking for the time because it had 3D-esque visuals. So, or maybe I should look at an image of that. Was it 19 or 99?
Just 99, yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever played this, Dirt?
Nope.
No, but it's like what Skeppy said. It more people know of Captain Falcon from Smash Bros as opposed to like F-Zero. But you see F-Zero, GX. There was one for the N64 I didn't play, but this one probably had some of the best visuals for it, and all the tracks and stuff were pretty. F-Zero AX. Okay, didn't know there was an arcade game, but yeah, it was a very fast-paced sort of sci-fi racing game, and probably one of the best games for the GameCube, and it's considered like one of the hardest games of all time if you play on the harder difficulties. I always had to play on the easy difficulties, but I wonder if they have that on Switch, but I'll give it an S because of how much I liked F-Zero GX, and I haven't played any bad games in the franchise because this is the only game in the franchise I played. Zelda. What Zelda games have you played, Timmy?
Fuck all. I hate Zelda.
Why?
I like playing as Link in Super Smash Bros.
I'm gonna have to ban you from the community now.
Mm-hmm. You're in big trouble, Timmy.
What's your issue with Zelda?
There was this really nerdy kid that used to play Zelda.
He's being like you,
it's like
Gene.
Gene with Sonic, yeah.
Yeah. It's like Gene with Pokemon and
Dragon Ball
and Sonic,
Kirby.
Yeah, just Gene with anything.
Well, it's only okay when I do it. It's not okay when other people do it. But say Zelda. Have you played any Dirt or Cameron?
I played the first Breath of the Wild when it came out. It was alright.
Yeah.
People loved that shit. I don't know. It was alright.
I played A Link to the Past for the Game Boy Advance. And that was another one where I always thought it was on the Game Boy Advance, and then I found out it was like a Super Nintendo game, and it was available like a decade earlier. But that was one of my favorite games for the GPA. Then I played like Link's Awakening and Oracle of Ages and Seasons. Those for the GB or for the Game Boy and the Game Boy Color. I played Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask. And my favorite Zelda game is Majora's Mask, and I think that might be on the Switch. I should do a Let's Play of that because that's a very dark kind of game. Then I played Wind Waker. Wind Waker was awesome, even with like the Toon Link kind of design. I had the on the GameCube. It came with like this Zelda compilation disc. So it came with Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, and the first two Zelda games. I was never able to make much progress in the first two Zelda games. I made more progress in the second one than the first one. The second one got really hard halfway through, so I just wasn't able to get through it in terms of the combat and everything. The first one was just cryptic as hell. So what I didn't know is on the NES, the instruction manual was huge, and it gave you all these riddles and hints, and it had a map, which was pretty much essential for playing the game. So all the stuff that's programmed into the game today, having maps and everything and dialogue, all of that was in the instruction manual. So it's like things like you had to like burn a branch in a particular area that it didn't stand out at all. So why would you even think of doing that? There was like a random bomb you would put somewhere and like the side of a mountain where there's nothing that tells you or hints the fact that that one specific spot leads to some cave. So it's like if you didn't have the manual to give you all the riddles and hints and provide you with the map, there's no fucking way to make any progress in that game. But Wind Waker and Twilight Princess was the last one I played. Didn't really like it. Thought it was a bit too linear. It didn't have a lot of side quests. So Majora's Mask and Wind Waker and stuff had a decent amount of stuff to do outside the main campaign. And what I didn't like about Twilight Princess was like all the characters were just cemented to the floor and didn't really do anything and contribute to the quest. And that was kind of okay on the N64 with the Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask. But the like once you got to the PS2 and the GameCube and stuff, I think it was kind of unacceptable when the only characters in the game were just kind of like statues that if you talk to them, they'd give you like one blurb of text. And that was something where I kind of felt they should have had. Wind Waker had like a ally partner system. There were some characters that would go in with the dungeons with you, and then there were puzzles around having two characters. They completely got rid of that in Twilight Princess, but haven't gotten around to playing any of the more recent Zelda games, so I should probably get around to playing Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I have Tears of the Kingdom, so should probably play that on stream. But I'm going to put Zelda in a F tier. Where did I put it? Oh, there it is. So, Punch-Out, never played any of them, but it's cool that Mike Tyson's in it. So, I'll give it a B. Pikmin, I played the first two Pikmin games. Pikmin 2 I thought was better than Pikmin 1, but I don't know, pretty awesome and original games. There aren't any other games like it, and I like how it has all the RTS elements that are in like sort of like an action adventure game.
So Pokemon's not original?
Yeah, but you like it a lot, so
fucking bitch.
But yeah, Pikmin, I like I guess the world building. So all the like the setting, the scenery, the visuals and stuff were pretty creative. They create this kind of unique ecosystem. And I like how a lot of the plants and creatures and stuff aren't deadly. They play their own roles where they might help the Pikmin or they might be more mutual and so forth. But Pikmin 2 had a lot of dungeons and stuff and it was a lot longer. And it was about collecting treasure. The first one, you had to collect all of the parts of your ship. And but I like in Pikmin having all the different, like you get an army of plant creatures and you use them as your slaves. And they all have their own unique abilities. The purple Pikmin were really fat and they would squish enemies. And it's something like they had the strength of like 10 Pikmin. So they were the ones you needed to like carry, or you wanted to carry all the items. The yellow ones, you could throw them further and they were resistant to electricity. The red Pikmin were, I guess, a little bit stronger in combat compared to the other Pikmin. So that was advantageous in the first game, not really in the second game because you had the purple Pikmin. And they were invulnerable to fire. The water Pikmin could breathe underwater, so they were pretty useful because there was a lot of water that you had to traverse through. And then the white Pikmin were like poisonous. So if a Pikmin ate them, they would die. And they also were invulnerable to poison. So if there are like toxins or gases and stuff, you need them to get through it. So there was a lot of puzzle elements around using different Pikmin to traverse all the different obstacles and hazards to get the stuff you need.
You don't know that.
Yeah, my sisters played Pikmin, so I always thought it was a game for sissies.
Yeah, it is a game for sissies. That's why Gene played it.
Speaking of sisters, Animal Crossing.
Animal Crossing is really good.
Had it for the GameCube as well, and she would always hog the damn GameCube fucking time playing Animal Crossing for hours. And
Animal Crossing was awesome.
The game was boring. You couldn't kill stuff in the game. There weren't any like
catch
enemies.
Things.
And it's like I'd rather play like an RPG, like Morrowind or like Knights of the Old Republic.
No, it was awesome.
Like I'd rather play Dark Cloud where you can actually collect loot.
It was
and go
awesome.
on adventures and go on side quests. And Well, here's the thing. It's like you need to go to this one person, give them an item, and then go back to Tom Nook to get currency bells for taking the item to one Tom Nook for collecting items. And it's like the errands or jobs that you did were so fucking simple. There wasn't like Prove Your Own Dirt or JLV or Shab.
They were the greatest.
Outside of just like, hey, take this to this one person and take that to this other person, which I know you
JLV thinks
most
you
games
suck.
that way.
JLV
but
agrees
most
with
games have obstacles and puzzles and like people who try to kill you, so you have to kill them to get the item from point A to point B, and then you could use the items to upgrade your character to traverse things and kill things more easily, and that's just that, but without all the fun stuff. So
see, this is why JLV didn't come to the meetup. Okay, you say stupid shit like this. That was the dumbest thing you've ever said, right, JLV?
Fire Emblem. I played some of them for the GBA. I kind of like the story, and I like how kind of the RPG / turn-based strategy element. And I like how the characters that you come across and recruit, if they died, they were dead permanently. So there are consequences to being careless and hedonistic and not really planning things out. So if you made a poor decision, you would lose your recruits for good. So I do like that element where there's a lot of consequences to death. Metroid. Which Metroid games have you played, Dirt?
Metro 2030.
Metro
Redux. What's the other one?
This is Metroid, not Metro.
No, I never played Metroid.
What about you, Timmy?
Metroid. I played one. It was pretty cool. You gotta like jump around, shoot cool guy, cool girl stuff.
I played the Metroid games for the Game Boy Advance, and I played Super Metroid, and they were kind of like the Castlevania games for the DS or Castlevania Symphony of the Night. It had that kind of system where it's this kind of like 2D open world and stuff.
2D?
And, yeah.
2D?
And it was another, like, you kind of have to get, like, I guess it would be like a side-scroller Zelda, where you have to use all the items to traverse like the world and stuff to solve all the different puzzles to get from point A to point B, and there's some decent action. So I'd say Super Metroid and Castlevania Symphony of the Night, I'd say are probably two of the best like 2D platformers of all time. Then there's the Metroid Prime games for the GameCube, so Metroid Prime 1 and 2. And I thought those were pretty awesome. Some of the best looking games for like the GameCube or that generation period for all the consoles. And I like, similar to the like Pikmin and stuff, I'd say, I think Shigeru Miyamoto works on all these. They did a really good job when it came to like the planets and stuff. So it was Talon 4 and Aether. Those were the two planets in Metroid Prime 1 and 2. And they did a good job with like the kind of like ecosystem environment they created, how not all the creatures and specimens you come across are necessarily enemies. A lot of them you would use for puzzles or and so forth. So I'd give Metroid an S. And I haven't played any of the Metroid games since Metroid Prime 2. And Metroid Prime 2, I actually liked more than the first one. It had this dark world element where you'd go through portals to go from the normal world to the dark world. And the dark world, the air was toxic. So you had to like use these light crystals and stuff that made these like light sort of like shields or barriers. And you had to kind of platform and traverse through those. And if you weren't inside one of those like light shields, you would end up, your health would steadily decrease. So I had a decent amount of challenge there. Bayonetta. I own the Bayonetta games on Steam. Haven't played them. So I need to get around to playing them.
Such a dork.
They look cool. I'll give them A or B. Who's played Bayonetta? Bayonetta's Sega. Like, is Bayonetta even Nintendo? Because Bayonetta was for the Xbox 360, and I have it on Steam.
Maybe it got acquired. I don't know.
I'm gonna give it a D just because they did that. That's stupid.
Soul
Mario and
Calibur
Luigi.
isn't on this list? Why isn't Soul Calibur on this list, Gene?
That's not Nintendo.
It's not?
No, it's on like Soul Calibur 1 was on Dreamcast. It's in the arcades. It's on like the PlayStation, Xbox. It's on all the consoles.
Okay. Yeah, it is.
Mario and Luigi. I only played the first one. So like the Paper Mario game's pretty awesome. I think if we make they should make a Gene and Shabisky game, and it should use like RPG, and it should have the same dynamics. I hope Skeppy's here of the Mario and Luigi games. So have you ever played it, Dirt?
Nope.
Skabibi's too dumb to be here. It's too dumb.
God, I hate Brave in its search engine. Oh my god. Why doesn't it show any images of the game? See if we can find something. Okay, turn the audio down.
Dude, those old Game Boy Advance graphics.
Well, probably looks worse because, like,
Yeah,
they're
it's inflating on the screen.
Yeah. I want to show what the gameplay is kind of like.
I want to show your mom my pee-pee.
Chad, talk to the chat. Oh, this is 10 hours.
Guys, I want to show his mom my pee-pee. Guys.
So hilarious, Shad.
So it's like Pokemon.
Well, nah, like, it's like Pokemon the same way Final Fantasy is like Pokemon, but it's got like the duo dynamic where Mario and Luigi both have like a hammer, jump attack, fire attack, and there's all these special moves where, yeah, they do shit like that. Like Luigi will hit Mario with a hammer and then like use Mario, turn him into a ball and use him as a projectile. There's a lot of puzzles where like you'll smash Luigi down into the ground so he can get under like certain barriers and stuff. So I think we should, Skeppy should make a game that has this dynamic where Shab and I abuse each other to create certain like move sets and stuff to solve different puzzles and kill certain enemies. Yeah, what do you think, Shab?
I think I should be the taller and stronger one. Or you're the shorter and weaker one, obviously.
Xenoblade, well, you'll be the Pinky, I'll be the Brain. Never played it, but it has anime sort of aesthetics. So Advance Wars, I never played it, but I played Battalion Wars. Battalion Wars was fun. Battalion Wars was like a real-time third-person shooter that was kind of like Pikmin. And what's another example of that? I guess Kingdom of Fire. Like, what are some games where it's got the strategy elements where you control like a bunch, like Spartan for the PS2 was kind of like that. You control a lot of troops and it's got the strategy dynamics, but you're also part of the action. But I know Advance Wars is kind of similar to Fire Emblem, and I like Fire Emblem, so I'll give it an A. So what do you think? Do you guys agree with the list?
Mm-mm.
Why not, Shab?
Pokemon needs to be S. Animal Crossing needs to be A.
To be fair, I do honestly think Animal Crossing sucks, but I do honestly like Pokemon and Kirby.
Everybody likes Pokemon and Kirby. Okay? Pokemon and Kirby are the greatest.
Okay, next tier list.
What?
So this is animes of all time tier list. So this is another one.
What the fuck? Sir, what do you think about all this?
Should not exist. Should not exist. Should not exist. This was great. Say good. I'm not going to give it a masterpiece because the anime was really, or the animation was choppy, but this actually had a decent story. So it's a good mini series. Dragon Ball. If there was a lower tier, I'd put it there. Okay, don't know what these are. Shouldn't exist. Shouldn't exist. Shouldn't exist. God, all these anime characters look the same. Is Crow here?
Dirt
So
is having a seizure in his brain.
When it comes to Cowboy Bebop, I actually like that movie, and I have it on DVD. Pretty, I'd say probably masterpiece. It's like another mini series. I think it's like 25 episodes.
Dirt's so mad at you right now, Jim.
Terrible. Oh, Kirby, the Kirby cartoon, right back at you.
Have you ever watched an anime in full? You ever seen every episode of any anime?
But I used to watch Inuyasha a bit.
Yeah, I watched that on Adult Swim.
Oh God, Speed Racer.
It was decent.
That's another one that needs to be in a tier lower than the worst tier.
Well, I tried to go back and watch some Inuyasha because I'm like, dude, you know, I give anime a lot of shit. I'm not into anime. It's not my style, you could say.
Yeah.
But I tried to watch Inuyasha, and I was immediately taken out of it because, you know, they all have these special powers, but whenever they use them, they say the name of their power like they're a Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
And it just takes me out of it, dude. It's like...
Yeah, I haven't watched in a long time.
That's one of the things I hate
about
anime is that a lot of them in the action, like if it's not like
Sailor Moon is super tier masterpiece.
At worst, it's like Dragon Ball, where they just talk to each other for like 20 episodes about their movesets in the middle of action, like combat. The best case scenario with most of the anime, it's just it doesn't take a million episodes for them to finish a fight scene, but in the fight scenes, there's a lot of talking. And it's like video game sort of logic in the cartoon. I'm going to use this move. They name their different moves and shit like that, and unnatural dialogue, terrible. But Dirt, what exactly is an anime? What makes something an anime?
It's a stylized form of Japanese cartoon. Though it technically, I guess, doesn't have to be created in Japan itself, but they did.
And what are some animated shows or films not from Japan that are anime?
Let's see.
Because doesn't the word anime in Japan simply mean animation?
Death Note is not from Japan. Dragon Ball is not from Japan.
Wait, Death Note?
One Piece is not from Japan.
Wait, Death Note's not from Japan? What country was it made in?
I'll look that up for you, John.
And One Piece, what country was that made in?
One Piece is American, isn't it?
It says Death Note. I look up what country made Death Note, and it says it's a Japanese manga series.
What logic? It doesn't take place in Japan? See, you're doing poor research.
I mean, it was the first result list on Google, so I blame Google.
Well, the problem is when you talk to these sort of like anime sort of spurgs, they're always like, no, it has to be more than that. It can't just be a cartoon from Japan. But then it's like, okay, then wouldn't Avatar: Last Airbender be an anime? And then
yeah, technically it is, I think.
Well, it was made in America. Yeah, so they're like, no, it's not an anime. It wasn't made in America. And it's like, so you're admitting that it's a cartoon from Japan. No, it's a style. It's like, but it has to be from Japan? Yeah. Then what's a cartoon from Japan that isn't an anime? Well, it isn't just a cartoon from Japan. It's like, okay, I think this is my theory.
I don't think it is anime.
They make it such a big part and dynamic of who they are, and they're so obsessed with it that it has to be something more than just a cartoon from Japan. So they create this overly convoluted paradigm of what needs to be an anime because they have something like neckbeard personality syndrome or something of that sort. Do you agree with me? Do you agree with my assessment, Dirt?
Where's Shin-Chan?
Oh god, Yu-Gi-Oh! Terrible.
Gene doesn't even know what good anime is.
Anime? What's a good anime? Ooh, One Punch Man. That was actually enjoyable. It's pretty funny. And Full Metal Alchemist, I actually had a friend that got me into it, and I thought it was going to be shitty, like Inuyasha and stuff, and it actually had decent writing, where decent character development, there was decent like flow and plot progression between each episode, so even though it had a serialized sort of story, it didn't take, they didn't divide like one fight between two characters into 40 episodes. The conversations were natural, or the dialogue seemed natural, and it actually had decent character development. So, say it was pretty decent, but One Piece is great because it's pretty funny. I like all the superhero satire and everything. And when there's fights, the fights can be fun because they don't talk to each other for 40 episodes. Sailor Moon, terrible.
You just can't appreciate good dialogue, Gene.
Terrible.
You dumb bitch.
What's this, like, basketball anime? No basketball in Japan.
Anime?
No, because it's not from Japan.
JLV, did you know that I'm the greatest?
Okay, this anime was fucking terrible. This is one where I regret wasting time watching it. I'm like, you know what? I'll try to watch through an anime. And I remember seeing this on Adult Swim when I was in elementary school. So when I was in middle school, I decided to give it a try. So I went to one of those sites where they kind of allow you, they don't have a license, like the licensing to put it on there. And it's another good, it's not nearly as bad as Dragon Ball when it comes to taking like 80 episodes to finish a fight scene. But it's very similar. There's more talking than fighting.
That's all Gene cares about. He doesn't respect good dialogue, guys. He only respects fighting.
So good dialogue is telling as opposed to showing, where they stand there and the plot point that's currently going on is they're engaged in combat. These two characters, they're supposed to be fighting each other.
I won.
But most of the fighting is standing in one spot and talking about their different movesets prior to executing a specific move. Halfway through the episode,
all I'm getting from this is that I won. I won this debate.
Talk about another move that they're about to energize their chakras or whatever to like shoot out their ass, and then cliffhanger. They exercise the move at the very beginning of the next episode, then it misses, and then the character that avoided the move talks about some ancient sort of evasive technique for 20 minutes, then they exercise some move, and then there you go. Rinse, wash, repeat.
Just like I said, he can't appreciate good dialogue.
Good dialogue, because that's character development right there. That's world building right there.
Gene doesn't get it. He doesn't get it, JLV. You big dum-dum. Look, he doesn't even know most of these animes. He's like, the 5 that I do know already, but the other ones, I don't know.
I watched a little bit of Dragon Ball and Yu-Gi-Oh! When I was a kid, and I thought they were terrible. I watched Yu Yu Hakusho.
Have you seen Hamtaro, John?
Yeah, it was on Cartoon Network when I was a kid. It was fucking terrible. It was boring.
Sailor Moon, Gene.
Sailor Moon was another one that was on Cartoon Network. It was on Toonami when I was a kid, and it was fucking stupid. Sailor Moon didn't do anything. She just cowered in the corner when all the other characters did stuff.
Name 3 characters in Sailor Moon.
Sailor Venus, Sailor Mars, Sailor Jupiter, Sailor Saturn.
Yeah, he's got you. You got you, Jimmy.
What is it? Tuxedo Mask.
Damn.
That was one good thing about Sailor Moon. The theme song was pretty kick-ass. But yeah, there we go. In tier list section.
Now the fun stuff.
Yes.
Thank you, white man. Oh my god.
Getting into the meat. So
this
guy is an alpha Chad with 1.86 million.
Oh my god. I fucking hate this dude's rat face with his rat teeth.
Oh my god. I'd say out of all that genre of Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder and stuff, he is probably the least likable one. and the dumbest out of all of them. And he is just the I don't know. I'd say the Dunning-Kruger effect applies most to him compared to any of the others.
Well, Thanksgiving is just hours away. I can already smell the pumpkin pie, which also means that liberals are unthankful and ungrateful because they'll use any excuse they can think of to try to spread their misery to us normal people. This is the week that they get offended because Thanksgiving reminds them.
He's got books behind him. He'll do shit where...
Most of those books aren't very large books, Gene. I'm not very impressed with this guy's bookshelf. Those look like, a couple day reads right there, if you ask me. I don't know.
Well, Steven Crowder will do shit where he'll go to colleges and interview kids. And you see how when he's on his podcast and stuff, or if he's debating people who know how to debate, he goes into like alpha mode where it's like, yeah, like let's talk about your small dick. But it shows how much of a dishonest piece of shit he is, because when he's debating kids on the campuses, even though I don't agree with his views, it shows that he understands proper discourse. He understands like just the rules of rhetoric, and he'll use that to like when he's disagreeing with emotional fucking teens on campus. It's kind of a good example of the fallacy. Do you know what that is? It's also known as fallacy. It's even if you come to the right conclusion, it doesn't necessarily mean that you use the right logic to come to that conclusion. So it's like where, your logic can be flawed even if your premise is right, and you could have sound logic even though your thesis or your premise is flawed. So it's kind of where it's like you can use good rhetoric to argue around somebody even if you are wrong and don't know what you're talking about. So Steven Crowder, at least he's able to do that, where he's able to learn the basics of like rhetoric that you'd learn in like College 101 course on the topic. And he at least is, I guess, smart enough to be like, hey, I'm going to sit down and debate these teens to film them freaking out and stuff while I try to be like, oh, yeah. But then you see that like when he's debating people like Steven Crowder or like people like, Sam Cedar, he just like goes into the kind of alpha bro mode. But Mark Dice, it's like he doesn't even do a good job at all when it comes to, it shows that he doesn't have any wit or any craft. It's like he knows that people consider reading to be intelligent, so he'll go around and interview random people and do what Jay Leno did. And it's like, hey, name a book that you like. And it's like, oh, sorry, I don't read. Oh, you don't read? You're supposed to read. But then all he reads is fucking fiction. And you can tell that he never is really knowledgeable or has any insight on the topic. So at least Ben Shapiro and them, that they are capable of reading up on stuff and understanding a topic, but it's selective journalism, where they're dishonest pieces of shit and they present things in a dishonest way. He's just an idiot. That he doesn't know how to just do any proper research. He is not doesn't have any basic understanding of all these different political dynamics. So he is like the perfect example of like a pseudo-intellectual.
Of how the European settlers supposedly stole the land from the Native Americans. But if someone is dumb enough to trade Manhattan for $24 worth of beads and trinkets, which is purportedly what the Native Americans did with the early settlers, then that's their loss. And many liberals go so far as to say that Thanksgiving is a celebration of white imperialists and the supposed genocide of Native Americans.
I grew up coloring pictures of pilgrims and indigenous.
Say when it
slow
comes
this down, Gene. He's talking too fast, and I'm really dumb.
Shut it. It's 1.5.
Do 1.25. 1.25.
Dude. Yeah, the land we supposedly stole.
Well, let him talk, okay? Let him talk, yeah. Okay? I want to know.
I never heard nothing about fucking, what do you say, Massachusetts getting traded for some fucking beads and trinkets. I ain't never heard
Hey, they were stupid for trading it. Dirt, listen to this guy. Huh?
Well, the thing is, when it comes to not just Thanksgiving, a lot of holidays, it's just they're kind of just the concept of holidays in general. They're just these baseless kind of traditions. It's an excuse to get off work, eat turkey with people. Most people don't know anything about the history, pay attention to it. Kind of like Columbus Day, where it's like, yeah, there's a lot of fucked up history behind Columbus and his voyage that a lot of people don't know about, that isn't taught to people at a young age, and maybe it should. But it kind of falls in the realm of history is complicated and human beings are fucked up. So usually when you have history surrounding just any element of society, it's people not getting along, doing fucked up things with one another. And a lot of people, when they're taught about this stuff when they're younger, they're given like the Barney the Dinosaur or PBS Kids specials depiction of like Columbus or the Pilgrims, where they don't discuss the bad stuff. And I honestly don't think it's because they're trying to brainwash kids. I think it's just kind of they want to give kids the basic lesson of, hey, this history happened, but kids are too young to learn about things like genocide or like slavery and stuff. So they give a very watered down sort of like retelling. And I think the problem is most historical figures, whether it be like Thomas Edison, Gandhi, or whatever, they're human. They all have things you can look into and find that they are not this perfect Mr. Rogers specimen. And I think that's what a lot of people do when they learn about historical figures, where they never were educated on them outside of elementary school, is that they find out that, yeah, these US presidents were politicians in the same way all politicians are politicians. And the way they're taught about them when they're little kids is they're depicted as like these superheroes. Hey, I'm Christopher Columbus. I'm George Washington. Let's learn about some stuff. They're these wise adults, and I think maybe they shouldn't depict things as being that innocent, but I also think people are kind of being stupid when they do learn about the stuff, and it's like, Thomas Edison wasn't the only perfect human being on planet Earth.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, so it's just people finding stuff out that's
perfecter than you, Gene.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I guess, Boogie. People thought Boogie was this Mr. Rogers kind of thing, and then he took the mask off, and it's like, whoa, he's not a perfect specimen.
As people of the Americas, we called them.
Yeah, right. He looks like a perfect specimen to me.
There was corn and turkey and pumpkins and a cornucopia of stuff just pouring out on the table. Everybody's having a great time.
Now, when it came to like the Pilgrims stuff, I do believe like there was a military dispute that took place between the Native Americans and the Pilgrims. I believe that took place after Thanksgiving. I know that they were doing something with fireworks or whatever, but they didn't properly ignite them, and that the Indians weren't invited to feast with them, but they came to like Jamestown because they saw all this commotion and everything. But of course, what's that, Shad?
I find it weird that like, I don't know. Like everyone knows that there was a bunch of murdering and stuff that went on when this whole thing happened with white people coming and taking over and whatnot. I don't know. I feel like people like this, like they obsess over it when it's something that's like, couldn't we all do the same thing with our ancestry? Be like, if we look far enough back, like, oh, this horrible shit happened to my ancestry. I mean, like, it sucks, but I mean, like, I don't know. I think that at some point you kind of need to let go what you didn't even know until you were fucking 23 or something. I don't know. You didn't know until you grew up. I don't know. It's nothing that you really went through. And I think we all have ancestors that were fucked over. I'm sure there's plenty of my ancestors that were raped and got their shit robbed and all sorts of horrible shit.
And also did that stuff.
As well as that, too. And the same goes for their aunts. It's people who are Native American. They're not all angels, they're ancestors. We have a mix of ancestry of good and bad people. I don't know.
I think with history,
I think it's kind of weird to obsess over it.
Those who don't learn from their history are destined to repeat it. So I think that it is important when you're learning about history to go over whether it's ancient history, the Middle Ages, the Renaissance, modern history, to go over some of the more.
I'm not saying erase the history or something from the books or something. I'm saying like just some people seem to make it their whole life. Like, hey, my ancestors were a victim, but
well, here it's not really a race thing when we're talking about Thanksgiving. It's more of a nationalist kind of thing, where it's like, look at our country, look at when it comes to these different holidays, what this nation, what it was dealing with in terms of military policy, so forth, expansion. And the problem with that is most countries, unless they're really fucking new countries, you're going to see that there is a history of one group of people, an empire coming in, taking over this region. China, all throughout history, had different dynasties in China, Han Dynasty, Shan Dynasty, all conquering one another and stuff. Mongolia, you look at its history, Genghis Khan, and one of the most evil people in human history, raiding the entire Eurasian continent and engaging in quite a bit of war crimes in Europe. There's so many European countries where they came to be because one lord started to take over smaller territories of other lords and monarchs, and then this became part of the Habsburg monarchy. This collapsed, and
that's what life was at one point, where it was all about taking over land, all about fighting over land.
And you keep snorting in the mic.
Me?
No, Timmy.
Yeah, stop it, Timmy.
But the thing is, when it comes to the United States, it only goes back a few hundred years ago when when they came to the Americas. So it was like in the I think Jamestown, it was in the 17th century. But the problem is that it wasn't until really the earlier half of the 20th century where it was kind of established that, okay, expansionism is not okay and is a bad thing. Where after World War II, now a country invading another country, it still happens. It happens a lot less frequently. And when it does, there's more international policy that exists where it's called out. But throughout most of human history, it's just empires expanding and imperialism taking over other land was going on in every single fucking continent. When the Europeans came to the Americas, you had the Mayans, the Aztecs, the Incas, and they were empires. You had different other societies that were smaller and stuff, and they were all assimilated into that one larger empire, and it's the same thing. And colonialism happened to be, eventually humans were going to advance to that point where they had more advanced maritime trade, and they were going to come across other societies, and that was bound to happen. It sucks, and the way we should look at it, it's the dark side of humanity, but some people do try to act like it's unique to just the Western world. But the point is that if you look at our history, they came in, and then later on, there were an indigenous group of people here, and they expanded and took over this land that belonged to another group of people. It sucks, but that's how most countries originated.
Yeah, there had to be fights, I had assumed, between people that were indigenous here before we ever came along for territory. And so it's like, what about those people? I don't know. It's just like it's always I feel like it's a weird thing to obsess over because there's such a disconnect. I don't know. Other than
there's more to a country there's more to a country than just what the government and military does. So it's like you shouldn't demonize everyone in China because their government happens to be pretty fascist and authoritarian. Same thing with Russia. These are countries with long histories. There's a lot of different elements when it comes to its culture, its art, its people. So it's just black and white where it's like, hey, here's a country where the people have done fucked up things or the government's done fucked up things. So celebrating a holiday associated with this nation, it's like ignoring, it's rewarding all the terrible things that have happened throughout its history, like slavery or war crimes. And it's just like, well, then 100% of countries shouldn't have any holidays associated, like national holidays. Because the logic is you can't celebrate good things about a nation if bad things exist within its history. And it's like there's good and bad when it comes to most nations. Most nations are going to have a lot of groundbreaking pioneers that make up some of their historical figures, but they're also going to have some evil fucking expansionist sort of dictators or rulers. And it sucks, but it's what it is.
Wait, Gene.
What?
What does Timmy think about all this?
You're mute, Timmy.
I think that the expansionism was caused by not what Gene said, but it was the midgets. They got angry.
It was the midgets.
My God.
Okay. You
The
figured
truth
it out.
is, European invaders came to this land, took it from the indigenous people, they pillaged, gave them all sorts of diseases, called it their own, and desecrated a culture. It is.
I like how he puts like a laugh track. It's like maybe you should add commentary and or just have what she needs to say play out uninterrupted. I think that's kind of juvenile or whatever.
One of the grossest examples of genocide in recent history, and much as I don't want to think that Thanksgiving's about that, it's really hard for me to not think about that when I think about Thanksgiving.
But it's not just a few thousand.
Now, I'm fairly certain that a lot of the genocide happened after Thanksgiving. So when they're saying that Thanksgiving was about genocide, I don't know if I think that's like reasonable.
That's not what it's about anymore. If it ever was, it's about just like eating and being thankful of stuff. Like it's kind of how Christmas isn't really too much about God.
Or Jesus.
Yeah, it's really about buying presents for people that you care for and showing them that you care. You know, spoiling people that you love or whatever. Nobody fucking like barely even mentions no Jesus for Christmas.
Yeah,
you know?
Halloween used to be about celebrating the harvest. Now it's about giving kids candy.
Yeah, now it's about
things change.
Yeah,
it's about going to costume parties and having fun.
At some point you need to stop. I totally think like that woman that was just on here. At some point you just need to stop being a overly sensitive person and being like, oh, the Thanksgiving, oh, that bothers me because of my ancestors and this history. I mean, like, I get that that existed and it's not good. I agree with that. But I think it's weird to obsess over it, and it's kind of something that just needs to be let go of. Like it's not about that. It's not about we don't celebrate Thanksgiving every year because we love the idea of Native American people getting slaughtered. It has to do with eating turkey and saying that you're thankful of stuff. Like, that's what it is.
When you're saying being sensitive, I do think that I can understand if there's a holiday that has changed over time where it means something else, but it was originally when it was established by some tyrant leader and it did objectively take place on the day of some kind of genocide. But it's a tradition, and I think that in a scenario like that, I can understand why maybe they'd want to change the holiday to a different day, maybe a week after, and acknowledge that, okay, it turned into something else, but we denounce what happened.
I get that, but nobody...
But Thanksgiving, I don't think really, like, it was a genocide that took place on Thanksgiving. The logic is the Europeans came when they colonized, and when they set up a colony or whatever, later on, they eventually started to expand westward, and a bunch of negative interactions took place between the Europeans that later on became the Americans. And then the argument is that because bad things happened later on, that makes that one event, it can't be, you can't disassociate it from that. And that's kind of like, based on that logic, Independence Day marks the day America became a nation. And then from there, slavery and war and stuff happened. And it's like, then 100% of nations, you can't celebrate some Independence Day. It's just, there can't be any nationalistic pride, because since different people or different leaders in the past did fucked up, horrendous things, nationalistic pride doesn't exist anymore, and the country's just evil in every way. So that's black and white thinking.
Crazies on Twitter or virtue signaling celebrities. Such insane ideas have institutional support. Marxist media outlets now publish editorials from Native Americans every year about how Thanksgiving hurts their feelings because it reminds them of their ancestors' failings. The official YouTube Twitter account even posted an animated GIF showing a group of Native American girls tipping over a dinner table filled with the traditional.
Now, this is another thing with, like, Mark Dice, where it's just, I don't think they're like people, it's interfering with people's ability to celebrate Thanksgiving. So it's like, how many people are not able to enjoy the holiday because there's a vocal minority that might virtue signal on Twitter? So this is kind of where you have these people who are like, I guess, fall into the SJW crowd, but then you have another group that's equally annoying, where it's like they care too much about what other people think. And it's like, who cares if there's a handful of college kids where they're going through their like sort of teen like oppositional phase, and they want to claim that something is bad in order to virtue signal. It's like, why are you so triggered about people being triggered?
Food in protest of the holiday. They also tweeted a link to a video by Francesca Ramsey, best known for complaining about white kids wearing.
And I think most people on the left are going to have the same views that Shab and I have, where it's complicated and there's a lot of nuance.
Halloween costumes titled 5 Comebacks for Your Racist Relative During the Holidays, because leftists obsess over non-white people who suffer from inferiority complexes. Previous year's tweets had been about helping nonprofit organizations feed the homeless and needy people on Thanksgiving, or Thanksgiving fun facts, but that was before YouTube went full libtard.
All of YouTube. So there aren't any videos associated with like charity or humanitarian like aid, because there are some people doing that. Like, does he show data that shows that the majority, the most watched videos are all about people complaining about like the race dynamic or the genocide dynamic? Is that really a thing? So when he's talking about people being libtards and being easily offended, how much of that actually is how much of it is embedded into like Twitter and YouTube and so forth? And I think he's hyper focusing on stuff and engaging in selective attention. I think it's not interfering with the charity and stuff. I think you're probably going to find more people making videos about, hey, it's Christmas, it's Thanksgiving, I want to do a charity stream, donate to feed the homeless or whatever. I think you're going to find more of that than people complaining about like the one video he showed. So does he actually show data that shows which types of videos are getting more attention and traffic than others?
More to come in this video, so stay tuned. But with Black Friday coming up, the official kickoff to the shopping season, be sure to order my new book, The War on Conservatives, for the people on your list who you're hoping.
Oh God!
I'm gonna order 10 of his books.
Do you think that
MAGA Street?
Do you think he was able to find an editor and get it published, or do you think he just put it on Amazon and self-published it? Which one?
I don't know. Mark Dice is amazing, so he could do.
I'm going to put my poker chips on. He self-published it.
You ever been to MAGA Street?
As well as what's happening on the front lines of the culture war and the Marxist uprising in America. So order The War on Conservatives.
Marxist up. Oh my God.
Paperback from Amazon.com. Link in the description below. When the NFL
and people are advocating for universal health care, so it's like trying to support a little bit more of a social institution is wanting the country to become full-on communist, because there's no gray area. You're either completely capitalist or completely communist. You're automatically communist if you advocate for universal health care.
As Washington Redskins were scheduled to play on Thanksgiving a few years ago, it added extra insult, according to those triggered by the holiday, because they considered the team's very name to be a racist slur. And of course, a few years later, the team's name was changed to the Washington Football Team after 87 years as the Redskins, as an interim name. And then,
like, again, it's just the name of football team, and it's just, who cares? Like, that's the thing, being triggered over other people being triggered. It's just, it's something so fucking small. Me personally, like most people don't fucking care. They don't care if it's changed or if it isn't changed. So it's, and the point is, I can understand, like, what if they called like a team the Black Faces? It's just pretty, I can understand why people are kind of offended. You know what? Maybe it is time to change it. It is kind of, like, are you going to say it's not racist? So it's like, whatever. It's just the name of a fucking team. Why does it trigger you so much that they changed it? So this is where, if you're such a alpha human being and you're not some easily triggered, sensitive little brat, why does it trigger you so much that they changed the name of the football team?
They landed the Washington Commanders in order to appease the critics who kept harping about how the Redskins' name was racist. Marxist media outlets now even ring the alarm about.
And this is another case, like a scenario where it's a case by case basis. There's that one basketball player that was claiming that was it the Betsy Ross flag that was on the shoe was racist because it existed during the time of slavery. And it's like, yeah, that I think is illogical and it's kind of stupid. But then there's times where somebody's going to point to something and say this is racist, and I think the Redskins is racist. So it's a case by case basis. Sometimes people are being irrational when they say something is bigoted. Sometimes they're not. And that's a case where I think they had a reasonable argument for why the name should have been changed. And why does he care so much about something as like simple as the name of a fucking football team?
About the supposed environmental impact of Thanksgiving, claiming that it increases greenhouse gas emissions and is contributing to climate change. Vice News calculated what they claimed to be the CO2 emissions for preparing turkey.
Well, I mean, that's more of a, I'd say, a vegan thing, probably. I don't know if that's, he's saying it's, I guess the problem is people on the right like to deny that climate change and people having a negative effect on the environment is a thing at all. So he's going to say, oh, it's a bunch of libtards and stuff. And what they're saying probably is legit because we did our factory farming episode, and farming like livestock, like whether it be chickens, turkeys, cows, so forth, does have a very measurable sort of deleterious effect on the environment.
Writing, cooking a typical Thanksgiving dinner contributes 80 pounds of CO2 to the planet's decline. That's the equivalent to the carbon emissions of driving about 100 miles in your average American car.
So again, being a triggered little brat, are they putting a gun to your head and telling you not to?
It seems like he's a pretty
turkey?
Triggered brat right here over it. It's
just somebody wrote an article about how, like, hey, these meals you're preparing aren't that good for the environment. Maybe you can still have Thanksgiving and maybe have things that are a substitute.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like I still am eating turkey and stuff, but I'll accept that that's true. Just like when I get into a car and I'm being driven around, I understand that it's not good. I accept that, but I still get in the car and get into the Uber and go where I need to go, or whatever.
If an article wants to talk about how, like, hey, on like Christmas and stuff, when you like all the packaging and so forth, when it comes to all the goods and presents people are buying, how it creates a lot of waste. It's just, if they're just writing articles about how, like, hey, maybe you should package your goods this way as opposed to that way, it will have less of an adverse effect on the environment. And
he'll get
they're
mad.
not telling you that if you do this, you should go to prison. They're not making the argument that, like, hey, candy's bad for kids. There's an obesity epidemic. Maybe with Halloween, we should try to promote, like, I don't know, healthier food. It's like, they're not pointing a gun to your head telling you that you can only give kids apples on Halloween. It's just somebody writing like some kind of persuasive, informative article. And if somebody wants to write an article about, like, hey, this can like contribute to greenhouse gases.
Yeah, like right off the bat,
they're just trying to
like,
educate people. Who cares? Like, you're not being forced to do it. So it's like, who's the triggered snowflake?
It's like, is he going to disagree with the idea that same idea works with vehicles? Because if he agrees with that it's bad for the environment, the more we drive vehicles, then guess what? Those turkeys need to be actually moved and so forth. I don't know. It actually, like, the us having a turkey day where we eat more of it and stuff increases the amount of that happens, which increases the amount that needs to be transported overall.
Well, it's not just the transportation or the vehicle, like CO2 emissions. They're discussing like cooking it, and usually when you're cooking a turkey, that too.
There's a lot of other factors too, but I'm saying he wouldn't disagree with the idea of the vehicles. And it's obvious that when Thanksgiving comes, there's a spike in turkey and certain products being bought, and that would mean more products need to be transported and so forth. And I don't know. Is he going to disagree with that vehicles do that are bad for the environment?
He probably does, because a lot of people on the right like to deny climate change altogether.
Others echo these concerns, including the Huffington Post, which published an article titled "The Environmental Impact of Your Thanksgiving Dinner" and suggested alternative ingredients that cause less environmental damage, going so far as to say that people should consider not serving a turkey.
Like,
it's the end of the world.
They're triggered because they write an article saying that, hey, here are some facts about something that's objectively true, so maybe you should do this instead. Are they, again, trying to claim that people should go to prison for cooking turkeys? Are they claiming that they should outlaw people preparing turkeys? It's some kind of informative article where they're trying to persuade you through facts that maybe it would be better to do A as opposed to B. And you're claiming, like, you seem to care a lot about what other people think. So who's the one who's triggered? I wouldn't say that counts as being triggered, writing an article about how, hey, this has an adverse effect on the environment. Maybe you should do this instead of that.
People who hate Thanksgiving are just spiteful, since they grew up in dysfunctional families that probably didn't even get together for the holiday, or if they did, when they were growing up, it was an utter disaster and regretful. But instead of trying to break the cycle by starting their own family and restore the tradition, they just invent
He's
reasons
making
to complain about the holiday
connections that
and try to
aren't
spoil everyone
there. He's making connections that aren't there. There was a bitch like in the beginning that did hate the idea of Thanksgiving like being celebrated, and then he's making these connections that aren't there between that and things that are like criticizing Thanksgiving, or explaining the effects of it and so forth. It's like those things aren't connected. They aren't all saying they don't like Thanksgiving. They want it to not be celebrated. I think the first bitch was, and then the rest of them are like people criticizing things surrounding Thanksgiving, like
they're all
cooking
and stuff. Yeah, they all just hate Thanksgiving.
Else is fun. And a new form of virtue signaling has arose in recent years called a land acknowledgement, where people openly apologize to ancient Native American tribes which used to live in the region where an event is occurring. For example, at the Oscars of 2020, just before actor Takai.
So, where people, like, maybe you could argue that some of the people doing this are virtue signaling, but it's not just the United States, and this is something that it has been a common thing since the beginning of the 20th century, where the government will issue a public apology. And you, like, same thing with, like, Germany will do it. Countries like Switzerland, where they were neutral during World War II, and they didn't, like, bring in or accept Jewish refugees.
Switzerland?
Switzerland.
Oh.
They made a public apology. So, like, this is something where pretty much all countries have issued public apologies for certain like war crimes or terrible things that took place in their country under the authority of some other, like, government or group of leaders. And the reason they do that is just to say that, hey, we're in the present now. We understood that that wasn't good, and we are a nation that is willing to condemn these things now. And the more countries do that, it's just a way to, like, acknowledge that, you know what, progress has been made, and it needs to continue to happen. And in the end, in order to improve on things, improve on the past, you got to acknowledge that bad things in the past have happened, and those who don't learn from their past mistakes are destined to repeat them. So that those sort of public apologies are a pretty like, I'd say, simple thing. It's a particular public figure coming forward and saying that this event in the past, we acknowledge that it was wrong, and the people who were behind it at the time were on the wrong side of history. That's it. So why does that bother you? And this isn't anything new. This is something that's been going on since, like, the 40s. After World War II, you've had nations declaring public apologies for things nonstop.
CD, or whatever his name is, presented the nominees for an award. He did a land acknowledgement by saying this.
The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences would like to acknowledge that tonight we have gathered on the ancestral lands of the Tongva, the Tataviam, and the Chumash.
It's a way of apologizing for white people modernizing and improving the region, or as leftists say, colonizing. Such a ridiculous practice.
Modernizing and improving the region. I love that. That's a nice way to put it.
Practice isn't just done by Hollywood actors who often embrace fringe causes, hoping to look like they're helping ordinary people. To kick off an online Microsoft training seminar, the hosts began by saying this.
Hello and welcome to Microsoft Ignite. We've got a big day ahead and lots in store for you. First,
and I mean, I will agree here that when these corporations are doing it, it is unlike when a government does it, because it's a way to show that, hey, globally, when it comes to global politics and moving society along, that we do not condemn these things from the past, and we acknowledge that this is something that should not be going on. When corporations do it, like McDonald's and Walmart and stuff, they usually are doing it to virtue signal because they care about money. And it's to boost the public image and the reputation of that company. And a lot of times Microsoft and stuff have slave labor going on overseas. They don't pay their workers a livable wage. But here's the problem. Which particular side politically is the side that loves to defend these corporations?
Dirt side.
It's usually not the liberals. It's usually the conservatives, like Ben Shapiro and Mark Dice.
And dirt, apparently.
So it's just, I agree that they're virtue signaling, but that doesn't necessarily mean that what they're saying is wrong. They could be right in terms of, or what they're saying could be reasonable when it comes to the ethics, but it's a scenario of abiding what you preach. So they might be saying it for more nefarious reasons. It doesn't mean that what they're saying is necessarily unethical or incorrect.
we want to acknowledge that the land where the Microsoft campus is situated was traditionally occupied by the Sammamish, the Duwamish, the Snoqualmie.
And I do think that, like with Microsoft, it is a little cringe because, again, the corporation, you can see them, they're going to continue to buy out land that belong to, like, poor inhabitants in other countries and then exploit that land and tax the people who are there. You see, like, a lot of these cell phone companies, like in Africa, they have kids engaging in slave labor because they want the cobalt and the minerals that are used to build the chips for...
We should do that, Gene. Start a kid slave labor thing. We'd make some money.
You should call these corporations out on the fact that, okay, you're going to apologize for this. Like McDonald's is going to do a charity or something, but why don't they pay their workers a livable wage? Why do they have factory like Apple? Why do they have factories in China that have nets installed to stop their workers from committing suicide? But
no, it's so they can jump out and have some fun. It's like
here's
like
the problem.
trampoline.
Why doesn't Mark Dice care about those companies doing that, but he's triggered when these companies issue like an apology because they're occupying like some land that originally belonged to like a group of Native Americans. So why is he triggered about them apologizing about something to virtue signal? He's not going to talk about, well, it just shows that, you know what, why do you, like, it seems like his priorities aren't in check. He's complaining about people that care too much about this, too much about that. It's like, if you're going to claim that your heart is in the right place and you're somebody who isn't just virtue signaling, you are somebody that has a good moral and ethical compass, why don't you like call out these corporations when they do fucked up things like that, where they engage in slavery overseas? So he'll defend these big corporations and not acknowledge that. But then the thing that he is going to call them out on is if they do some virtue signaling.
Yeah.
The Suquamish, the Muckleshoot, the Snohomish, the Tulalip, and other Coast Salish peoples since time immemorial. A people that still continue to honor and bring to light their ancient heritage. My name is Allison Wines. I'm a senior program manager in our developer tools.
I didn't get any of the jokes, but it was funny. Everyone was laughing.
I think that's Mark Dice's example.
No, she's a comedy.
on hair, wearing a red sleeveless top.
These ridiculous land acknowledgements even occur before some city council meetings and board of supervisors meetings. A growing number of public schools even hold land acknowledgement ceremonies, and some have even put up plaques as a form of their acknowledgement as well. The idiots who engage in such a ridiculous practice never mentioned that Native American tribes were at war with each other long before the European settlers.
This is another example where two wrongs don't make a right. So it's just, okay, these Native American tribes, their leaders and stuff, probably did some fucked up stuff to other Native American tribes. Doesn't change the fact that when a bunch of like Europeans came and Westerners came, they did a bunch of fucked up things to Native Americans. Both are wrong. So acknowledging that, hey, what a lot of the like Americans did and the settlers did was fucked up. Like, it doesn't change the fact that it is fucked up. And the fact that the other side did some bad things as well, like two wrongs don't make a right. You can be guilty of something, also a victim of something. It's kind of like the logic of like George Floyd, where he was shoplifting, engaging in theft, so he's a criminal. So therefore, he's not a victim when he was being detained and killed. And it's like people like Mark Dice have no critical thinking, so they don't understand that somebody can be guilty of a crime and also be the victim of a crime at the same time. And it's also, what's more of a serious crime, murder or petty theft?
Gene, someone can't own a critical thinking, okay?
Wow, Shad, you really do add to the commentary.
He has critical thinking skills, Gene. Learn how to speak. God.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Settlers arrived in North America. Not to mention, they committed genocide against each other as well, and enslaved those from other tribes who survived. But as usual, all the problems other ethnic groups have experienced throughout all of history are blamed.
Well, here's the issue. Yeah, they have done the same thing. So I think it is a vocal minority that try to claim that, like, hey, all white people should feel bad, and let's generalize white people being evil and being slavers. I think most people on the left, most black people on the left, most people who are Native American on the left do not make those claims. The argument usually is, or the logic is, that look at Native American reservations today and how a lot of them are living in mass poverty because of a lot of policies that are still in place where the government owns the land and the indigenous people don't own the land. So because of that, they're in this bottleneck and are suffering because of bad things that the government did generations ago. So you know what? Maybe we should address this flawed policy that was put in place generations ago, so people today aren't dealing with like the kind of adversity that they're being subjected to. And it's the same thing with Black Americans. Yeah, slavery might be in the past, Jim Crow laws might be in the past, but the past affects the present. And currently, if you look at Americans that fall into that demographic, they're having a much more difficult time economically because of that economic displacement of racial segregation, where they didn't have the same opportunity. So we're dealing with a lot of problems today when it comes to wealth distribution and people of different races dealing with a level of poverty that white people don't need to deal with, because if you're white, you shouldn't feel bad that a bunch of other white people were able to out-genocide the other group, but they did. And because of that, the group that was out-genocided, their relatives today are dealing with a lot of negative setbacks due to that. So maybe we should address things like wealth inequality with African Americans. We should deal with things like what's going on with the reservations and how they don't own the land and the federal government owns it, and how it fucks with those neighborhoods, those districts, those communities, and it leads to them living in great levels of poverty. So maybe we can focus on these problems that are going on now due to fucked up things that happened in the past. I think that's the stance that most people on the left have. I don't think most people on the left are claiming that, yeah, all white people are evil because only white people have done evil things. Some people are saying that, but most aren't.
Blamed on white people. And despite Native Americans always being lumped in with people of color as victims of the oppression of white people, many Indian tribes in America owned.
Again, it's just, people like I think most people on the left are not claiming that, yeah, they are like it's only people of color who have been victims of things like slavery and genocide. They're not claiming that, hey, white people throughout history are more at fault when it comes to those kind of evils that are.
Some people are.
Ubiquitous.
Some people are arguing that.
Some people are arguing that, but the thing is, unfortunately, you look at the history. Who had it worse when, during the 17th, 18th, 19th century and the early 20th century? It was non-white Americans who were not white men. So you kind of have a head start by 100, 200, 300 years if you're a white male.
Gene, some people are like our last Uber driver.
Yeah,
you know?
but Chad, we already talked about that. But the point is that, again, you can make the argument if the roles were reversed, and let's say it was the Europeans that were still living in a hunter-and-gatherer setting. Why? Because let's say they migrated to Europe later than they migrated to the Americas. So the Native Americans came, they brought disease, the cards were in their favor. I would I agree that the same thing most likely would have happened, because with all races, all these societies, the expansionism and slavery and genocide and stuff is pretty ubiquitous. But the point is that it doesn't matter if they would have done the same thing. What happened, and they were on the receiving end of slavery and genocide and segregation. And because of that, people today are still dealing with the consequences and the collateral of people being... Okay, can you guys stop doing that shit?
Oh, sorry.
I really like how you contributed to stream, Shad.
Me and Timmy were having a mustache contest.
Well, it's kind of...
Are you jealous, Gene, because you don't have a mustache?
Yeah, bitch. You lag there, Gene. Maybe you need to get better internet, broke-ass bitch.
Well, it's kind of distracting, so it'd be nice...
yeah, your internet? All right, play this genius
slaves.
more.
Just like some of the white people. Actor Don Cheadle embarrassingly learned that his ancestors were slaves owned by a Native American tribe when he appeared on the PBS series Finding Your Roots.
Unlike most African Americans who were freed by the end of the Civil War, your ancestors weren't. Take a look at this. This document is an official enrollment card for the Chickasaw freedmen, the former slaves owned by the Chickasaw.
So Skeppy Jesus made a good point there. So by this logic, it's okay to destroy the Native Americans because they did bad stuff. Then it's okay for China to destroy us for destroying the natives. Yeah, and it's a good example of how two wrongs don't make a right. And I don't think you should suffer because you're white, but I think that, yeah, there's this displacement where because your relatives weren't able to go to college, they weren't able to vote, they throughout most of Americans' history, they had to be slaves. When they were no longer slaves, they dealt with Jim Crow laws and segregation. So because of that, they've been forced into these impoverished sort of communities. And I think in something like affirmative action is necessary there, because poverty is erratic, and you got the poverty paradox. If you're born into poverty, it's hard to get out of it. So that's an issue with wealth distribution, and that's due to the fact that Jim Crow laws and slavery happened. And what people on the right like to do is they like to claim that, hey, look at these Black Hispanic communities, look at how they're more they perform more poorly in school, there's higher crime rates, there's a higher level of poverty, and a lot of the reason is because they were kind of put into that bottleneck due to segregation. And in any area, regardless of race, when there's higher rates of poverty, there's typically poorer education and crime rates start to go up. So what people on the right like to do is ignore the history that led to them being in that situation. And that's why people continue to shine a giant stage light on that history, because assholes like Mark Dice like to ignore it and act like it's not relevant, and they don't want to fix current issues.
Owned by the Chickasaw Nation. Your ancestors were enslaved by Native Americans. You are one of the few African Americans who was not enslaved by white people, but enslaved by Native Americans.
I don't know how I feel about that. But it gets even better. Michael Moore appeared on the same show, and he learned that one of his ancestors was among hundreds of Scottish slaves brought to North America in the mid-1600s. Yes, white people were enslaved here too. Not to mention 1 million white Europeans.
Here he is being black and white again. He doesn't really seem to understand there's this thing called quantity and quality. So it happened much more to one group of people compared to the other. So it's just like, hey, there were some Jews in Germany that killed some Germans. Okay, so that made the Holocaust okay. It's just that again is just really fucking flawed logic. 2 wrongs don't make a right, and it's also like, let's just ignore all fucking nuance.
Europeans from Britain and Southern Europe were kidnapped by Barbary pirates, Muslims from the Barbary Coast, a region in North Africa, and brought to Africa as slaves between the 16th and 19th centuries. Yes, over 1 million white Europeans were taken to Africa as slaves by Muslims. Here's the uncomfortable truth. If European settlers hadn't...
He's talking about the Arab slave trade. And yeah, the Arab slave trade went on longer and was worse than the transatlantic slave trade. But it's just like, hey, here's an example of another group of people that exercised a greater level of human trafficking than this other group. So I guess we can just ignore all the long-term adverse effects that came from this one bad tragic thing that happened compared to this more bad tragic thing that happened. Again, it's a case-by-case basis. You should try to address all sort of conflicts that exist. So it's like, hey, we're not going to focus on the fact that this house is on fire, even though we have the resources and the ability to put out the house fire. Why? Because there's this one building that's collapsing in another district. So we can't address 2 different problems that coexist because there's this other problem. And because that problem's slightly more dangerous or significant, and we have the ability to address both, we should just only address one. It's almost like maybe you should address all conflicts that exist and try to improve things as best as you can.
Colonized North America, instituted our form of government, bringing with it law and order, and designed and built the infrastructure of modern society, bringing with it the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, then the Native American tribes may very well still be living in teepees, warring with each other and doing rain dance.
The big reason they were living in teepees in certain parts, not all parts, so the Aztecs, the Mayans, and the Incas had very sophisticated architecture, and they had these advanced agrarian societies. They weren't as advanced as Europeans or societies in Far East Asia. Why? Because they migrated to the Americas much later than they did. But in North America, they did have like micro cities. They had like adobes and stuff, and that was more in the West and so forth. But certain Native Americans had more advanced settlements than others, and the big reason why they didn't have like agrarian city-states or like the larger sort of like agrarian Bronze Age or more advanced like kind of empires is because they didn't have whole animals. In South America, they had llamas and alpaca that could haul large cargo and stuff, which was pretty much a necessity to build large cities. In North America, they didn't have those kind of animals. So they had to, like, it just wasn't feasible. And that's kind of like when they look at Africa and they're like, hey, look at how poorly developed Africa was compared to societies in Eurasia. It's because most of the land in Africa is not suitable for agriculture. So they had to live hunter and gatherer lifestyles. It wasn't an issue with like them being less sophisticated. It was just an issue of them being like, it's an environmental factor. they were given just a piss poor deck. It's like Europeans had an advantage when it came to geography. The Americans in South America had an advantage to the Americans in North America. Why? Because of some natural element, which is having access to a certain type of domesticated animal. And also, once the Europeans did come and trade started to happen, a lot of the Native Americans, they did set up more sophisticated modern settlements. So some were living in, I guess, what you consider to be less advanced, I guess, societies or whatever compared to others. Some were still living in agrarian or hunter and gatherer tribes, but a lot, if you look at their towns and stuff, they look no different than a lot of the towns that other Americans were living in, white Americans were living in the 19th century. So that's another issue, is that when the Trail of Tears happened and stuff, a lot of the different groups of Native Americans, they were no longer living in those kind of lifestyles, and they were still treated like dirt and completely dehumanized because they happen to have a different skin color.
Hoping to get their crops to grow so that they wouldn't starve instead of having the luxuries of grocery stores and other modern conveniences. Thank you, white man. And without the Europeans establishing colonies here...
I hate white men.
Oh my God.
I hate white men.
And I mean, that's the argument where it's like, hey, when we brought the slaves to the Americas, it's like we introduced them to, like, we provided them with shelter and clothing and so forth. And it's like, yeah, but they were also subjected to things like lashes and like forced to engage in unhealthy levels of physical labor, and their human rights were violated. So it's just, again, just because maybe there are some positives, it doesn't negate all the negatives. It's nuance. So, like, in the end, like with most things, you could probably find some positives and negatives. If somebody locks you up in their basement, you might lose weight if you're overweight. You're also a prisoner, and you're in a dark room for months. I think the weight loss that you gained doesn't absolve the person of accountability for all the trauma that you dealt with from being abducted and locked in a fucking, like, dark room for several months.
The African Americans wouldn't be Americans at all, because if their ancestors weren't brought here as slaves, then they would have been born and raised in any number of the third world countries in Africa, many living in dirt huts and walking around barefoot, not owning any shoes. But because of what their ancestors went through, which was
that's kind of like, hey, here are these tribes that are they've gone to different tribes, like in Papua New Guinea and stuff, which were like uncontacted tribes up until very recently, and they're still living like the hunter and gatherer lifestyle. Same thing in like the Amazon rainforest. And when they've tested them on things like emotional well-being and stress, anxiety, they are a lot happier compared to people living the modern 9-to-5 sort of grind. So that logic of, because they had more modern sort of amenities, that automatically means that they would have been happier, and they would have lived a more carefree lifestyle.
Even if
that's a false dichotomy.
Even if he was right about that, it's like, what's the logic there? It's okay. It's like it's okay that they got raped and beat the shit out of and exploited the fuck out of because the outcome was better for their bloodline or something. It's like screws. Yeah, because it's
ironically.
Silly.
Things happen to benefit people later on that justifies the fact that people earlier on were subjected to extreme human rights violations.
You justify doing anything to anyone then with that logic. Like,
and plus it's like what's going on in Africa and so forth. Sure. He's kind of like trying to imply that, hey, if it wasn't for white people, they wouldn't have access to things like shoes and certain technology and certain architecture and stuff, because it's the white people that came up with that. And people who aren't white, like the Native Americans and people in Africa, they wouldn't be able to come up with that on their own. And it's like in certain parts of Africa, they did. In certain parts of the Americas, they did. But they had disadvantages when it came to geography. In Africa, most of the land is not like it doesn't allow for agriculture. And agriculture is what's necessary to feed like large city states of people. And that's how you have like kind of a Bronze Age revolution. And they're not able to enter like a Bronze Age because they're not able to participate in agriculture, not because they're not intelligent enough to do so. It's because it's just not an option for them. It's like, hey, these people who are living out in the desert or living in tundra and stuff, they need to live a more simplistic lifestyle because it's almost like, you can't really produce crops and stuff if you're living in the middle of Siberia or in the middle of the outback. But it's their fault that they happen to occupy that particular part of the globe.
Terrible, they get to enjoy everything that the United States has to offer today. So the people who don't think that they have anything to be thankful for are just ungrateful. And I'm tired of hearing them complain about white people all the time, our country, our holidays, and our culture. And if you think that's our dose of reality, wait until you read my new...
Again, address things on a case-by-case basis. Just because, this logic is... it would be like, hey, this person, they're dyslexic. So they deserve no help, support in school because they could be blind. This person is dealing with, I don't know, they're missing a leg. But that's nothing because they could be completely catatonic and mentally retarded. So if you're not as disabled as the most disabled person imaginable, then you're dealing with nothing and you deserve no accommodations and no support. If you're not living in the most desolate and terrible situation imaginable, then your less severe situation is just nothing because it's that black and white. And it's like, okay, maybe like certain Americans who happen to be black, who are living in impoverished areas, subject to police brutality, maybe it's better and not as bad as certain really impoverished sort of slums and certain parts of Africa where there's like militias and stuff like that. But the thing is, the logic is we should do nothing to address the problems here because there's other parts of the globe where there are worse problems. It's like that. How's the world going to get better if you do that? So unless you are Somalia or like one of the worst countries imaginable when it comes to development and human rights, all other countries should just do nothing and not try to improve on anything and fix problems as they arise. Because as long as your case isn't as bad as the worst case imaginable, it's not worth addressing whatsoever. It's just more black and white thinking.
Book, The War on Conservatives, which is a deep dive into all the fronts in the culture war and the Marxist uprising in America, from anti-whiteism and rising anti-Christian sentiments to the cowardly conservatives who never stood up against the left's Marxist agenda until it boiled over because they were too afraid of being called homophobic or racist. So order The War on Conservatives in paperback from Amazon.com. And it's not too early to start your Christmas shopping, so order copy.
And yes, Zach, this guy is fucking insufferable. He is a disgusting piece of shit.
One of the symptoms of liberalism involves people imagining racism where none exists. And sadly, these symptoms are widespread.
Oh, why? 2 in a row? John.
And persistent. That's the liberal pandemic.
People complaining about me covering war, so I'm trying to give them more variety. I want to cover other elements of politics. Hey, the news is depressing. I'm sorry. We're a news coverage podcast. This is news. It sucks. Get over it.
Shows no sign of slowing down. And on the surface, you may wonder, what does imaginary racism have to do with something like climate change? Well, let me tell you. As you know, the left blames climate change on humans burning fossil fuels in our cars and to create electricity, even though cars and coal power plants weren't around 10,000 years ago.
Okay, so racism is a problem. Climate change is a problem. Even if people are being stupid and claiming that climate change is because of racism, racism is because of climate change, even if that is flawed logic, those two separate issues are still notable and significant issues that should be addressed. And his logic is, hey, because two people are making these like stupid connections, it must mean that the two different things they're connecting are like insignificant as well. And it shows that this guy, again, has no fucking critical thinking skills.
When the ice age ended from the climate changing. But according to them, it's not just humans who are responsible for climate change. It's white people. They call it environmental racism. The Washington Post ran a story with the headline, "Whites are mainly to blame for air pollution, but blacks and Hispanics bear the burden."
So I'd say that this is more of a classist thing. I think people who are trying to claim that, yeah, treating white people like they're a Borg, they're wrong. But I'd say that one logic of like, hey, blacks and Hispanics deal with more of the adverse effects of climate change, where you got rich people who are the ones that are behind all the industries that like create most of the pollution, and they live in their gated communities. And then the poor areas next to some small fucking factory are like the areas that are cheaper. And then it's the low paid workers that live in those poor areas where the land is cheap. Why? Because those are the areas that deal with the like negative effects of climate change. So it does have that trickle down effect, and it does affect people living in poverty. And unfortunately, a lot of people in the United States living in poverty are Black or Hispanic. And a lot of racism is the reason why Blacks and Hispanics are living in poverty. So I'd say there is a reasonable connection there. I think that some of it has to do with racism. Some of it has to do with classism. I don't think that it's fair to say that like all white people should feel guilty. So stop treating people like a Borg. But this is more of like Mark Dice doing this thing known as ignoring nuance.
NPR has reported that study finds racial gap between who causes air pollution and who breathes it. USA Today has echoed this same idiocy with the headline.
I'd say most rich people, at least in America, are white. Why? Because they had more opportunity. And unfortunately, a decent amount of people living in poverty happen to be minorities because they had less opportunity due to things like Jim Crow laws and slavery. So there is that element of, yeah, the rich are the ones mainly causing climate change. And the poorer you are, the more likely you are to suffer from climate change, breathing in all the smog clouds and the cheap housing and stuff outside of the factories. But I would say that that's more of, unfortunately, there is a race like element there, or a pattern of race where the people responsible happen to be white. Most of the people who are the victims happen to be minorities. But I'd say this is more of an issue where it's the rich people causing the climate change, and it's the poor people who are dealing with the adverse effects. So I'd say that people on the left that are trying to make it exclusively a racial thing and ignoring the classist element are being dishonest, and in a way are engaging in some sort of internalized racism when it comes to racism towards white people. Let's treat all white people like they're a Borg. And because a bunch of rich white people are doing stuff, all white people are evil. I don't agree with that. But I also don't agree with Mark Dice trying to act like there's no element associated with race at all. And he's probably going to ignore that there's any element associated with classism. And he's also going to try to deny climate change altogether.
Headline titled, "Study finds a race gap in air pollution. Whites largely cause it. Blacks and Hispanics breathe it." The LA Times also blames white people for causing air pollution that is breathed in by non-white people in Los Angeles. So as you can see, as crazy as this idea is, it's the accepted dogma of the left. Oh, there's plenty more to come in this video, but real quick, order my new book, The War on Conservatives, in paperback from Amazon.
Order that book,
Gene. So much
you order the book?
No. I don't like what this guy has to say, so I don't think that his views in his book are going to differ much from
maybe you'll
like,
learn something
get into here on YouTube. So order the book, which I promise will not disappoint. It's so much better than my videos. The link in the description below. There are even stories like this one. White Americans' food choices are contributing disproportionately to climate change. A new study finds that more greenhouse gases are emitted producing the typical diet of a white American than that of a Hispanic or African American. Oh, but it gets crazier. CNN reports that European colonizers killed so many Native Americans that it caused climate change. These are real articles, by the way. Of course, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez blames white people for global warming. During a House Oversight Subcommittee on Civil Rights and Civil Liberties, she said this.
Do we see largely that it's the global south and communities of color that may be bearing the brunt of the initial havoc from climate change?
Without a doubt, without a doubt.
And in terms of that wealth, the people who are producing climate change, the folks that are responsible for the largest amount of emissions, or communities or corporations, they tend to be predominantly white, correct?
Yes, and every...
Okay, so I don't agree with the people here, but once again, I think that this is a class issue, and this is more of a thing where, because of race, you're more likely to be poor if you're not white in America. You're more likely to be rich if you're white in America. But there are also poor white people, and this is a scenario of whether you're rich or poor, or whether you're dealing with this has to do with whether you're rich or poor. And then whether you're rich or poor has to do with race. But I don't think that it's just whether you're this race or that race, that's whether or not you're dealing with the negatives of climate change. So I do think that the people he's showing are like depicting things in kind of a dishonest manner.
Every study backs that up.
No, actually, since you asked, China is responsible for the vast majority of the carbon emissions, and India helps.
Well, the problem here is that I think a lot of the clips he's showing from LA and stuff, they're talking about CO2 emissions within America. So they're talking about things on a national level. He's discussing things on an international level. So if they are making those arguments that in America, it's white communities, white families that do this, as opposed to black families, black communities that do this, pointing to like global statistics and being like, hey, Nigeria, Pakistan, or whatever, they do it more. It's like, okay, well, we're not talking about what's going on globally. We're talking about what's going on nationally. So here, this is kind of a non sequitur.
Out a lot too, but why not blame white people? After all, we're the scapegoat for all the world's problems. And this is why climate change is part of intersectionality, a fancy term meaning all their Marxist agendas intersect and are thus intertwined into one.
I think it's common knowledge that China and Pakistan, Indian stuff are pretty bad when it comes to climate change and stuff, as well as the United States. So I don't think people on the left are trying to make the argument that China or I guess non-white countries are not contributing to like notable levels of climate change. The stuff that he was just covering were things that are discussing things on a national level, on an international level. So this is where he's being misleading and he's being dishonest.
Cause social justice, which is really just a code word for communism. They even say that Americans don't like eating bugs because of racism. And there are articles on the colonial imperial history of insect food avoidance in the United States. They literally blame Christopher Columbus for Americans' phobia of eating insects because European colonizers demonized indigenous people.
So how many people are making this claim? Or is it just, here's one, like out of the countless articles that are written where we live in the age of information, and it's something like every 2 days, Americans like produce more information than all of the information created from ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia up to 1990. So there's so many articles being written by so many different people on so many different platforms. So here, I'm going to engage in selective journalism, and I'm going to find one article that has a very stupid headline here, another stupid article, and that's the entire left. This is the entire left. Let's tunnel vision in, engage in this selective presentation. And this is a popular view because I'm not showing statistics of what the average person thinks who identifies as Democrat or liberal. I'm just going to show a handful of articles that on the surface look really stupid.
People as savages for eating them. Of course, racism is the worst thing in the world to social justice warriors, unless it's against white people. Anti-whiteism is now the norm in America. The imaginary racism problem.
So he's shown a few videos or a few articles where they are trying to engage in, I'd say, some level of racism, where it's like, hey, all white people are guilty for things that have some connection with some kind of racial disparity. But here he's trying to claim that, yeah, all liberals are promoting this kind of anti-white campaign. I think if you interview and poll the vast majority of people on the left, they aren't going to claim that it's okay to assault white people, that it's not a hate crime if a group of 3 people of another race get together and beat the shit out of a white person because they hate white people. I think that it's a vocal minority, and finding a few people and a few articles or headlines that advocate for something like that does not represent the views of the millions of the fucking country. Half of the country identifies as fucking liberal or Democrat or left leaning. So it's just here's like 2 people who like Star Wars that claim that the Earth is flat. Therefore, all Star Wars fans think the Earth is flat.
Problem is so bad in today's society that when Larry Elder ran for governor of California, the Los Angeles Times called him the black face of white supremacy. This is a real article, by the way, not satire. Sorry I have to keep saying that, but if I didn't, some people would understandably think that I got duped by a parody because it doesn't seem real, but it is. The LA Times considers it white supremacy to want to secure the southern border, even when a black man says that we should do it. After the backlash, they published a follow-up article titled, Larry Elder Says He's Not the Face of White Supremacy. His fans make it hard to believe. When a black scene...
So he's saying the LA Times says that one of the things he's ignoring is that with a lot of these like publishers, they have dozens of different people writing articles where he's not focusing on the individual writers. He's acting like if one writer writes an article or if one person published an article for the LA Times, that's what the LA Times thinks overall. And a lot of these publishers, you can have different articles that argue for different points, where you can have different people working under the same publisher that disagree with one another. So he seems to be ignoring that element. So here's one writer who had this article published under this platform. Therefore, this is what the entire platform is saying. Mark Dice is saying all this stupid stuff, so YouTube says this. All of YouTube thinks what Mark Dice thinks, because Mark Dice is on YouTube. So, like, he's kind of ignoring how, like, the New York Times, the Washington Post, all these different publishers actually fucking work. And it's not just one person, like, publishing or writing all the articles and stuff for these particular publications.
An contributor who also has a radio show was interviewing David Webb, who's been a conservative pundit for decades. The host said the only reason that he's had a successful career in media is because of his white privilege, but there was only one problem.
And that brings to the point of if people want to get into these fields regardless of color, I've chosen to cross different parts of the media world, done the work so that I'm qualified to be in each one. I never considered my color the issue. I considered my qualifications the issue.
Well, David, that's a whole other long conversation about white privilege and things that you have the privilege of doing that people of color don't have the privilege of.
How do I have the privilege of white privilege?
David, by virtue of being a white male, you have white privilege. Whole long conversation.
So she made a bad argument there, but again, this is more of the, like I said, the meta fallacy. She could come to the right conclusion with the flawed logic. She might not be able to, she might not be adept when it comes to rhetoric. So she's presenting a really stupid argument. But the problem here, or let's say what she's saying is just stupid and wrong. You're focusing on one person making this argument and trying to claim that this is like all people on the left that think this way, because you can find one people or a few people that are making a specific argument.
Conversation. I don't have time to get
Riva, I hate to break it to you, but you should have been better prepped. I'm black.
Okay, then I stand.
See, you went to white privilege. This is the falsehood in this. You went immediately with an assumption. Your people obviously, or you didn't look. You're talking to a black man who started out in rock radio in Boston, who crossed the paths into hip hop.
So here's the thing. When it comes to white privilege, it doesn't mean that all white people in America have it easier than all black people in America. Of course, like if you're some disabled white person living in poverty compared to a kid who's a rich, able-bodied black person living in a middle-class, upper middle-class setting, they have a lot of advantages that you don't have. But the problem is that you still do have systemic racism. And it is like if you were living in a black community during Jim Crow laws, you pretty much did not have any opportunity at all. So a very, very large percentage of black Americans compared to white Americans had relatives that were pretty much forced to work low-paying jobs and to live in poverty. And then when it comes to poverty, you had the poverty paradox where, you know what, you don't have the money to go to school, you can't afford a car, you need the car to get to an area where there is work, but you're in an area where there isn't any work, so you're in this bottleneck. And then there's this displacement because such a large group of people, due to these laws based around race, which were Jim Crow laws, have been segregated into these like impoverished sort of communities. So, I mean, just because there's some examples of certain white people having it harder than certain black people doesn't change the fact that black Americans overall have are more disadvantaged than most white Americans overall. We're talking about numbers, we're talking about percentages. So what he's doing is he's being black and white. Here's an example of a black person who happened to grow up in poverty and they were able to find their way out of it or whatever. So therefore, everyone needs to pull themselves up by the bootstraps and we can hold all people the same standards. Certain people aren't disadvantaged compared to others. Because here's one example of a guy that seemed to grow up in a disadvantaged setting and was able to overcome it if they're presenting things in an honest and accurate manner. Go ahead, Shad.
Yeah, and when it comes to like making some sort of argument like it seems like this guy's doing here, this is just a silly and disingenuous way of going about it. Because this is like this is kind of a funny thing. It's like, oh, it's funny because she did that, and then he ended up being black. It's kind of it's worth a laugh, right? But it's not something to prove any sort of point politically or anything. It's just a silly thing that happened. Don't you agree that pulling this out to try to prove any sort of argument is just silly? This is not the kind of...
Well, what he's doing is selective journalism. Here's a few examples where even if like these people on the left are in the wrong, it's like this is all the left. That this is the majority of the left. That this is very pronounced throughout the entire left because here's a few examples.
Rebuilding one of the greatest black stations in America. And went on to work for Fox News, where I'm told apparently blacks aren't supposed to work, but yet you come with this assumption and you go to white privilege. That's actually insulting.
But things are even crazier than that. The Root, an online magazine for black people, owned by Univision, labeled Charles Barkley a black white supremacist after he spoke out against the crime problem in black communities. Yes, they labeled the black man a white supremacist for urging his fellow...
He does sound like some crusty white guy on the mic. So I'm not surprised she thought he sounded like a white dude.
And she's on Fox News, so I'm not surprised she thought she was talking to a white dude.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's a funny thing, but it's nothing to prove any sort of point, I don't think. Like, it's silly that he brings that into this. Just silly stuff.
All black people to stop committing so much crime. After Kanye West tweeted support for Candace Owens, who's a big star now, but started out as an ordinary YouTuber who had been making headlines for denouncing Black Lives Matter and supporting President Trump, the mainstream media went nuts. The Washington Post called...
And I mean, again, he doesn't really seem to understand how like probability works, where it's like, okay, if you're born into a family with money, your chances of, I guess, achieving a certain goal is much higher than people born in poverty. If you're an able-bodied person and you're not dealing with disabilities that interfere with certain goals, you have an advantage. If you're a rich person without a disability, you have much more of an advantage than a poor person with a disability. And then there's elements of systemic racism and stuff with race, where it's just you have, and I'd say now there's equal opportunity employment and things are changing, but you still have elements of systemic racism, like people living in poverty are more likely to engage in crime, regardless of race. But there are the way we set things up, where if you have a criminal record, like everyone gets a life sentence. You don't have the ability to vote. You don't have, you're not eligible for things like food stamps, Social Security. And because like people who are like minorities and stuff are forced into poverty in earlier generations, and there's a trickle down effect, and because of that, a lot of their predecessors are confined into poverty as well. They're more likely to be a victim of that flawed system of being given a criminal record where it fucks them over for life. They're more likely to go to schools that have no funding. And because of that, they get no education. And even though we're improving with things like equal opportunity employment, you're more likely to get a scholarship if you're of one race as opposed to another. It still doesn't change the fact that there are still a lot of flawed policies in place that still interfere with the person's ability to achieve certain goals if they happen to be black as opposed to white.
Called him the new alt-right darling. BuzzFeed said that people are worried that Kanye West is getting radicalized by the far right. And Rolling Stone magazine said that Kanye West pro-Trump tweets are a real threat. Black people aren't allowed to support Donald Trump in the United States of America. A New York Times op-ed written by a black woman asked, "Can my children be friends with white people?" and went on to detail her reasons for teaching them they should avoid white people. The tipping point for her revelation was the election of Donald Trump.
Yeah, and what Brian says is people who are born into poverty end up dying in poverty. And that's not an absolute, but it is generally the case. And it's like there are people that might get lucky, but their chances of making it big if they're living in poverty is much, 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 much lower compared to people that live higher up the sort of like wealth pyramid. And if you're rich, the likelihood of making it big is much higher than somebody who's poor. So the logic is, here's one example of somebody that, based on the probability, they were in that like 1 in a million chance. They happen to be that 1 in a million, compared to somebody born into like wealth, where they are like, I guess, 4 in 5 cases. So this person who happens to be the 1 in the million out of the other like 999,000 people who weren't able to make it, that's proof that all those people can be held to the same standards as everyone in this higher like wealth demographic, because one example, the exception negates the rule. And that's pretty much what his logic is.
Trump as president, of course. Affinity magazine, which is really just a website for black people, asked, do white men really deserve to vote? Because they're the same people who brought us Trump. The writer thinks it's worth considering banning white people from voting as a way to reverse white privilege and help white people understand the black experience and become better allies to the social justice cause. Yeah, I'm sure that'll help. Sadly, it's not just worthless anti-white websites that waste cyberspace where you can find such insanity.
I mean, there's also anti-black websites. There's anti-Semitic websites. I mean, I don't agree with them, but acting like, hey, this is something that is such a significant threat. It's everywhere you look. It's like, no, it's the internet. You can find hate groups that hate like any other like fucking demographic of people. You can find websites where they just hate fucking vegans, and there are vegan hate websites. It's like you can find people out there that they just are sexist. They hate women. You can find homophobic websites. You can find websites that hate straight people. Like, it's just whatever. Like, which ones are more common? And even if this is more common than websites that are like white supremacist websites that are racist towards like non-white Americans, it's like, okay, so what if people who are on this site make up less than 1% of 1% of 1% of the population? It's pretty irrelevant. So it's just like, hey, here's a website that represents the views that 1/1,000,000th of society approves of, and here's another website that only 2/millionth of society approves of. Even if more people fall into one demographic, if such an astronomically small percentage of people in society overall fall into either two demographics, then why does it even matter? It's still pretty insignificant.
College campuses have been a petri dish of cultural Marxism. A student group at Elizabethtown College in Pennsylvania even encouraged.
I don't think most college graduates are trying to advocate for installing a Marxist communist system. His argument is that, hey, a little bit more socialism when America has never been absolutely capitalist, we're a socialist capitalistic system. There's no such thing as a country that's 100% capitalist. If we were 100% capitalist, you wouldn't have any public schools. You wouldn't have any sort of like social services. You wouldn't have any fire departments. You wouldn't have public libraries. So America has always had certain elements of socialism in it. So it's always an issue of what should be dealt with by the social sector, what should be dealt with by the private sector. And saying that, hey, here are things where maybe the social sector should take priority over the private sector when it comes to providing this service. I don't think somebody saying, hey, we should have universal health care is the same thing as saying, yeah, we should become absolutely communist now, 100% communist. So there's no nuance, and he doesn't understand that no country is 100% socialist or capitalist. It's a gradient. And a country being a little bit more socialist does not equate to being absolutely capitalist.
Urge students to wear special pins to remind them of their white privilege, to shame them for being white. College professors and even student groups at
Wait, are they making students wear that, or are they choosing to wear that?
To wear special pins to remind them of their white privilege. I'm sure that'll help. Sadly, it's not just worthless anti-white websites that waste cyberspace where you can find such insanity. College campuses have been a petri dish of cultural Marxism. A student group at Elizabethtown College in Pennsylvania even encouraged students to wear special pins to remind them of their white privilege, to shame.
They encourage them to wear it. So again, they can choose not to wear the pins. And I think he's kind of engaging in this gross oversimplification of what the pins are trying to represent. So it's kind of like with Black Lives Matter, they didn't really get the point of what it meant. Their logic is, oh, it's saying that white lives don't matter, or it's saying that only Black lives matter. The whole point is there's a bunch of police brutality, and it's mostly affecting Black Americans. And it's saying that, hey, let's stop ignoring this kind of police brutality that's been going on for generations, and it wasn't until very recently where everyone has a HD camera in their pocket where we can actually capture how ubiquitous this is, and it's been ignored by generations. And it's just saying that, hey, this demographic that has been neglected, and we've been ignoring this abuse that's been taking place, that, hey, this demographic matters. So I'm guessing if we looked into like what the white pin is supposed to represent, I think he's probably ignoring a lot of nuance and engaging in a more gross oversimplification.
Them for being white. College professors and even student groups at universities across the country.
I like how this dude has things that pop up and say subscribe like every fucking 30 seconds on his videos.
Mm-hmm.
Annoying.
We should do that more.
Yes.
Privilege checklists in their classes and in the dorms to help white students check their privilege, to bully them for existing. White students who acknowledge their white privilege and experience white guilt because of it are...
And again, he's not showing, like, if you want to make these kind of arguments, the thing that I find annoying with him and Ben Shapiro is that they'll be like, hey, look at an example of like this checklist where kids need to learn about their white privilege. How many schools are actually assigning that? So it's like, is it just one school, one class that happened to do it? Or is it something where, like, in this municipality, in this state, that this particular county has enforced this, like, assignment? Is it this entire state has enforced this assignment? Is it several states, or is it just one class in one school? So they should be showing data of, like, hey, here is a policy, here is an assignment, here is something that is being enforced or that is taking place in this or in this amount of schools, this percentages of schools or districts or whatever throughout the country. He's not doing that. He's just showing one example, and this means that this is a pervasive issue throughout the country. You're not showing how common or ubiquitous it is. You're just showing a bunch of like single incidences that have taken place here and there. So is this a pervasive issue? If you want to claim it's a pervasive issue, show data that shows that it is ubiquitous, and it is found in a large percentage of different areas or communities, but he's not doing that.
Said to be white allies, meaning they use their supposed white privilege to help people of color by putting them on a pedestal and worshiping their blackness. The systemic anti-whiteism in universities and now high schools and middle schools across the country is truly disturbing. In many schools, it's now considered racist
in the middle of this video.
Send black students to detention or suspend them when they cause trouble, because schools have implemented a new discipline policy that takes into consideration
I don't know.
Looks like he's about to explode. Dirt, what do you think?
Dude, he looks like a rat. He looks like a ratatouille. Like, you just put little mouse ears on the side of his face.
You know what? You're right. Like a cartoon depiction.
I like how this is the commentary.
He does, though. He's right.
Dirt, you haven't been really engaged during the stream.
Yeah, it's been a rough one for me, John. I'm sorry.
Students' race before deciding on a punishment. They're literally handing out stricter punishments to white students who break the same rules as black students because, well, you could probably guess, in many schools.
So, which he doesn't show any source here. So the other ones he's shown like certain headlines and articles, and he's not presenting any sort of hard data that shows that this is happening. So what?
Don't play the video. Just look at the stream and tell me that that's not accurate. Like that he does look like a fucking rat.
He looks like Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, like he looks like a rat. Dirt's right.
Whatever.
Just look at the stream. Look at the stream real quick. You look at the stream. Yeah. See it?
Doing a really good job refuting his points here. He looks like a rat.
He does, though. I'm sorry. I'm just making fun of him for a second. We've covered Mark Dice, but I never really thought about it. He really kind of does look like a mouse or a rat.
I've said it before.
Yeah, but I never really thought about it until now. He do. Okay, I'm sorry. Go back to us refuting this awesome points he's making. I don't know how I can refute anything.
That they're
he's
handing
saying.
out
He's smart.
they're handing out stricter punishments to white students and black students, and they're using their race to consider what penalty they should be given. But does he show any data that shows that these policies do exist? That there's any sort of like written sort of like any sort of like government papers that show that this is something that they're doing? And is he going to show any sort of at least one example of a school doing this? So it seems like he's just making a declarative statement with no follow-up, no examples whatsoever.
Schools, black students get into more trouble for reasons you're not supposed to talk about, like 75% of them not having a father in the home, and the average black mother is juggling 3 different baby daddies. This is...
Jesus Christ, dude.
I thought he was going to say titties.
That's usually an element of poverty, and a lot of schools where a lot more, I guess, bad behavior takes place are in poorer areas. And we've already discussed why black people are more likely to find themselves growing up in that setting than white people. So is he going to show data that shows that in like black students in wealthier areas in the same wealth like brackets as white Americans are more likely to engage in bad behavior? Because this is another example where it's more of a class paradigm, and then there's racist elements that lead to people of certain races falling in certain classes, and then they're more likely to commit crimes because of that class that they've kind of unfortunately been put into.
As the schools say, to make student discipline outcomes more equitable, and the punishments must meet individual student needs in a culturally responsive manner. Social justice warriors see more black men being arrested for committing crimes than white men because
now what he said there is pretty vague. So, like, something like that, where it's like, hey, here's a kid with ADD. Maybe we shouldn't punish them for impulsive behavior and kind of, like, I don't know, address students on a case-by-case basis because you can't hold all kids to the same standards. So that more sort of, let's kind of make the penalties more geared towards kids based on certain genetic and environmental factors. I don't really disagree with that. And I think that maybe he's misrepresenting it. It's not what the race the kid is. It's what kind of background they're coming from. So here, I don't think he's I don't think he's accurately representing what that policy is.
Men, to be specific, commit 10 times more crime per capita than white people. This, they claim, is because of racism, and the police just happen to decide.
It's because of classism. And unfortunately, a lot of racism, not too far back in human history, there's people alive now that aren't that old, where they grew up in a time where you had to sit on the back of the bus due to your skin color. Because of that, they were kind of forced into these impoverished settings, and crime rates are higher overall in areas where there's high rates of poverty, and it's a universal thing regardless of race. So let's ignore that classist element, and let's just focus on the race, and let's just focus on the crime rates. Let's not focus on this other thing that contributes to the crime rates, because, let's engage in more selection bias.
And to arrest more black men. So these same lunatics also believe that systemic white supremacy in the school system is resulting in teachers giving more detentions to black students. Someday I'm going to get canceled for speaking these truths. So if I'm ever banned from YouTube, then find me on Cancel. I have a channel over there, although I don't.
Like a lot of schools in Baltimore, it's like, yeah, they're predominantly black, because a lot of those poor areas are predominantly black for the reasons we've said. And here's something that it's more classism, where poorer schools that have less resources because they get poor test scores, get no funding. So then it's this sort of domino effect where it's just those schools, because they have no funding, no resources, where they probably need more resources, are not able to really provide the kids with any sort of adequate education. So the kids don't really receive an education. A lot of those rundown, sort of like dilapidated schools in Baltimore City, like, the kids would probably be better off staying home and watching TV. Or they'd be better off staying home and playing video games, because they're not learning in those schools. And it's the fault of those schools and the policies, not those fucking kids. So, and I mean, because they'll continue to shut down schools if the test scores do poorly, they'll make more and more kids go to one school. The more kids you cram into one building, the more chaos there is, the more likely kids are to get into fucking fights and shit like that. And then because the schools have poor funding, they have less staff. So, and because more kids are being crammed into one school, there's a much higher student to staff ratio and everything. So the issue is like, hey, let's look at these schools where lots and lots of kids are being given detention. The kids are more likely to act out. A lot of times what you'll find is this data is talking about things in a more broader term, where it comes to like ignoring things where, yeah, a lot of these schools, pretty much all the students are black. But these schools where pretty much the entire student base is black, they're in these really poor areas and these very terrible sort of conditions where no shit, fights are breaking out and everything. So he seems to be ignoring that element.
Post on it very often. It's there as plan B. So just remember that in case my YouTube channel just disappears someday. And if you like my serious monologues like this, then you'll really love reading my books. So order The War on Conservatives, which just came out last week in paperback from Amazon.com, or download the ebook from any of the major ebook stores. And of course,
what, you want me to get it, Shab, and
no, I'm kidding. No. This guy makes enough money. I looked on his Rumble. He has 200,000 followers on Rumble. That angers me, Gene.
Here's a medical miracle for you. A drug that relieves pain, reduces anxiety, improves your mood, and has no side effects. Too good to be true? Well, millions of Americans believe that drug is marijuana. Are they right? I'm a physician.
So I do kind of agree that a lot of people will try to act like marijuana is the end-all be-all cure for everything.
It is. It cured me of
cancer. I have athlete's foot. Have you tried marijuana? I have lupus. Have you tried marijuana? And it's like, I think it should be legal. I think that, I mean, all medications, pretty much all chemicals have some level of side effects. So marijuana, like, is definitely going to have, like, increasing blood pressure if you smoke it. But most of the negative effects of weed is through smoking. And then it can cause cancer if you smoke it, but everything that you smoke can cause cancer. So, well, I mean, weed's definitely, it's no worse than like alcohol. And if you're consuming weed in any other form outside of smoking it, then I'd say it's better than alcohol. Alcohol has more adverse effects. I'd say it's probably less deleterious to your health if you consume it in any other way outside of smoking compared to cheeseburgers.
Board-certified internist and addiction medicine specialist. I've treated thousands of people whose addictions to opiates, alcohol, and other drugs were wrecking their relationships, their careers, and their lives. I'm telling you, marijuana can be both harmful and addictive, just like many other substances. What I've seen firsthand for 20 years is now becoming obvious.
Usually when it's laced with a bunch of shit, if you get it off the street, but if it's legal and regulate it, then guess what? People aren't going to be consuming marijuana that's laced with things like PCP and fentanyl.
To other doctors and researchers. Increased use of marijuana is leading to increased psychosis, bipolar mania, and even spontaneous vomiting, especially in adolescents and young adults.
That's if somebody already has a history of things like psychosis, which makes up a very, very, very small percentage of the population. So if you don't already have problems with psychosis, then that isn't something you're going to deal with.
If the population is increasing, wouldn't that make it happen regardless of marijuana?
Well, the population isn't really increasing in America.
Well, it was. Maybe just recently
these
it isn't.
Statistics are talking about percentages.
The younger the user, the less developed their brain, the more harmful the drug. Hate to burst your bubble, but that is the science. A 2022 Gallup survey.
Well, I mean,
bubble burster.
Well, I guess that is true to some extent. I mean, alcohol, marijuana, psychedelics, like the majority of drugs, if your brain is developing, they can
But I think
interfere with your.
I think it's like saying video games is leading to more seizures or something like that. It's like, yeah, sure, maybe these.
Well, they're not. What he was saying with the psychosis thing wasn't that, hey, psychosis is on the rise because people have been smoking marijuana. It's talking. There are studies that show, like, if you have schizophrenia and you do something like weed, it does.
But that's what he was claiming. Marijuana use on the rise, psychosis on the rise. That's what
20
he was
years
saying.
is now becoming obvious to other doctors and researchers. Increased use of marijuana is leading to increased psychosis, bipolar mania.
Oh, well, he says that in kind of an arbitrary manner. I don't know if he's saying that because more people are consuming marijuana, more cases of psychosis are happening. Because maybe that's what he's saying. What I interpret it as is like, hey, when people are using marijuana.
Yeah, the way he words it isn't very specific, so he could be saying that it just increases your chances of having a psychosis experience or whatever the term. When you have that already, when you have
of developing psychosis, and the thing is, conditions like schizophrenia or like DID that cause psychosis are very rare. They make up less than 1% of the population.
I thought you meant you were interpreting it as an event, like it's increasing the events that these people do have it that already are would be diagnosed or whatnot. Is rather than it's increasing the amount of people having it in general, like the numbers of people rather than the amount that the people that already have psychosis are experiencing these psychotic events.
Well, the point is that if you have a condition like schizophrenia, eventually, if it goes untreated, you'll develop psychosis. So things like drinking, like I guess the kind of pre-phases of developing psychosis, things like trauma can exacerbate the process where you're more likely to develop psychosis earlier if you already have schizophrenia. If you already have schizophrenia and you drink more, you have poor sleep, things like that, that can definitely act as a catalyst for like going through the phase of developing psychosis. But the issue is that so if you say, hey, marijuana increases your chances of developing psychosis. That's technically true, but it's like by a very, 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 very small margin.
Yeah. Plus, like I was saying, I feel like you could say, I don't know, maybe
alcohol also increases your chances of developing psychosis, because if you have schizophrenia and you drink alcohol, it's more likely to trigger like so the same thing applies to like any drug that has like similar effects to the brain.
And even spontaneous vomiting, especially in adolescents and young adults.
Spontaneous vomiting.
It can cause that, but the overwhelming majority of like pharmaceutical medications or like any drugs can cause potential side effects. So it's like, hey, it can increase like constipation. It's like lots of fucking drugs cause that. And not everyone experiences the same side effects. So marijuana, like let's say it gets regulated by the FDA and stuff and it's tested, and then you look at like, hey, this might cause A, B, C, D, or E. That's the same thing with all fucking like drugs or chemicals. And the thing is, not everyone is going to experience the same side effects. So marijuana, one of the potential side effects might be vomiting for a small group of people. There's lots of prescription drugs. Like I've taken medications where one of the potential side effects is vomiting for like 10% of people who take it, 2%, 1%. I've never experienced that side effect for any of the medications that label that as a side effect. So it's just marijuana is no different than any other drug. I guess we should outlaw any sort of chemicals people put in their bodies, because all of these chemicals, like some people have allergies to broccoli. Broccoli may cause an allergic reaction. Therefore, broccoli should be illegal.
Yeah, it can cause vomiting. When they have the allergic reaction, they'll vomit. Therefore, outlaw broccoli.
I mean, some people, where depending on their digestive system and stuff, they have a difficult time processing certain foods, and they might have a bad reaction to eating vegetables because they're high in fiber and stuff. So some people who have IBS and so forth, it might be best to get their nutrition from other types of plant-based foods. And because some people might experience an upset stomach if they eat things like spinach and kale, I guess we should outlaw it.
For the user, the less developed their brain, the more harmful the drug. Hate to burst your bubble, but that is the science. A 2022 Gallup survey found 30% of Americans between 18 and 34 use marijuana. When scientists at the University of Michigan asked young adults between 19 and 30 if they'd used it within the past month, 29% said yes in 2021, compared to 21% in 2016 and 17% in 2011. Daily marijuana use.
A very small increase when you consider that they made it legal, and a bunch of like right-leaning platforms like Prager are like, oh my God, now everyone's going to like be getting high all the time and everything. And now it's just going to disrupt society. And it's that kind of like slippery slope fallacy. And it's just, well, they legalized it. And it's like, what? It went from 17% to like 23%.
Yeah, can you believe
6% increase? Oh my God, that's such a terrible thing.
Can you believe, John, as they legalized alcohol in America, like the usage of it went up?
Yeah, more people like admitted to drinking alcohol on a regular basis.
Wow, that's crazy.
Across all ages, nearly.
And I mean, I make the same argument with cocaine. It's like, I think if they legalize cocaine, the amount of people who use it might go up a little bit, but it's not like now, like everyone's just going to be snorting cocaine left and right.
Doubled from 6% in 2011 to 11% in 2021. That translates into over 13 million Americans compared with 5 million in the decade before. There's no such thing as a bad drug.
I mean, again, that's kind of small number.
Wait, what does it mean there's no such thing as a bad drug? There isn't?
In the decade before. There's no such thing as a bad drug. They are just molecules that affect human physiology. Most Americans use some form of a recreational substance, but ignoring or denying potential adverse effects creates a potential for serious harm.
I think the overwhelming majority of people who smoke weed admit that there's adverse effects like every other fucking drug. Caffeine can increase your heart rate. It can cause irritability. It can interfere with your sleep cycle. It's just like whatever. I don't think anyone's trying to argue that marijuana is the only drug on the planet that has zero adverse effects. Some people do, and it's annoying. but I do think they're the exception to the rule.
There's no free lunch with Mother Nature, so there are always side effects. My goal here is not to shame or scare anyone, but to raise awareness so you can make informed decisions.
When he says there's no bad drug, is he trying to explain subjectivity versus objectivity there with it? Like, is that his point? Because that's the only thing I can pull out of that. Because, like, if he's not saying that, then...
Well, I guess it's kind of like... I don't know. It's like trying to think of a drug that might be all bad, but it's like heroin or morphine. It's like they'll use it as a painkiller for surgery and so forth. So you definitely want morphine if you're getting like spinal surgery, but you shouldn't be shooting it up your veins. So I think maybe that's the argument he's making, is that I guess the majority of drugs...
What about like meth?
Well, Adderall.
Whatever, it's not meth. It's two different
technically
things.
Is, but it's the same way the morphine that you're taking for like before some surgery. It's not
very
like,
similar. It's not the same.
It's overall it's the same chemical. It's just it's prepared differently, and one has a lot of extra like additives. It's like tobacco. Like cigarettes aren't purely tobacco; they have a lot of other stuff in it that is really bad for you. But the point is, it's still like plain old tobacco plants are still just tobacco. It's Adderall is meth. It's just clean meth.
I don't know.
Shut up, you're consuming.
Corporate. According to Forbes, legal marijuana is now a $20 billion industry and growing. There's a lot of vested interest in making sure you don't hear the bad news. But there are risks. And the more you use and the higher the concentrations, the more the risk. Of course, most people who use marijuana won't have a psychotic break, develop bipolar disorder. Higher the concentrations, the more the risk. Of course, most people who use marijuana won't have a psychotic break, develop bipolar disorder, or become
Oh, there you go.
schizophrenic, just as most people who drink don't develop alcoholic liver disease or alcohol dementia. Some individuals, and not a small number, will have a significant reaction to marijuana, and there's no way to know in advance. You won't know.
I already mentioned this, so the research is behind that. So I guess what's the point here? It's just, let's see where he goes with it. His logic is, hey, all drugs have side effects, but I do think people should be aware.
This video should be over at this point, but this is halfway.
So, yeah. Let's see.
Know until it happens,
We're
and then it
finishing
might be
at
too
this
late.
point.
It wasn't always like this. The marijuana people use today is not the weed of my generation. It hasn't been for at least 2 decades. What changed? The answer is found in 3 letters: THC. THC, or tetrahydrocannabinol, the main psychoactive or mind-altering component of cannabis. It's what gets you high. Keith Humphreys, a Stanford University professor of psychiatry and drug policy advisor to Presidents Bush and Obama, testified to a Rhode Island State Senate committee that THC concentrations had increased from 3% in the 80s up to over 20% in 2017. According to the New York Times in 2023, that figure is now nearing 100% THC, a 30-fold increase. And as the stuff gets stronger...
100% THC,
No,
not 86.
That's silly. Stop it. That's like now they're talking about concentrates, and that's being disingenuous with this whole conversation.
So you want to explain how their data is misleading?
Well, they're right about. I guess the buds are way stronger now. That it's average of like 20% THC when you get buds, which is a good thing because that means you don't have to smoke as much. But they make concentrate like this stuff here, my shatter, that like that's the only way you're gonna get 100% THC if they make some sort of concentrate like that. It's not gonna grow off of the plant 100% THC. It's not how things work. So it's like a pill of like vitamin C or B12 here or something like that. That's a concentrated version, and it's like them acting like it's changed over time when really they could take the weed they got that was 3% and make concentrate out of it. And that's just as strong as what I'm smoking here. They're just being disingenuous.
Like what Skeppy said. More THC means you can smoke less.
Yeah, and that's a good thing. That means a tiny little rip and you're good instead of you having to smoke a whole cigarette. And that means that
or a giant fucking blunt.
Yeah, that's a good thing. It can be bad if you're not responsible with it and take a big ass rip when you're like it's your first time ever trying. You shouldn't be doing that. Like taking a big
That's
dab.
the big reason people are smoking weed. It's the THC to get them high. And when it only has 3%, and that's why they'll say that, hey, like one blunt or whatever, it equates to like smoking 20 cigarettes. And that's because you have to smoke a shit ton of it just to get that high because of the small amount of THC.
And this is the kind of stuff that happens.
20 cigarettes.
Well, I don't know exactly, but the point is they claim that it's like it equates to a larger amount of cigarettes or whatever, which is technically true, but it's for that reason. And that's why making it legal where you have more concentrated amounts, you don't need to smoke like such giant quantities.
And this is how it works with like agriculture or whatever. They pick the plants that produce better. They continue to pick the plants that produce better. They're not going to pick the tomato.
Breeding when it comes to
selective breeding, exactly. That's what led to stronger plants. The selective breeding, not some sort of like they act like some guy in a laboratory was and created this whole weed that's way stronger. It's like, no. It's just simple selective breeding. Like, if you go back far enough, corn was fucking straight up dog shit, and all sorts of things we eat like we're shit to grab off the plant and eat. And after like
their properties were a lot different.
Yeah, after hundreds of years of selective breeding and so forth, like we've changed them into a better product.
Or sometimes not even hundreds of years, just like a few generations, just like dozens of years.
Yeah.
I'm getting ripped off. My THC card is only 85%.
Damn it.
Saying that there's 100%.
It should be 100.
Where's my 15%?
And I don't even want
Ryan
100%.
Also says like 100% it's like a THC weed pill. And I mean, that's another like good point to make. Now that it's legal, it's like a lot of the adverse effects are from smoking it. And now people have options to consume it through like edibles, or like there's cream that you can rub on your skin that gets you high. And there you go. You just eliminated all the negative effects that come from smoking it, which those negative effects you see in like regards to smoking anything, not just weed.
Due to its effects. The 2021 National Survey on Drug Use and Health found that among the 52 million Americans 12 and older who used marijuana in the past month, 16 million were addicted. So nearly one-third of users can't quit.
What do you mean? Like, you can be addicted to coffee.
How do you determine whether they're addicted? And what
I don't know.
And what's your definition that we're using here?
Well, he's talking about withdrawal side effects, but the problem is that a lot of things you can get chemically addicted to, the withdrawal, like caffeine. Like, you can get addicted to caffeine. There are withdrawal side effects, but they're very fucking benign. And it's so easy to go a week without caffeine.
The same way that if somebody smokes a lot, so the same way if somebody smokes a lot, if somebody drinks coffee every single day and they've done it for years, it's going to be hard for them to break that cycle. So,
well, there's a difference between something being more habitually addictive and being chemically addictive. So usually when you talk about, and this is more of like the medical like definitions when you're talking about addiction. So when you're usually talking about drugs, that's what you're talking about. So there's a difference between like the withdrawal from heroin, which could kill you, the withdrawal from nicotine, which is very discomforting and stuff, and it's like that's why a lot of people have a hard time getting off cigarettes. But then the addictive properties or the withdrawal effects of things like caffeine or marijuana are very fucking benign. So if you want to quit marijuana, it's kind of like how I want to eat better and I'm resisting the urge to eat chocolate chip cookies. It's like that kind of addiction.
Yeah, like when I was sick, I went 3 days without smoking for the first time in forever. And it's like, it wasn't really hard for me to not smoke. But I wanted to smoke again.
And Skeppy says, with chemical addiction, you get ill or die. And that's true. But the thing is, when you say get ill, that's very broad. And getting ill could be like caffeine, where you just have a little bit of irritability and you might get minor headaches if you go off of it. But then those side effects usually go away within the span of 4 to 6 days. It's just, it might cause like Adderall. If you stop taking it, you'll get really tired and stuff and get kind of like drowsy, but that goes away after 2 days of not taking it. So it's just like, hey, you'll stop taking marijuana and maybe you might, I don't know, get chills or something for a few days.
I didn't even get chills. I didn't even I'm somebody that's a straight up pothead that smokes all the time, and the 3 days of me not smoking weed, it really wasn't hard at all on me. I just prefer to smoke weed rather than not smoke weed. I cannot do it. Like if you told me, Shabisky, I'll pay you, so much money a day if you just don't smoke weed. Okay, I'll just not smoke weed for a while, I guess. I really want to, but I'll stack up some money. Like, I don't know. It's just like it's something that I want to do. But it's not something that's the end of the world if I don't have to do it. I just prefer to
mild irritability, difficulty sleeping. I don't know exactly what the withdrawal side effects are for weed, but I'm guessing it's similar to like something like caffeine. And I've gone off like on and off like drinking lots of coffee, taking caffeine pills and shit. And the worst thing, if I just go a few days without caffeine, is I'm a little groggy and tired. And even things like headaches, like I've never experienced. So
yeah. It's like Skeppy said. He said, same, I've been on vacation places. I can't smoke weed, but it's a bummer, but that's it, LOL. And it's like, yeah. And a lot of stoners, I don't know, whenever I was younger and I used to have breaks like that where it's like, oh, fuck, it sucks, I can't smoke, but whatever. But I always figured when I do finally smoke again, it's going to be real awesome because it's always nice to take a little bit of a tolerance break. And then when you do smoke again, you get way more fucking blown than you usually would smoking. So it's just like, whatever, not the end of the world. Do other stuff.
Like, all these people are addicted. So here we go. They're kind of not being honest about what it really means to be addicted.
At least not without help, despite the drug's negative effects.
Oh my God, at least not without help. Help could just be like, hey, you need some, I guess, psychologist or not. I don't know, somebody to tell you that, oh, you don't want to drink coffee, just don't buy it, or get rid of your coffee maker. So that will get rid of the urge or the, I guess, impulse to drink it. It's just like, okay, they need help, so they might need.
Yeah,
I think that's a bit extreme.
This is so silly, though. Nearly 1/3 of users can't quit, at least not without help. It's
and
like,
again, what's
stop
help?
it.
Help could just be looking up some wellness vlog of like how to quit marijuana. It's just like, do this instead. Suck on a lollipop instead of smoking. It's like, okay, help could be something as simple as just tips to avoid giving into the temptation. Like how to quit sugar.
Yeah.
Stay away from don't keep the chocolate chip cookies out of your pantry.
The way
only
they
eat when you go out.
The way they phrase this is like they're talking about some meth addicts or something. Like they need help to quit and stuff. It's like, stop, okay?
Yeah, help could mean you need to go to what is it, a methadone clinic? Because if you don't, you'll or help could just mean, hey, maybe you need a couple tips.
Hey, chew gum. Yeah.
They need help. They need
so much help.
Blog where it tells them to chew gum.
Scooby, you need help. You need help. We're here to help you, buddy.
Write a reminder on the fridge to tell you not to do it and stuff, to give you reminders to commit to your goal. Oh my God, they need help.
We're here to help.
In 2023, JAMA Psychiatry published a study of marijuana habits among 6.5 million gays over the age of 16. The study found that marijuana addicts were twice as likely.
Yeah. We're going to intervene.
No! Don't intervene on my drug use. I love drugs. Stop it.
And I know I joke about
your alcohol and drug use need to come down from what it is at now because of your blood pressure, boy.
Dude, I bet weed being legal reduces the amount of alcohol being drank, because I would be probably far more of an alcoholic than I am if I
or a regular drinker.
Yeah, if I didn't have weed. Like, weed just my regular thing. I could easily just go like a while without drinking pretty easily. As long as I got my weed. But if I didn't have any weed, I'd probably be drinking like every day. If I didn't have any weed like every day.
Well,
yeah,
like,
me too.
Right?
I'll joke about, like, okay, the definition of drug, what is a drug, what isn't a drug? Like, is oxygen a drug? It has an effect on the brain, blah, blah, blah. But people do make the argument, like, okay, what about cigarettes? What about alcohol? Stupid that this is illegal when this stuff is legal. But one thing people constantly ignore is just processed food, McDonald's, sugar. It's just, look at how many people are dying from extreme obesity and so forth. Lots of people probably should have an intervention where they have a really bad diet and they're getting older. They could die of a heart attack, a stroke any moment. It's like, how many more people do you think are dying because of poor diet as opposed to regular weed use? I mean, you compare poor diets to weed consumption. What's more likely to result in somebody experiencing like serious health disorders?
Yeah.
And people ignore that. They like processed food is probably
Gene,
more.
Are you talking about fat people again?
He's just talking about bad diet. Like the number one thing that everyone's dying from in America is heart disease, right, Gene? That's the number one.
Yeah.
And it definitely ain't weed.
I would say cancer is number one.
No. Heart disease is number one. Cancer is number two. And the thing is, cigarettes and stuff contribute to cancer, but another big thing that contributes to cancer is eating highly processed food. So a lot of the chemicals they're putting in foods that you're eating also increases your risk of cancer. So, I mean, poor diets, highly processed foods, Hot Pockets, microwavable TV dinners, Big Macs, they're probably make up a very large percentage of the people who have developed cancer.
Timmy's like thinking
what about
about
Liver King? What about Liver King? He eats all meat, raw meat.
Yeah, raw meat.
Well, what kind of meat is he eating? Meat's not necessarily
He eats raw testicles. He eats raw meat. He eats raw fish. He eats
raw meat, definitely.
Steroids, and he's still going.
He's still going.
Well, that's like selection bias. Like, hey, this one person smoked their entire life and they never developed cancer. Therefore, cigarettes.
He takes a supplement too. He has his own supplement.
Okay.
It's like whatever's in testicles.
Well, you're talking about again probability, and plausibility, where you're more likely to develop it if you smoke compared to somebody who doesn't. So finding exceptions to the rule don't negate the rule.
Yeah, Timmy, what the fuck?
Non-users to be diagnosed with clinical depression,
and
up to 4 times as likely to develop bipolar disorder.
Do you think
with psychotic
Liver King
symptoms.
is addicted to eating?
I don't know who that person is.
Oh, that's sad.
A study in Norway, also published in
Just live under a
2023,
rock.
concluded that
Yeah, Gene, fuck you. You live under a rock.
Yeah, I need to know more about like these famous YouTubers who are famous for like doing nothing and wearing pizza costumes and shit like that.
among people who had no pre-existing
He's
mental health
famous for
issues,
being
who
buff.
had a
Look at
psychotic
him.
Okay, well, like he eats raw. What kind of raw meat is he eating? Because like
testicles. He told you he eats raw testicles.
Well, I don't know if that like people. I know that's something people do. They'll eat like goat balls and stuff. I've never tried it. I don't know if it's safe to eat that raw. I know fish and stuff. Some meat's safe to eat raw. So whatever. If he's taking supplements to get his like nutrients that you can't get through meat alone, then it can work. But the problem is that meat isn't necessarily like eating oysters. Those aren't processed foods. So when you're talking about highly processed foods, you're talking about foods that have a lot of unnatural additives to them. And of course, all foods processed to some extent. It's like if you're harvesting spinach and
that's what it's called.
What's that?
His supplements are called Whole Beast.
Okay, well, that doesn't fall within the category of what I'm talking about of highly processed food.
It is highly processed. He makes a bar.
You're playing
a protein bar.
You're playing semantics where you're ignoring when you're talking about dieting what the general understanding of highly processed food is.
Ingredients: liver, protein, creatine, electrolytes, and strength. Wow, there's strength in there.
Gene,
Total fat 16 grams, cholesterol 10 milligrams, sodium 180 milligrams.
Protein bar you're talking about?
11.
Yeah, they got strength in there.
Only
Gene.
210 calories, Gene.
Bitch ass Gene.
It's only 200 calories.
Typically, supplements aren't what you're talking about when you're talking about highly processed foods. You're talking about foods that have shit tons of additives and stuff to add to its flavor and so forth that are bad for
You're
you.
telling me strength isn't an additive, Gene?
I don't think
And
it
the
is.
whole beef has ingredients: beef, protein, liver, heart, colostrum.
I think
Don't know
Timmy's
what that
missing
is.
the point that I'm making.
Pancreas, kidney, spleen, whole bone, tallow, and
Hobo.
blood. It has blood in it, Gene.
Okay.
You think this is all good for you?
It's not ideal. He probably should be. I'll drink certain meal supplements and stuff where there's
You
some
don't
sugar.
think you don't think liver is king?
I need to look into them more, so I don't know exactly about like all their practices and everything.
Incident after using marijuana, 27% develop what has been characterized as schizophrenia.
I thought
Are you with me?
liver and organs and stuff were for like peasants. Like the organs that you get from the animal.
Liver's not naturally isn't that bad for you. It depends on like how you should eat it raw. You're supposed to eat cooked and stuff. It's high in vitamin D. Do you not know what processed food is? It's not saying that like, hey, this meal supplement powder.
What about pizza pops? Those are processed food. It's just a little pizza and a piece of bread.
Well, this is where we're talking about semantics, and if it's like, hey, it's processed. Well, again, if you're harvesting a vegetable and then putting it in packaging and stuff, it's being processed. So that's
What
where
about if it's organic?
Organic means it's not being used or it's not grown with herbicides and pesticides.
Yeah. So
And then this is where there's nuance where I use the word highly processed food, where you're talking about a scale and a gradient, where everything's processed to some extent, but you get in the realm of things that are such excessively processed where there's really no need to be consuming them at all.
like burgers from McDonald's.
Yeah.
The pink slime from McDonald's in the chicken breast.
Yeah, where they don't have any sort of health benefits and they provide little to no nutrition. And they also have shit tons of other chemicals in them that are really bad for you. Compared
But
to
a Big Mac has extra bread. A Big Mac has green. And a Big
bread
Mac
isn't
has
good for
extra
you.
bread
It's
and
high
extra
in
butter.
starch. Bread's something that you should probably
Basically
do
just a meat
without.
sandwich.
What's that?
Basically just a really cheap meat sandwich.
Sandwiches aren't really good for you. You should eat them sparingly. They're not something that should be considered a healthy meal. And bread is something that you shouldn't be eating every day. Bread's something that you should eat every once in a while. Bread's high in starch.
What about every Sunday, Gene? Should you eat Christ?
Yeah.
And drink Christ's blood and eat Christ's body?
7% develop what has been characterized as schizophrenia. Are you with me?
Schizophrenia.
1 out of 4 psychotic incidents after using marijuana in 2023 concluded that among people who had no pre-existing
Stop talking over it.
mental health issues who'd had a psychotic incident after using marijuana, 27% develop what has been characterized as schizophrenia.
Okay, so he said 23% of people that experience a episode of psychosis after using marijuana, 27% of them were diagnosed with schizophrenia. Maybe it's because since they were already at risk of developing schizophrenia to begin with. And that's the thing.
That it triggered it, you're saying?
It triggered it. So it's like, yeah, no shit that they were probably diagnosed with schizophrenia afterwards. They probably would have been diagnosed with schizophrenia regardless of whether they smoked weed at all.
Yeah,
Chances are there would have been some other trigger catalyst.
Yeah, it's like seizures causing, or a video game or something causing someone to have a seizure, and then later blaming the video game for them having seizure. It's like no, that just triggered it. That showed that they had that issue regardless. That seems like the logic he's doing here.
Like typically with schizophrenia, people develop it in their late 20s, so it's after the brain fully develops, where usually you start to see the adverse effects, and usually what you start to see first are the negative symptoms, like disorganized thinking, disorganized speech, and so forth, and then eventually, once they are dealing or they have schizophrenia long enough, they'll start to go through psychosis, where you have the positive symptoms, which are hallucinations, delusions, and so forth. So a lot of times, once you already have schizophrenia, you're not diagnosed until the positive symptoms show. So a lot of people have schizophrenia for years, where they're just dealing with the negative symptoms until it progresses and it gets worse, and they start to go into the realm of developing psychosis. So a lot of times, if you're experiencing negative symptoms and you start doing something like drinking a lot or whatever, that might accelerate the process, and it might cause you to act as the catalyst that really pushes you into the mode of developing the positive symptoms. But the problem is that's something that's inevitable. It might cause them to enter that realm like sooner rather than later, but the problem is they're going to eventually get to that point within the span of a few years.
It's like,
whether they smoke it or not.
Maybe.
Let's take these people that are like messed up mentally and everything, and use them as an example of why a normal, healthy person shouldn't use these things. It's like, that's not a good example at all. Like, if we took
it causes the schizophrenia, but
like if we took
schizophrenia, then
if we took
like a mental illness.
We took certain people with mental illnesses and stuff and put them on a roller coaster, it would not be a good thing. If we took certain people with mental illnesses and put them in a movie theater and played the whatever of Christ or something like that, where well, no, it is a good analogy though. If you took certain people with mental disorders and stuff, you don't want to show them a war movie or something.
I think if they have like PTSD, maybe.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like using those people as an example of why we shouldn't watch those movies or play those video games. It's like not everybody's brain is capable of handling these kind of things, as well as drugs. Like, that doesn't mean normal, healthy-minded people should stay away from these things. It's kind of like with these murder cases, right? Where there's these kids kill some other kid or something. I think that they didn't have a healthy mind, and them playing these certain video games and watching those movies wasn't a good thing. It helped inspire them to want to do that kind of stuff, right?
Or maybe it didn't inspire them.
In some cases, that's going to be the truth, right?
Some cases,
but that's not a good way of being like, oh, well, we shouldn't have movies that involve murder because this small, these people that we could pick out, this minority of people, they're going to
might have an anxiety attack.
Yeah, they might murder someone or stab them or something. It's like, no, that's a horrible argument.
Are you with me? One out of four
I'm not
healthy
with you.
people who started using marijuana on a regular basis developed a severe mental disorder. Some of them were my patients. Two of them.
I don't think those statistics are accurate. And
there should be more.
And there's a difference between causation and correlation, because I think a lot of people probably start using marijuana in their late teens, early 20s. And that's usually like with a lot of conditions where people usually develop those conditions. So it's like, did they happen to develop certain like mental disorders while they happen to also just be using marijuana? Or is there research that shows that the marijuana is what caused them to develop that condition? Because he's saying 1 in 4 people, I think 1 in 5 people have some kind of psychiatric disorder.
Yeah, and
so it's just...
I think closer to half have psychological disorders or have had an event that was like a mental problem.
Well, I believe the statistics
like an anxiety attack or...
Well, that's like you're talking about your physical health. Everyone is going to like stub their toe or deal with some element of I guess some physical injury, physical illness disorder. When it comes to mental health, it's the same thing where everyone has to deal with their mental health. Everyone's going to have areas where they're dealing with lots of stress and they need to cut back on certain things because their stress levels are too high. But we're talking about congenital disorders like bipolar disorder, autism, and stuff like that.
Do you think drugs make your diet different? Like what you eat?
They can affect your diet, yeah.
Like you're going to eat more junk food if you're on drugs.
Depending on the drug.
I don't know. If you're like hungry and the
you're derailing things
are empty, the fridge is empty, you're gonna go to fast food.
Okay. We were just talking about statistics when it comes to mental illness.
Completely related. Hey.
So he said
yeah, but
1 in 4 people that use marijuana regularly develop a mental illness. That's what he said.
But but what is he talking about with mental illness? Because depression rates are on a rise. There's lots of things.
Yeah, I would say it's closer to 40% now. If you consider like small things like.
But the point is
developing a concussion. Maybe that's part of drugs.
Mm-hmm. But the point is 1 in 4 people, 1 in 5 people overall are likely to develop some kind of mental disorder. And he's talking about how 1 in 5 people who drink develop a mental disorder, when 1 in 5 people overall develop mental disorders. 1 in 5 people that microwave their food develop a mental disorder. Well, it's the same argument with video games.
Yeah.
What if everyone that does it developed a not a superpower, a mental illness?
Then that would be really fucking serious, but that's not the case.
One developed addiction, one psychosis.
Instantly, it turns on something in your brain.
Some drugs do that, not at a 100% rate, but I'd say I don't think marijuana has that effect, but
it awakens the demon in your brain, Gene.
I think like acid and stuff has that effect.
They're now both fine, but require treatment. They are among the lucky ones, but others weren't
Did
so
I
lucky.
tell you about the
Joshua
time I
Jimenez started
hallucinated?
Oh, here we go. Here's a story. Joshua Jimenez started using
at 14 and was hospitalized 3 times for marijuana-induced psychosis. He committed suicide in 2021. He was 22. Kevin Bright was
we went over a thing where the woman
was hospitalized 3 times.
So 6, 7, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
from marijuana-induced psychosis.
21, 22. 7 years later.
Suicide in 2021. He was 22.
The 7-year curse he had.
So
here's the thing. I do know the suicide rate for people with schizophrenia is a lot higher. Now, he said 14. Do they show that was he diagnosed with schizophrenia or just psychosis? Because like I said, I kind of find that they're not presenting all of the details here.
And this is silly too.
This whole world
this is a
turned
silly
upside down, Gene.
This is
the
silly.
Demon got hold of his brain.
This is a silly argument because it's just like Scooby said, or Bill Hicks said, correlation isn't doesn't mean causation. Yeah. It's like he also probably ate cereal. You know, he maybe even drank beer, maybe at some points in his life, or alcohol. He probably did lots of different things, and for some reason they pick that out and hold that above.
Maybe he was
into what they're
abused
saying.
or something.
Let's buy into what they're saying here. Let's say marijuana was the thing that led to him going through psychosis and committing suicide. He previously said 1 in 5 developmental illness. But the issue here is he doesn't show which percentage commit suicide. So that's kind of misleading because if he gives one example of somebody committing suicide, it's like, how does this show that marijuana has a correlation with or increases a person's chance of committing suicide?
Yeah, if there were so many people that you could pick out anyways, you're gonna find some of them that committed suicide. You're gonna find some of them
that was having anxiety attacks. The medicine they give you for anxiety can cause suicidal thoughts.
Yeah,
that's not. They posted,
attacks.
but that's not an entirely. They don't call suicidal effects. What happens when you take SSRIs or SNRIs? They're the serotonin, so the neurotransmitters. It usually takes a few weeks for them to work, and what happens is before it starts to balance out the serotonin, you're gonna deal with a deficit for a couple weeks. And then that can cause you to deal with an extreme episode of depression for 2 weeks before you start to experience the alleviating effects of the drug. So a lot of times people will commit suicide if they're already dealing with depression. They take the antidepressants, and then that two-week gap. So that's why psychiatrists and psychologists stuff are trained to give people those warnings and to really look after them during that 2-week time. But the thing is, it's not causing suicidal thoughts.
They don't just give you the anti-anxiety; they also give you Ativan to calm you down if you do have a panic attack again.
Yeah, this is just.
But here, the problem is they're not showing statistics on whether there's an increase in suicide rate. So
or if you have a psychosis again, they give you the Ativan, and then you just your heart rate goes back down.
Jimmy, you keep derailing.
I'm just saying.
If they had the bragging right in this whole thing to be and 100% of them that got the illness or from smoking weed got this he said 1 in 4. If
they showed that, hey,
I can't even talk.
Out of people that smoke marijuana, there is a 10% increase in the rate of suicide. Okay, that would be significant. The problem here is they're just showing one example of committing suicide, and they're not showing if it even increases the rates of committing suicide. And then they showed that, again, the correlation is an equal causation. 1 in 4 people that used it develop mental illness, when 1 in 4 people overall are likely to develop some kind of mental illness. So then it's they immediately go from the developing mental illness to a one anecdote of the person committing suicide. And that's just very misleading in terms of how they present it.
Mm-hmm.
2. Kevin Bright was 15 when he started using marijuana to allegedly self-medicate for depression. 3 years later, he suffered his first psychotic break. He ended his life at 29. Joshua and Kevin are not simply anecdotes.
They aren't simply anecdotes, Gene.
Well, let's see if you provide statistics.
Yeah, why isn't it anecdotes?
Attempted suicides have increased at an average rate of 17% a year.
Hold on. Cannabis linked. Okay, here's the thing. We already went over this earlier. People that are committing crimes are less likely to admit they're committing crimes, that they're smoking weed and so forth. So people are now that it's way more legal in more states and medical and all that, there's way more people that are willing to admit that they smoke weed. And that's why you're going to see numbers like this go up. And just because it's silly.
Well, what about in a good Christian family?
This statistic,
you introduce cannabis, and your God-fearing father says, "Oh, you let this demon in my house."
Yeah.
But this statistic is not claiming that, hey, suicide rates have gone up 17%, or you're 17% more likely to develop or to commit suicide if you take cannabis. What this is saying is that cannabis link attempted suicide. So like that is just saying that, hey, they can't prove that it's due to the cannabis, but there's more cases of people smoking weed and also committing suicide. It's like, well, again, people have always been committing suicide. Are the suicide rates going up? Can you prove, like, they're not even proving
how
that it's
often
linked to the
is
cannabis.
it? How often is it that it's alcohol linked attempted suicide? If I was going to commit
29% of suicide victims in America were found with alcohol in their system.
Yeah.
29%.
Yeah, if I was going to fucking off myself, you bet your ass I'd be doing some drugs too before it. I'm sorry. That, like, if you're wanting to just end it all, you're definitely gonna get drunk and maybe high if you're up for it and so forth. That's not, I don't know, that's just silly to put this out there like this. Like somebody could do the same thing with alcohol, to be like, alcohol's bad. See? Like 30% of people found that committed suicide, on average, were, had alcohol in their system. I bet
these people use the internet and they committed
Kurt
suicide.
Yeah.
Kurt Cobain had morphine in his bloodstream, and there was evidence of Valium in his blood.
What the fuck? That
17%
motherfucker.
a year. Still want to take that miracle drug that relieves pain, reduces anxiety, improves your mood, and has no side effects?
Yes.
I'm Dr. Drew Pinsky for Prager University.
Horrible argument. Show when it comes to the cannabis-linked, like, suicide cases, it's like, what percent of those make up the suicide cases in the country? So the thing is, it also could be like, hey, this is what we classify as a cannabis-linked suicide case. But what if it increases by 17%, but it only makes up like 0.0001% of all suicide cases?
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, it increased because more people are smoking weed. So, or more people are admitting to it. But does it even contribute to a significant sum of all the like cases of suicide?
And I like what Skep said. He said, yeah, he wasn't getting treatment for his mental health, and his mom wants to blame something. And you know what? I do not doubt at least one of those two cases. That probably is if not both of them. Like parents
probably got depression.
Well, the parents probably weren't doing what they needed to do to help take care of their kid, and they want to pass the blame. It's like, oh, we found a bowl with marijuana in his room. Yeah, sure, we ignored all the signs and didn't give him the right help he needed and all that, and even abused him sometimes, maybe. But there was weed in his room, and that's the blame, not us. It's like
it's also
I wouldn't doubt
what you're talking about here. It's kind of similar, like, to what Timmy said, where, hey, they give the warning of like the suicide risk and stuff. A lot of people will be like, oh my god, they took the medication, then they committed suicide. It's like they were already dealing with depression to begin with. So sometimes people do like to find something to blame.
Yeah, if you're depressed, you're like, to that point, you're going to fucking take some drugs.
And here's something.
So
I
stupid.
was taking medication for my skin, and there was apparently a governor where their kid died of suicide when they were taking that skin medication. So because of that, and this kind of shows that like lawyers, politicians aren't doctors, they're not experts, decided to like sue the pharmaceutical drug companies, put all this policy through. And because of that, the skin medication, I had to go through like this huge sort of fucking procedure and everything when taking it. That you don't see with any other medications, where like when you have to taper on the drug, you can't do all this at once. You have to take a really small amount first. And there isn't really any hard science to show that there is a connection. So because this one person who happened to have all this like power legally had like a relative who died committing suicide while they happened to take some kind of skin medication.
Bill Hicks said, how much Trubisky was he watching before he offed himself?
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, Prager U's gonna make a video about me next and how people shouldn't watch me because at a 1 in 4 fucking you have a 1 in 4 chance of committing suicide if you watch Shabisky. Yeah, 2 inside. Gene?
1 in 4 people who watch Shabisky have some kind of psychiatric disorder.
Yeah. It's true.
1 in 10 people who watch Shabisky have ADD.
Yeah, it's true.
But
30% of Shabisky viewers are not marijuana smokers.
Ew! What a bunch of losers. Who wouldn't smoke marijuana? That's dumb.
But they are alcoholics.
Oh, Shad, play the Kittens and Carnage intro. And I have to pee, so I'll be back in a sec.
What a maggot with an F.
Something devastating is happening.
The report is disturbing, so if you have young children in the room, you might ask them to leave.
Each missile delivering destruction and death. Nearly 900 people have been killed.
An onslaught of missiles, dozens of them raining down.
This incident has dramatically brought home to all of us how dangerous this war is.
Not that I have a choice, but fuck it, I quit.
Poop de scoop. Okay, the intro is done. And Bill Hicks loved the intro. Good intro, but too long? Yeah, I know. That's why Gene needs to let me make things instead of him be a dumb bitch. You know what I'm saying, Skabibi?
We're time to transition to Kittens and Carnage.
Yeah. Timmy, you could sing it.
I said it's time for Kittens and Carnage with Gene and Shab. On the
intro done.
No, you're gay. Yeah, it's done, Gene. What's this? I don't see no kittens. Are there kittens dying here?
Ukrainian drones blow up Russian oil depot in occupied
Luhansk.
I don't know how to pronounce that.
Luhansk.
It's in Lunsk.
Lunsk.
What are you, daft?
Ooh.
How do you not know Lunsk? Russian news agency RIA Novitsky.
Luhansk.
The city in the eastern Ukrainian region. Unilaterally.
Read fast enough, Timmy.
Unilaterally. There's a tree in the way.
Well, here's the thing. This land belongs to Russia now. So Ukraine, they're attacking Russia.
Really? They stole their oil and then they bombed the oil?
Gene, can I have some oil? Please?
Chad really knows how to provide really substantive commentary to this.
Administration sent Congress
I was expecting
warning about the
kittens.
need to approve billions of
We're all
dollars in
the
military
Ukrainian people.
Okay, don't talk over the dialogue in the video.
Sent Congress an urgent warning about the need to approve billions of dollars in military and economic assistance to Ukraine. They say the country's effort to defend itself against.
So this is something currently going on. War's been going on for a while, and the Ukraine, they're running out of forces. Russia, they definitely have more stockpiles of young men that they can throw into the front lines, and it seems like they're able to stabilize their economy and to continue to throw money into this war, and they have a lot more resources. So this is something where now Congress and the UN are considering a peace agreement between the two countries, and they want to kind of pressure Zelensky to, I guess, sequester the land and cede the land to Russia. So some of the provinces. And I don't know. I kind of think that maybe that would be the better option at this point. And I think the best thing for Ukraine to do is to join NATO. I think less people will die in the long run if that happens. And success is being measured in inches at this point. It's reached a stalemate. So it's kind of similar to World War I with the Western Front and no man's land and everything. So at this point, this war could be going on forever and everything. And if they don't try to sign off on a peace deal, then what could happen is Russia could be able to break the stalemate and annex even more land. Because now it's just a waiting game, a war of attrition. And it seems like Ukraine has less troops to spare. So it probably would be better for them to just, unfortunately, sign off on a peace deal.
Russia may stop without it, but a letter from the Office of Management and Budget said the U.S. will run out of money to send weapons and assistance to Ukraine by the end of the year.
Trump
President
said he
Biden
could
seeks almost
end the
100
war with one phone call, and he'd have the whole war ended.
Yeah, he's smart like that.
He's my hero.
Very easy to make a claim. It's a lot harder to actually back up the claim.
I could do it too. One text message, actually. I'm better than Trump. One text message and I could end the war.
He's going to be like, Putin, what the fuck are you doing?
Hey, Putin.
What the heck are you doing, Putin?
Hey, Putin.
We're going to come down there with extreme force. With so much force. It's going to be extreme force.
I think Putin wanted the land, so even if even if Trump tried to be friendly with him and negotiate with him, he would still be like, "No, sorry, we're gonna do it."
$6 billion in aid for Ukraine, Israel, and other needs. But he and his administration face growing skepticism about the amount of assistance for Ukraine from lawmakers.
Brand new warning from the Biden administration that the U.S. won't be able to keep providing weapons and equipment to Ukraine if Congress doesn't approve additional funding by the end of the year. In a letter to Speaker Johnson, OMB Director Shalonda Young writes, "There is no magical pot of funding available to meet this moment. We are out of money and nearly out of time."
What do you think? Do you think they should probably sign on to the peace agreement and just, unfortunately,
you know what's going to happen, Gene?
What's going to happen?
They're going to be like, we changed our mind. Another $100 billion to Ukraine.
Maybe.
Everyone's going to have to.
They're deliberating here.
$1 trillion to Ukraine.
Paper straws all over.
Weapons and equipment will kneecap Ukraine on the battlefield, not only putting at
Gene,
risk
are you having a good
Ukraine
night?
has made,
babe?
the likelihood of Russian
Having a good night, babe?
3:30 where I am.
Yeah?
We're going to make plastic straws illegal.
Yeah, we should do that.
Jake Sherman is
We're
back
going to save
with
the
us.
turtles. We're going to save the money.
Look at these
$100 billion
dorks.
more dollars.
Stop talking what they're saying. We need to hear what they're saying in order to comment on what they're saying.
Gene.
So how is Speaker Johnson responding to the White House's letter? What's the plan now?
Yeah, Chris, the foreign aid negotiations on Capitol Hill are not going well. Republicans have conditioned the entire aid package on the inclusion of tougher immigration laws, specifically on asylum and parole. That has sparked an...
Okay, so here we go. Biden is a left-leaning politician. So this is another side of the other party in Congress trying to obstruct certain, I guess, policies or agendas that the other party in the executive branch of the government want to follow through with. So I have a feeling that if Trump was in office, Congress would not be trying to threaten to take aid away from Ukraine. And one of the big reasons they're doing this is because Biden's a blue president, so they're just going to make things hard just for the hell of it. So I think that plays a big part. And then also, we need to invest all this money on building a wall and like anti-immigration and stuff. So it's more of just this, like the right, drastically just over exaggerating, like how I guess legit or how significant immigration is in the United States.
A negotiation in the Senate in recent weeks that broke down on Friday, according to 2 congressional aides we spoke to. The view from Democrats is that they were willing to put ideas on the table to streamline and speed up processing of asylum claims at the border. They even put, according to one aide, the credible fear standard, changes to that on the table against the wishes of immigration advocates. Democrats say Republicans are simply demanding extreme proposals. In their view, would end asylum as we know it, that would create expansive presidential powers on the border, and they simply
do you think we need to invest shit tons of money? So we're not supposed to give aid to Ukraine anymore because we need all this money to go to stopping all of these immigrants from getting in the country.
Yeah, I've had enough of these ignorants or whatever getting across.
I thought Biden said he was gonna give $200 billion. They only gave $75 billion.
They're destroying this country, Jane. Okay?
It's Biden. He's doing it systematically.
Coming over here. Most of them are criminals and rapists. Sure, some of them are good. Okay, like Trump said once.
Some of them defend our own borders. Ukraine needs to learn to protect their borders as we protect ours.
Will not accept those. Now, the view from Republicans is that this is a crisis, that now is the time for a major rewrite of border and asylum laws.
Damn, look at that motherfucking wall.
The Republican lead negotiator.
Oh, gangster, bitch.
Here in the Senate, James Langford, is not quite as pessimistic as Democrats, saying that they will continue to work until they get this right. Now, Speaker Johnson has also weighed in here, and let's put a statement on the table. I think this is significant. The way he responded to the White House said, quote, "The Biden administration has failed to substantively address any of my conference's legitimate concerns about the lack of a
real question. But who's the guy talking and why? Like who is he? He's just a journalist? He's not... Okay. I don't know. I don't know.
Raising questions about Ukraine by itself, and also accusing the administration of, quote, ignoring the catastrophe at our own border.
Okay, next vid.
I just thought it was kind of hot.
The White House is now warning it is running out of time and money
to
help fight Ukraine, fighting off the Russian invasion. President Volodymyr Zelensky reported intense battles along the front lines yesterday, and overnight, Ukraine's Air Force claims Russia launched 18 drones and a cruise missile. Joining me now to discuss is George Beebe. He's the director of Grand Strategy at the...
Do you like my nickname for him, Vladimir Putin, Gene?
So hilarious, Shad.
Quincy Institute and former director of Russia analysis at the CIA. Thanks so much for being with us this morning, George.
Good morning.
So I want to start with some comments from Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. He said in a recent interview with the AP that the war has now entered a, quote, new phase. What does that really mean?
Well, I think I already explained this. It's just like entered a stalemate.
I think that means that Ukraine is struggling to make a transition for...
I didn't know this was on normal speed.
For much of the past year, their hopes for ending this war depended on...
No wonder it's putting me to sleep.
...of Russian lines that would cause the Russians to come under such pressure that they would sue for peace, that they would come to the negotiating table and negotiate on terms favorable to Ukraine. That counteroffensive did not succeed. Ukraine's used up a lot of men, a lot of munitions, a lot of air defense missiles, and the momentum in the war right now has shifted to Russia's side. So what the Ukrainians are trying to do right now is to readjust their strategy for bringing this war to a successful conclusion. And it looks like they are trying to go on the defensive themselves, to dig in, to build the kinds of defensive fortifications that the Russians built so effectively earlier this year, so that the Russians don't have any hope of making...
So it's pretty much going to become, I guess, like the demilitarized zone in like the Korean border, or it's going to become like the Western Front, no man's land, like in World War I. So both sides are kind of bunkering down and are building up their defenses. So it's just going to become this giant long border of artillery and ground defenses and everything. And it's going to enter this like World War I style stalemate.
When does winter start
And I think
in
the hope in Kiev
Ukraine?
Probably
in Ukraine already.
Probably already started.
The Russians, recognizing that they can't break through Ukraine's reinforced defenses, will themselves be forced to think about how do we negotiate some sort of compromise end to this war.
George, I want to ask about potential war crimes here. You know, Ukraine is investigating the execution of 2 of its soldiers who they say were unarmed and shot by Russian troops as they surrendered. Have the rules of engagement here changed since this war began?
Have been committing war crimes, Russia more than the Ukraine. But her talking about like, oh, like are things changing now in terms of like negotiations? It's like they've been committing war crimes since the fucking beginning.
I doubt that. I think in any war there are going to be incidents in which troops are undisciplined, that they engage in war crimes. The real question,
he's just repeating all the points I'm making,
is
they should be interviewing me instead of him.
Into these war crimes likely to change Western attitudes towards supporting Ukraine, to refocus Western attention on this war. And Western attention has been diverted. The war in Gaza, I think, has to a great degree displaced Ukraine from the headlines. So part of the reason why the Ukrainians are publicizing these kinds of incidents right now is the hope that it will draw Western attention back to the war and help step up Western support.
Yeah, and I want to.
Well, it's kind of funny because like we covered the Tigray War in Ethiopia, and when that was going on, people exclusively were focusing on the Ukraine. So, or not the Ukraine, on the Ukraine and Russian-Ukraine war, whatever. But now it's like that the attention is focused to Israel. It's like, oh my God, like we need more attention. We need more publicity. And it's like, well, they're kind of lucky they got all the attention they did because there were a bunch of other notable military conflicts going on, lots of people dying. That's all no attention because there wasn't a bunch of white Europeans dying. And Israel's the same thing. It's kind of like a lot of people like to look at Israelis as being white. And it is more of a thing where, hey, here's another war involving white people. And now we got to focus all our attention on this.
Ask more about Western support. You know, lawmakers here in the U.S., they are debating providing more aid to Ukraine in this moment. How may that affect the war? And is this really a representation of how Americans are feeling in this moment?
Well, Ukraine is completely dependent on American military aid and economic support.
My bad.
What was that? To prosecute this war. So if that aid comes to an end, it's very likely that Ukraine could collapse altogether. And you wouldn't get a negotiated settlement over something like that. That would be a situation in which Russia could dictate the terms of ending this war. That's not a situation that Ukraine wants to be in. I would argue that's not a situation that the United States wants to be facing.
So, I mean, what will probably happen is, I don't know if it might become, like in Korea, like both sides claim that the other half of Korea belongs to them. And the Korean War has never technically ended. So if the Ukraine decides like just not to I guess accept some kind of trade or peace treaty and just cede the land over to Russia that Russia's trying to annex, then what might happen is that this sort of conventional style, like it might, like a border might develop between the two of them that becomes similar to like the demilitarized zone in like the Korea border. And then I think that Ukraine's still going to decide that, hey, that land is ours and we're not giving up our claims to the land. Same thing with Russia. And then Russia's going to be occupying it. And then I think from there, it's just going to be this never-ending war of attrition where they're both just occupying the border stuff. And then enough time's probably going to go by if they don't accept the peace deal where it's like, oh, I guess the war on paper is technically going, but it's pretty much part of Russia now. They've been occupying it for decades at that point. So I'm thinking maybe it might go down that route.
Gene,
either. So
I'm gonna get a drink real quick.
Okay.
Some hard choices right now. In a
It's
period
hard.
when polls indicate that the American people are growing more skeptical of the war. They're wondering, what is all this aid that we're providing to Ukraine getting us? Can Ukraine actually win? What is the plan for ending the war? That's something that the White House has to address.
Oh, no.
Dude, is this one of those videos where only one earbud?
No open check for Ukraine.
Yep.
The money that they've sent over there, Trump, I supported Trump doing the defensive weapons and all that.
DeSantis is a fucking idiot. So I mentioned I was just at Disney World. Did you know that Disney World, Disney itself doesn't control all the infrastructure and transportation and everything and services inside of Disney World. So all the roads and stuff and a lot of has to be regulated and has to be maintained by the state, Florida, as opposed to Disney World itself. Now, it's actually saved Disney billions of dollars because guess which money is going into maintaining or providing those particular services?
The taxes.
Yup, the taxpayers. And just DeSantis is a Republican, and it's kind of funny how Republicans hate taxes. But then look at that. It's just now all the taxpayers have to go into supporting all the maintenance and stuff of all these facilities surrounding Disney World and everything. And the social sector has to take over there. So good job.
What about the actors and the plays and stuff?
No, that's still by Disney, but the thing is they were their own zip code. So outside of a police force.
Well, your taxes pay their wages, don't they? They're paid minimum wage, probably. I don't think they're paid.
They might be paid fine, but I'm not talking about the theme park rides and stuff, all the buildings and stuff that are part of the theme parks itself are still paid for through Disney.
In the past, but what they've done is they've sent over $100 billion.
I took the earbud out.
This is going to pay salaries for bureaucrats, subsidizing businesses. That is totally.
Did you see all your sexy relatives at your wedding?
We already talked about that.
I'm anti-Russia.
You saw a lot of obese people in motor. What are they called? Scooters.
You're bringing up something that we talked about early on the stream.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. So you're
I can't really hear this video. It's really low.
You need it's one of those videos where you gotta use both earbuds because it's only playing the audio in one earbud. God, I'm falling asleep now.
But at the same time, it's how is that issue more important than our own country's border? How is that issue?
I'm 2 feet away from my. No, not 2 feet. I'm 2 centimeters away. I still can't hear it.
Well, I can hear it.
Can't hear it, Jane.
How is that issue more important?
Oh, there it is. You said it now.
So yes, there's not going to be any of that stuff happening anymore. And honestly, Congress has kind of hit the skids on it a little bit. But you know what's happened? Because there's a lot of people have raised those concerns like you have. As the Congress hasn't done anything, the Europeans are now doing more.
And his big argument on why they should see that sort, or I guess take away that privilege from Disney when it comes to their ability to regulate the land is that the Disney Corporation shouldn't have that kind of power and everything. But again, it's kind of counterproductive because now it's the middleman that's flipping the bill. But people love them for some reason because people are idiots.
An orangutan reaching out to a child and wanting to love them is a beautiful example of the emotional bond between humans and animals. This event occurred in 2023 at Dudley Zoo in England. Boogie, an orangutan, reached out to a child and tried to communicate with him. The story behind this event is a very meaningful and sad one. Orangutan Boogie was kept in a small chicken coop by his owner when he was just 1 year old. He was only fed condensed.
I don't think that's the best enclosure for an orangutan.
milk. His body was swollen, his joints were painful, and he was unable to move. He was rescued by the International Animal Rescue Organization. He was put in intensive care, and they worked hard to heal him. Over time, he got stronger and slowly recovered. Boogie's willingness to reach out to humans despite the pain he has experienced is a true lesson in humanity.
Yeah, the thing is, like orangutans can probably recognize the cuteness formula, like most mammals. The big eyes, big head, small body. So it probably would be interesting cradling the baby. The problem is, it would probably do what Coco the gorilla did when they gave her a kitten, where she hugged it and accidentally crushed it because they don't understand their own strength. So she might, that's probably the fear, is that even though their intentions aren't violent, the orangutan might cradle the baby and accidentally like smother it. Shad takes forever to fucking pee.
He's getting a drink. Shit,
oh
God. Maybe he's peeing too.
Oh, Dirt's here?
No.
You haven't had much to add tonight.
No, yeah, I've been wandering around doing shit. I'm sorry, John. Would you rather me not be here at all? I'm sorry, John.
It's a boring cat video.
He's playing with leaves, dude. Don't judge the guy.
Well, seems to get bored of it very quickly or whatever. Think there'd be more leaf playing. Kind of a misleading title.
Little cat. He's a bit chunky.
Well, in America, we don't just have an obesity epidemic with humans. There's also an obesity epidemic when it comes to cats and dogs.
My friend in high school had a cat that was so fat, man. The little legs barely got his belly off the ground. It was scraped on the ground. His belly was so large.
Yeah, people like that shouldn't have pets.
Would you let a cheetah eat a steak out of just a belt on your waist?
No.
Wow, you're
like a jackass thing, or like a jackass thing.
Well,
Come on, Gene. Don't be a
I wouldn't
bitch.
let a dog do that. They could probably easily nip away outside of the steak.
They might scratch you a little bit.
Gene's gonna get his wiener bitten off if he does that. You're gonna have no wee-wee.
You might get a little
Fox News Alert.
scratch.
Listen to this.
Okay, wait. Watching this video.
Overnight, U.S. forces in the Middle East attacked for the 59th time last month. That's right. Kurdish officials say an armed drone targeted an airbase in northern Iraq. It is unclear if anybody was hurt at this point, Ainsley.
And earlier, thank you, Stephen, earlier in Israel, mourners gathering.
So we have troops in another country and they're attacked. Isn't that usually what happens when troops are occupying another country?
At the funeral of an IDF hostage whose body was found during Israel's ground offensive in Gaza.
Trey Yings is live in southern Israel with the latest. Hey, Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. The Israeli forces continue to operate around the Shifa hospital in the heart of Gaza City. They say they've uncovered a tunnel on the complex, and this yet still does not provide all of the details of what they say are currently underneath.
Okay, the title's called U.S. Troops Attacked for like a 59th time in the Middle East. They brought that up first 19 seconds. Now they're discussing something else entirely. Somebody, whoever edited this video and put it together, should be fired.
The Al-Shifa hospital. The Israelis say this is a headquarters for Hamas. They've shown these new images of the tunnel system they say is underneath the hospital and weapons also in the radiology department, but we've yet to see any evidence about this headquarters they speak of. Also, we know that the Israelis have recovered the bodies of 2 hostages.
They mentioned that, yeah, like people make this argument that Hamas is using their people as shields. It's like, yeah, that's terrible. They're disgusting. But you know what? It's like, hey, here's a criminal. He abducted 20 people, tied them up. He's using them as shields, so it's okay to just shoot them all down to get to him. 2 wrongs don't make a right.
near to the Shifa hospital. This was a devastating update for the Israeli people who continue to hold out hope for those nearly 240 hostages being held inside Gaza. The first body they announced, Yehuda Weiss, a woman in her 60s from the small kibbutz of Be'eri. She has 5 children. She was being treated for breast cancer, and she was dragged into Gaza on October 7th. There was hope that she was alive, but again, Israeli forces have recovered her body near Shifa hospital. The second, as you note, a 19-year-old soldier that was taken into Gaza on the day of the massacre, Noah Marciano, and she was in a hostage video released by Hamas. Ultimately, they released also a photo of her body saying that she was killed in an Israeli airstrike. This comes as the Israeli forces are pushing deeper into Gaza City. They say they took over an Islamic Jihad stronghold, gathering some rockets. You can see in this video here. It's not clear if the larger rockets are props that they use in military parades or the real thing, but the Israelis say they blew up the compound, and they continue, as you can hear behind me, to strike targets in the northern part of the Gaza Strip.
Blowing up people's compounds is bad social skills, Gene.
Exactly.
Whoa! Ow! They're just showing us that there's wind blowing. Like,
Well-
hey, did you know wind blows?
Well, you don't see the smoke right there. Smoke rises in Lebanon.
That's oil burning there, boy.
As Israeli military carry out strikes against.
Those look like
oil
rigs out
Were,
there.
were there strikes on Lebanon, or is this just the border and they're seeing it in Lebanon as it's in Israel? Next vid.
The road to the Israeli military
next
outpost near
vid.
Syria winds through minefields fenced with barbed wire, left from previous wars over the Golan Heights. Israel seized the area from Syria during the 1967 Six-Day War. As Israeli teams were clearing minefields to make way for more wind turbine farms, Hamas attacked Israel in the south on October 7.
There is no formal war between Israel and Lebanon, nor between Syria and Israel, but in the past few weeks, the northern border of Israel has seen pretty significant exchanges of fire.
Most of the clashes are happening across the Israel-Lebanon border, led by the Shiite Islamist group Hezbollah, with Israel Defense Forces in response striking Hezbollah projectile launch sites, observation posts, and other military infrastructure in Lebanon.
I know Lebanon and Syria have attacked Israel before in the 7-Day War and the, I forget what the other war is called, the Yom Kippur War or whatever. So the United States, I think, has 2 aircraft carriers now, and it's there to act as a deterrent where if they do decide to go in and attack Israel from another, like to try to make it so they're fighting a war at 2 fronts, the Americans will just use their like Air Force to like bomb the hell out of their forces. So that's what America's doing currently to try to prevent them from escalating things, or at least Syria and Libya from getting involved.
So far, Israel says at least 76 Hezbollah militants and 7 Israeli soldiers have been killed. Hezbollah and the Shiite militant group in Syria did not join Hamas' full-scale military offensive against Israel, but the tensions are high, and the Israeli Golani Brigade stands ready on the north border. At this military...
It's a good thing they commit to their religion, even though they're
those are some neat hats. Those are cool
Rail
hats.
near the border with Syria, we are limited in what we can film. Nothing that can disclose the location, equipment used, or personnel numbers. Soldiers' last names, like Yair's,
Gene,
are also
those
off limits.
hats
Of course, things are
rad, aren't they? Don't you want a hat like that?
Exactly.
They're totally
You do know-
rad. I do, in fact, know that, Gene. Everything that you just said,
Where'd
I
Gene
know.
go?
You know, he.
Oh, there he is.
Gene, are you there?
It's unstable.
Yeah,
Unstable internet
it's like he's
connection.
walking on the moon right now, and the communication is getting messed up. This is as good as the your connection's real bad, Mr. Genie Peeny. We'll wait.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now? Look, can you see my
Are you
cute
there,
kitty now? Are you
I'm
there?
here.
Oh, it's clear now. Jack, you see him?
Should I continue the video?
Hell yeah.
On, so our readiness is a
Wait, it says chat disconnected.
Where?
little bit higher. But we're here for as long as it takes, and we're here for
Internet
everything.
hiccup, John.
Oh.
In response to the Hamas attack, the Israeli government mobilized 360,000 reservists. Yair says he got his first reserve call on the day Hamas attacked Israel. Ariel, another reservist, says this war is different from the previous rounds of violence between Israel and its neighbors because of the cruelty of Hamas attack against civilians.
feels much more personal, much more serious because everybody in the state of
Yeah, it's much more personal. So what they did was terrible, but it kind of reminds me of we should probably watch Michael Moore's documentary Fahrenheit 9/11 because he did a good job trying to address how our response to a terrorist attack that killed thousands of Americans is to go to war and kill like 10 times the amount of people and to result in even more death and collateral. And it's like, how is that going to prevent another 9/11? And a lot of it was just kind of emotion. It's like, we need to go to war and everything. And it's like, okay, well, what they did was terrible. And it makes sense why, okay, we need to invest more money in airline security and so forth. But why is a war necessary? And I mean, here it's just, I don't know, you got that emotional element where it's personal. And it just seems like, it seems like it's just spite and vindictiveness.
Israel knows somebody that was there, or somebody that got killed or got injured on the terrible attack on the 7th of October. So the second I got the call, I couldn't just sit at home and do nothing.
Ariel says they've been serving for over a month, but they're committed and have strong support back home.
We didn't want this war, okay? This war has been forced on us, okay? We didn't want this to happen.
I mean, I understand in a scenario like this on like 9/11 where there should be some level of military involvement, but my big thing is it seems like it's a bit excessive. Do they really need to turn half of the Gaza Strip into a crater in order to try to combat Hamas? They're declaring war on Hamas, and it's just, even if they are going to claim that, hey, it's necessary, Hamas is too much of a problem now, it's like, yeah, I think it's terrible that Israel could have engaged in a lot more diplomacy from the beginning. And there's so many things that Israel could have done to prevent a group like Hamas from taking control of Gaza. But it's also like, okay, now they're there. So if they are doing terrible things like the terrorist attack we saw, do they do nothing? So I don't think that doing nothing should be their response. But when it comes to going to war, I can somewhat understand why it might be necessary to go to war with a group like Hamas to try to take them out. But they could, did they need to do it as quickly as they did? Couldn't they have exercised a bit more cadence? Why did they give people 24 hours to evacuate? Why didn't they open their borders up and, I guess, open up some refugee camps, give asylum to all the citizens that want to escape before they go in and try to crater the fucking country or that region? And I think the way they're going about it is not really necessary and is pretty unethical.
But this is the only place that we have, and this is the only Jewish country that we have, and we will fight on this Jewish country, and we will do whatever we need to do.
As we drive into Kiryat Shmona closer to the Lebanon border, the app people use when they're too far away to hear the sirens warns of another rocket attack. These days, the city of Kiryat Shmona, in quieter days home to 22,000 people, is
I'm the victim, Skeppy.
The ghost town. It was evacuated along with residents of 27 other Israeli towns and villages within several kilometers of the northern border. The city recently lost a favorite lunch spot on a main street, heavily damaged following a direct hit by a Hezbollah rocket. Despite the constant whirring of drones in the air, the Israeli military calls the weapons exchanges with Hezbollah below the threshold of war.
As fighting escalates between Israel and Hamas, the IDF says they have found Hamas tunnels under Gaza's largest hospitals. This comes as the humanitarian crisis there grows more dire and as the U.S. puts more pressure on Israel to ease the growing number of civilian casualties. Hamas rejecting that notion, but the White House is backing Israel's claims, citing U.S.
Now, it's all Hamas, all the civilians that are dying. It's all because Hamas misfired. And I don't doubt that a lot of the civilian deaths are because of poor decisions made by, or a lot of the deaths in Gaza are due to Hamas misfiring its missiles and so forth. But I think that when people claim that the overwhelming majority of all the civilian deaths are just due to mishaps by Hamas, and that the Israeli airstrikes are are like contributing to a very small percentage, I call fucking bullshit. That's just pure denialism.
Intelligence.
Based on information we have, as well as information that the Israelis have, is that this has been the practice of Hamas to use these civilian infrastructure.
Israel has agreed to a U.S. request to allow 2 diesel tankers a day to come in to support water and sewer infrastructure. The White House says President Biden spoke with Qatar's emir about urgent efforts to release hostages held by Hamas, saying the 2 leaders also discussed the need for more humanitarian assistance into Gaza.
Gene, holding hostages is bad social skills. It's not nice.
You're running that joke through the dirt, Shad.
No! I'm sorry, I'm kind of like Tommy from the Bronx. I like running jokes through the dirt. Me and Tommy are a lot alike. Ooh, I want some of those.
So, Shad, because Hamas is using these like public buildings as shields.
Yeah.
And they're using the people there as shields. Do you think all of those like babies and children and stuff that were dying in those hospitals, do you think that it's okay to strike those hospitals and kill all those kids because Hamas is using them as shields? So it's
no, but it definitely does add a very complicated kind of whatever to it. I mean, I don't deal with military stuff like that, so I don't know how they'd go about dealing with that, but it's going to be a lot harder. But that's I guess that just goes to show what it's like dealing with terrorism or whatever. They're terrorists, right, Gene? They're a bunch of terrorists.
Well, the U.S. government says they're terrorists.
They're terrorists. Terrorists are jerks.
Strong indications Hamas hostages were in the hospital. Now, my thing is, it's like, I can understand why, okay, in this hospital, they, like...
No, I'm not saying the babies are terrorists, Brian. I wasn't saying the babies were.
No,
I'm saying Hamas was terrorists.
Because there were strong indications Hamas hostages were in the hospital. So they bombed the hospital, but the thing is, like, why didn't they send in a team to raid the hospital? I mean, in the end, like, civilian lives on all sides should come before the lives of people who are serving the military. I like that. That's my view. And I think that if they are going to try to get into the tunnels to get to Hamas, then what they should be doing, if there are civilians there, is they can't just conduct air raids and then send the troops in because it's safer for their troops. I think the ethical thing to do is that you need to, plan some operation where they go in, raid the hospital, you send your infantry in to get to the tunnels and seize the building. Even though it's more dangerous and it's a harder operation, I think that even if it results in probably 1 or 2 extra casualties of your troops, but it results in dozens of civilians not dying, I think if you want to prove that you're fighting on the wrong or the right side of history, that should be the way you go about it.
What do you think about this, Dirt?
I think you should be on the right side of history, Shad.
Yeah. Like I should be a conservative, right?
Shut the fuck.
Yeah. I'm conservative biscuit.
Al-Shifa Hospital in northern Gaza as a mass evacuation unfolds. Hundreds of patients and medical staff have fled today, but there are conflicting reports about who's exactly behind this exodus. Israel says not them, claiming they agreed to assist with any evacuation efforts. Meanwhile, Israel warns it will expand its ground offensive beyond northern Gaza.
Damn.
It's like, again, when it comes to evacuating the hospital, it's just, does Israel not have like the resources to like send helicopters in, help evacuate as much people as they can? I mean, if they want to make the argument that unfortunately civilians die in war, and it's like, okay, like, yeah, unfortunately they're not going to be able to get everyone out. It's like, shouldn't they put some effort if they want to show that they're the good guys in this?
Yeah, you're a good guy. Gene, did I ever tell you that I'm the greatest, Gene, and you're a laggy little bitch? Yeah.
What the fuck, dude?
Yeah. I straight dissed him, right, dog? No cap?
Dissing and pissing, dude.
Yeah.
I should have went to bed forever ago. I guess
You don't know that.
Yeah, I have to work. I don't usually have to work tomorrow, but tomorrow I have to work.
Gotta get that money, dog. Gotta grind, yo.
Yeah, Gene's actually he's live streaming from Gaza right now.
Yes, that's why the connection's so bad. Gene's a psychopath, so it makes sense that he would do this kind of stuff. He goes out there with his press armor on, and no, he doesn't even put that on. That's how psycho he is. He don't care. Whatever.
Shad, why did the terrorist group Hamas start a hummus restaurant?
To make hummus.
Because they wanted to spread hummus all over the world. But don't worry, their falafel is the bomb.
What? That's crazy. Why did the terrorists cross the road?
Why?
To get to Palestine.
Ah.
Yeah. Was
That's
that a good
stupid.
joke?
It should be to get to Israel.
Oh.
And kill the. And
Whoa! Calm down. Calm down.
And do bad things. Because they're
I
terrorists.
can't believe you even think about saying that about Israel. Israel is the Holy Land. Gene doesn't exist anymore, guys. And that's fine. I'm fine with that. Whatever.
No, Gene, no problem.
Got sucked into a black butthole.
No, Gene, men, no cry.
He doesn't show up in like 5 minutes. I'm gonna end the stream and go masturbate to everybody's face. Oh, there he is.
Okay, so I just called my internet service provider. Apparently, they're doing maintenance and stuff in the area.
Your fault.
Haha.
Yeah.
Did you explain to them that you were trying to do a podcast at 4 in the morning?
You explain how much this fucking podcast matters to you. You gotta tell them.
Well,
tell them we passed 500 subs.
So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, they still may have listened if you told them about it. Maybe they'd understand the seriousness of it.
Well, typically, if you call them and if something's going on in the area, that they'll immediately tell you that.
Yeah.
Have you tried turning it on and off again?
Yeah. You've done that?
Oh, the thing is,
unplug your fridge and plug it back in?
I'm looking at my modem and stuff, so I can see that there aren't any issues with my modem, and the light shows that it's operating fine.
You can't
see
shit.
Usually, if you're having issues with the internet and that's the case, it's a problem with your service provider.
You don't know that.
So that's why my initial response was to call them as opposed to disconnect my monitor or my modem.
You need to tell your internet company you're trying to run a business here.
Fuck y'all. I'm trying to run a fucking business here.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Is that dirt? Dirt.
Someone's microphone is giving us feedback.
Is that you, Dirt? Is that the real Dirt? The one that made Rafi's art? Is that you?
Dirtbag Dirt.
You can't even speak. I thought I saw a celebrity.
It's just me and Shab.
Something's wrong with Dirt's mic.
Oh, I'm on push to talk, dude. I don't know if that was me.
Oh.
How many terrorists does it take to screw in a light bulb?
Terrorists?
12.
It takes 2. 1 to terrorize one other guy. That is a Jew.
Oh my god.
Wait, what? I don't even know what's going on, Gene.
Well, anyway, we've been going on for 5 hours.
Yeah.
So, because of all the internet complications we're having, I think we should try to cover all the Gaza stuff tomorrow before we do the Boogie stream.
So you're not gonna play Smash?
No.
Loser.
What a dork. Yeah, everybody, are you guys excited for us to watch the Boogie documentary tomorrow so we can figure out why Boogie is
Tell
Hitler?
them to update you when the maintenance is done, and then come play Smash, bro. Bros.
Oh, yeah, bros.
Bros.
So, alright. I guess we're gonna end this stream, and tomorrow we'll be back with Boogie, your favorite YouTuber ever.